Guten Tag. Okay, I don't know why I done it like that, but what is up? One and all! Happy Friday. Weekend almost upon you, which means it's a perfect time to relax and enjoy some Age of Empires 4. That's right, we are back for week 11. New map in the rotation. That man in the chat there, Kvayu, creating it as well. We've got Karyu's good old Wilderness coming in for the first time ever in the midweek muster format. And we've got the day starting off, the week starting off as it ended with the champ, 3D Clans B, going up against our resident modder, Hussein from the Middle East, looking to make an upset in the first round. Man, props to Hussein as well. He's had this matchup, I don't even know how many times, I think in a row now, but he just keeps signing up because I think for him, he sees the value in it, right? Like, I know some people are going to say, what's the point? They're so mismatched. It's not about where you're at now. It's about where you're going. And I know B will appreciate as well. Maybe there's a worry in some people's minds that it seems like a waste of his time. I don't think you'll see that at all. I think you'll just see it's part of the flow and also a way of imparting maybe some knowledge to some upcoming players. Had some talk off the game with B, learn some stuff. See, that's what I love, man. That's what I love. I love that B is engaging like that, not just in his willingness to play regularly, but also details like that. It's another reason why so many of you should be signing up. And honestly, like, I really want to see more signups. Like, if I see a lot of interest, potentially we expand it to like BO1's round of 64 type stuff. I know Chum is already getting ready to scream, but like maybe we probably put a really tight window on how you have to play your games to make that more feasible. But, you know, if there is scale desire, we'll look into it, because I think something that's actually kind of maybe eroding away in Age of Empires 4 is actual participation. Right, and I think that is key to driving a successful esports scene. It's not just about having people in the seats on their ass watching. It's about having their asses in seats playing the game, engaging with the scene. That's how you really build an esport that stands the test of time. So appreciate everyone who still keeps coming back. Even if you're not making it out of the round of 32, don't let it demoralize you, man. See it as a fun learning experience. Enjoy it. Don't feel like you need to win everything. Because I think one of the big sad negatives of the current world we live in is everyone always sees the success. They don't see the failures. You know, it's why this year we've got big content plans going forward and ideas about what to do beyond just AoE 4, right? So, for example, I really I really stuck into myself that I want to start getting a vlog series going this year where I talk about what's happening behind the scenes. You know, when I return to climbing, you guys are going to see me fail climbing a lot instead of like these videos where it's like, let me show you how I succeed all the time. I think that crap is overrated. Right? It doesn't teach you anything. Like, I think when someone shows you only their success, ever, always only their success, all it is their own ego getting stroked. Doesn't really give you guys the full picture. So, you know, don't be disheartened if you do lose in the first rounds. Keep practicing, keep improving, man. Right? We live in a generation of gratification, and that gratification element is BS anyway, because most of the people that actually succeed suffered so much you just never saw it. So many players? Hell yeah. Dude, yeah, I'm so happy with the support. I'm trying to think what we do about, like, Thursdays in situations where, like, you know, we need to try and have some... It's all because we have open scheduling, but we need to have some sort of regularity. I think my ideal world is consistently having one semi-finals played before the grand finals on Thursday to make it nice a little bit longer. I would love to figure out something that I could do afterwards that people would really like to see to continue to drive viewership up, right? Like an extension of the event. I don't know what that's going to be yet, but we'll figure something out. Comforting Hussein? Dude, I'm not. That's not even comfort, man. That's pep talk. That's hype up. Let's get your ass back in the ring, son. You just finished rewatching the VOD at 1.5x speed in order to catch this? There you go, Hoy Sailors. That's commitment right there. Yo, you're watching those VODs on YouTube though, right? Remember, watch the VODs on YouTube. Definitely watch live on Twitch. Have both open if you want to. But with VODs, I always recommend watching on YouTube, mainly because Twitch doesn't give any revenue to the creators for VOD watchers. It's so scammy, it's so scummy, but yeah, that's the truth. Like, you don't actually see anything from that. Watching live generates ad rev, of course. All right, anyway, let's get underway with our first series day. We've got a lot potentially to get through. A lot of series are currently getting scheduled. I do know that we've got Core versus Lemos coming up in about 20 to 30 minutes. That's going to be a German versus German matchup. We should have a few other series possibly Lash versus MSN. Just quickly glancing through, I do see, I believe that's Avali's series. Yeah, Avali should be played today. And we also might be seeing, I believe, Anatan series is going to be today. That's right, the return of Anatan. Yes, usually it's the two people that were in the grand finals that end up in the first and second seeding. But Anochad coming back in has actually pipped Dimu down a little bit. So actually, Dimu versus B is a potential semi-finals this time around, if he's able to make the deep run again. But should we get into it? Should we get underway? Hype it up. It's a new map. Ladies and gents, welcome back to Midweek Muster. It's the 11th week of our esports circuit, and we've added something new. I love this map, man. This is such a cool map. Shout out to Caillou who created this. This is Wilderness. Wilderness is a very intriguing map. You start with shoreline fish right close to your base, and the option to go for deep water fish, but look at how far away it is from your base. It's a difficult skirmish if you really want to go out there. You could, but it's not always going to be guaranteed. I think the cool thing about this map, especially in the current Pro Scouts meta, is there's a lot of dynamics at play here between the shoreline fish, the fact that there's only 20 deer instead of the standard 28, and the deep water fish on the other side of the map. I'm intrigued to see how people solve this particular creation. And what is up, Bruge? Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Appreciate it, mate. Appreciate everyone who's been dropping the Prime subs by. I believe we are like 10 unique subs or 15 unique subs max away from cracking a tier where we get paid out more by Twitch for the month. So remember, if you haven't subbed yourself, definitely go ahead and do it. I don't think Primes counts towards that, but I know that some people usually like to gift subs out like crazy, but they don't give themselves one. So we have got Japan versus HRE. Interesting matchup, actually. One where I think HRE can do fairly well. But B is a beast when it comes to his Japanese. And what is up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 2, 1, 1? Thank you, mate. Appreciate the sub. Yeah, B is on like another level with his Japanese. I think if there's one person I see is like the big threat when he drafts it, instead of it kind of feeling meanful and shrug, this is the guy. Shoreline Fish to begin with is going to be coming out from both players. This is a little bit more efficient though for B. Because remember, for B, he drops the house. He needs a house anyway. Meanwhile, for Hussein, he has to add in a house and still go for the mill. So it's 50 wood less spent for B. Slightly quicker tech timing, which we're already seeing coming through with the Coca Township. Really popular choice frequently for B. In particular, though, I think what I really like about it here is you're on a map where there could be delayed water play. So your ninjas will be really impactful. It also handcuffs a few options away from HRE. Pretty much the only one they'd be comfortable with is archers. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see rushed outpost follow-up from B, because you're going to bait your opponent to archers anyway with the shinobi, and if you do have those outposts up, you can't be stopped from reaching fast castle, which you want to do due to the heavy cav. Live, I believe this one may have happened about an hour ago. So while it's not live, it's pretty fresh, and I don't think anyone would have seen this. Especially considering B doesn't really stream anymore that I'm aware of. I don't know why. I think maybe it's the fatherhoodness. Maybe he just wants to focus on the scrimming. I think a lot of people have this burden of expectation for players to always be live all the time. When the reality is, when you're trying to prep being at the highest level, you got to make a choice. Are you a content creator or a pro player? It's very difficult to be both. I think B is really focusing on the pro player side instead of the content creation arc, which makes more sense when you also consider I don't think he can get paid out by Twitch, if I'm not mistaken, right? Because he's in Russia. Like, I've never looked that up, actually. I'm curious if anyone has. My assumption is because it's a US company, Twitch is a US company, there probably would be payout issues for Russian creators. So Arkan coming in. This is a bloody good one, by the way. Unfortunately, he's already gathered so much of the shoreline fish, it doesn't keep much value there. But it's still going to be good for the gold plus the wood. Looking at the amount of food, B did win in that department. 20 to 15 sheep. However... Hussein gets a little bit cute about it and snatches some of the goodies away there. Okay, so the question is, are we for the first time in like 3 weeks going to be able to begin a series by going, there is not pro scouts at all? I think so. HRE is definitely a civ that usually can, but with the macro here, I'm not sure that's what we... No, we're going to see it, aren't we? It's 5 on gold. I think this is a mistake from Hussein. You need to go for some units first, right? Like open archers here. Because if you just rush into melee, the shinobi win. B, he already has 2 of them on the way, and it's gonna be an outpost rush. Oh, that's cheeky. Look at the location. Yeah, this is sick. Shinobi's gonna march in. It is gonna be a stables drop. Hussein, come on. Wait, and he cancelled. Okay, that's pretty catastrophic. You just saw the amount of wood he lost there. Remember, the sabotage damage comes in as a percentile of what you've done. So definitely expensive loss there for Hussein at this stage of the game. Now blocker on the gold, and to make matters worse, Hussein doesn't actually have enough gold for pro scouts. He's one shy. Oh no. I don't think he realizes either. Because this was clearly the plan, right? Like, you can see the wood is gathered. I mean, this is a little bit catastrophic. To make matters worse, B is already moving out for water. Yeah, so pretty heavy investment, right? One villager to build the outpost, another one to head cross-map to build up the docks. Just shows you the advantage B felt he was going to get after Shinobi opening. Yeah, so I think some of the advice Hussein probably received is that you shouldn't be rushing pro scouts in this particular matchup. Like, you're an aggressive opener, Civ, here. You have to scout and respect the Shinobi. If it was Kura Storehouse, you can definitely get away with pro scouts, but this blindly just feels way too easily punishable. Yeah, Hussein immediately queuing up 4 horsemen. I lack faith in this particular idea. Farmhouse also coming in. B is going to chill in the area. He has got fast castle being prepped. Yeah, and this is why I do not have faith in the horsemen. You need so many horsemen to beat back Shinobi because their damage is just much better than yours, right? Like, it's 9 damage versus 25. And the attack speed is, what, about 40% better? It's just not really a fight you're ordinarily going to win. Especially when you add in the fact that Shinobi are healing. It looks like Hussein was maybe thinking about Castle Age. I think this is just him a little bit stuck, though. Right? Because this looks pretty disastrous. He has to get wood on the backside. You know, you've got 900 food. You actually can't produce quick enough. He can't get on the gold either because the Shinobi and now the outpost. I don't know, guys. This looks a little bit cooked. If he doesn't start gathering wood right now, it's game over. And to be honest with you, yeah, this is not a lot of wood. In fact, oh no. He forced drop off the food, but the damage to the Arkin meant that he actually wasted all of that wood on repair. So now he can't do anything. He can't even build more horsemen. And here's the panic mode activated, right? 11, make that 12 villagers out into the tree. He's even moving out a little bit deeper now, but doesn't have the wood to actually drop a lumber camp yet. Yeah, it just shows you how important these type of openings can be, right? Like, Shinobi is one of the more volatile plays that can genuinely win you the game if your opponent slips up in the opening phase, as you're seeing here. Yeah, it looks like he's going to try to pressure, but that outpost is not really addressable right now. We actually have Hussein adding in additional prelates to buff the tree line now, right? I mean, I'm assuming that's what it's about. Can't imagine what else you'd be doing with these religious figures. Horsemen are going to be shuffled out. We do have Temple of Equality coming. So the landmark that basically ruins all games. I think I saw a comment on YouTube saying Temple of Death, which is perfect. I'm stealing that. But it is usually death for the creator. We saw how bad it could be for B in the grand finals yesterday against Dumu. Check that out if you haven't seen it already. Incredible series. But, you know, this feels like a very different game. Hussein still doesn't have any gold gathering. Yeah, and he's finally shuffling out to the backside. Unfortunately for him, B is on the way up already to castle. And I think he did just glimpse that move out with the villagers. So, Mount Samurai can just target here. I wonder, does he consider going into maybe Spear Blob? Probably not. Mount Samurai just feels too good. He trolling with Temple? No. He legit believes in this thing. And here's the thing. I know you already want to say, well, B's wrong. It's bad. What a noob. Why would you do... Okay, but didn't we see people saying that about B with Springalds about, like, a month, 2 months ago? And now, fast forward to this week and last week, and you've got a beast who's making Springalds work. You know, very situational, but it makes them work. So I don't know. There's some players that I understand the temptation to call them crazy, and quite often they are. But sometimes there is a gem of genius in the insanity. So, speaking of insanity, I'm going crazy watching this right now. This is getting a little bit painful for Hussein. He almost hasn't... He actually does have enough food to go Imperial if he was Castle already. Oh, God. This is unacceptable levels of miss macro at 10 minutes in. Like, at this stage, they're saying you might as well have dropped to marketplace to sell. Like, you can see how he's just kind of gone into autopilot mode. Maybe a little bit of panic here. We do have a dot drop coming in. I just don't think the dot play is going to matter anymore. The first mounted samurai have already been queued up. And it's still be scaling additional shinobi, because why wouldn't you? Your opponent has built horsemen. Also, your opponent is HRE, so they really want to build men at arms, which you will also counter. Was it you that was roasting Springles? No. I stand by my Louis MT versus B game where he went Springles, as it didn't make sense. Right? Like, that was not the game for it. And that's what I mean. There have been classic examples where it's like, no. What are we doing here, B? But there's also been pristine examples, especially in the last 2 weeks, where the Springles strategy made a hell of a lot of sense. The Reynes is coming up. Hussein has gone, for an archery range. I mean, he must be trying to get crossbow straight away. In the meantime, we did have an attempt to snake gold out here. That's not going to work. That one village will have to run back. We do have some boat play coming. But B already has, 4 fishing boats out here, so his food income has been extended quite a bit. The horsemen are going to try to raid in. They will be able to scare the Buddhist monk away. But this Regnitz isn't going to have a lot to play for, folks. The 2 relics that are left aren't exactly close to the base of Hussein. And yeah, he immediately queues up the crossbows. Okay, not the worst of ideas, but you do need a little bit of a front line here. Buddhist monk is going to get found. It's a good snipe there. The shinobi are on the way, so they should be able to escort back the remaining relics. At this stage, if you can just simply get all 5 relics back, that's a big enough win against HRE. Although, it looks like B is maybe not paying attention. Oops. Yeah, he's too busy diving in. That one mounted samurai. Oh, no. We have no textiles either. He is going to maybe dive a little bit too far there. Does actually get taken out. He did get info on the crossbow transition, though. And he's already reacting appropriately. Yumi Ashigaru now on the way. I mean, I'm starting to wonder, is there any way in which Hussein can recover? I think the answer is honestly no. You can't play 2 minutes more of this game with practically no food income, right? Which is what he's going to have to do. There's nothing. The deer are forward and they've been blocked by the outpost rush. The fishing, he has 1 fishing boat. Right, so I think to recover this game, yeah, and he knows it, B would have to go idle and AFK for about 10 minutes. All right. So yeah, I think we went over where things went wrong there for Hussein. Not scouting the outpost rush coming is problematic there. He definitely was a bit greedy, just blindly punting for pro scouts. I think you have to earn it in certain circumstances, and this was one of them. And then outside of it, just a kind of mismanagement of the resources, right? I think he cracked under the panic, under the pressure, and didn't readjust his economy to make up for it. So, game 1 to beat. I mean, this is the thing. Like I said, these early sets, they may not seem that competitive or whatever, but the cool thing as well is I think it's a great way of educating and breaking down and talking through what could have been done different. So it's kind of like it's almost like you get, I want to say a pseudo coaching stream with the casting. And then obviously other days you get, your, oh my God, it's the 4th seed versus 5th seed situation. So game number 2 is going to be Rus versus Byzantines. This is a bit tricky for Byzantines because Rus can play into pro scouts quite freely. As Biz, I think you're trying to skirt Castle Age while doing a little bit of pressure. The problem with Rus is you can't really dive. I mean, we can hop in and talk about it a bit. Okay, so away from the new map, back to something familiar. Rocky River, a map that comes up quite frequently. B with the Rus, Hussein with the Byzantines. This can be a tricky matchup right now for the Biz. Because with the Rus, we're in a pro scouts meta. This Civ is going to do it regardless. There's not much you can do to stop it. So that means, what does Byzantines do? Do they mirror into pro scouts? I've seen that attempted. It's difficult to justify. I think maybe in the future there's a way for Byzantines to do a delayed pro scouts, but it's still unlikely because what you need to do is play around your olive oil. It's your biggest advantage. But I think your biggest advantage in this matchup is trying to get to Castle Age. I'm thinking out of my head, how do you really address this in Age 2? And I'm coming up a little bit dry. Rus is one of the hardest civs to penetrate in Age 2. Unless you can starve them off. Because of the Golden Gate hunting cabin build. right? Because like Byzantines, one Kyro Siphon is insanely high value, by the way, right? Like against certain civs, Byzantines Ram Rush is powerful as all hell. For example, against Malians, because the value is that the Kyro Siphon, one Kyro Siphon can actually do a lot more damage than one Ram, right? Because of the point at which it attacks, the fact that it can disrupt and recharge into your attacks a bit quicker. It just makes a lot of sense and is actually, I'd say, worth the extra 60 gold, I believe it's now at this point. But the tricky predicament is you need something to attack with the Rams. And the Hunt and Cameras are kind of cool, but by the time you be able to take them out of the Kyro Siphon, the Roost player already has what he needs, right? He'll have Dear Home, he'll be getting gold from that, he'll have Golden Gate tickets. So it's really not enough. So for that reason, Hussein here should really be looking to get to Castle Age as quickly as possible. Maybe you see him try some sort of Hippodrome shenanigans. I'm not crazy about the Hippodrome play, by the way. I think Hippodrome doesn't really counter Pro Scouts at all, because getting a little bit extra movement speed, a little bit extra damage, you think it'd be good to wail on the enemy scouts, but for that to be advantageous and worth it, the amount of scouts you need would be something like 8 or 9, right? Which is just crazy. So we will just be getting the correct first step, which is going to be Grand Winery from Hussein. And Sheep Hall is going to be 13, but a lot better for B at 20 here. Yeah, this is something that I've been taking note of with B, and you can see with the way that his scouts are rotating. He's very good at seeking and denying. The whole idea is what he wants to do with his first scout is mimic your primary scout's movement. Once he has that locked in, he can then follow up with a secondary scout to cut off ahead of you. So let's say, for example, Hussein goes north up here where my cursor is, and B sees you there. Well, he knows now that you see him, you're going to have to dial back to your corner. So then B's second scout, you see my cursor, is going to head down over here, while his primary circles his own area, and then the third comes back for the safe. The whole idea is he's essentially trying to corral you. It's a really powerful build. Not many players are crazy about the free scout opener, to my understanding. We even had a few players in here criticizing it when they saw B doing it. But I see the sense through the madness. It's actually subtly quite smart. So, with Grand Winery coming in, we're going to have to see a mercenary choice. Most likely, you're going to be looking at Longbow here. The reason why I think Longbow can be worth it over Javelin, you'd think you want Javelin because of Horse Archers, right? But if you go Longbow, you can go Horseman as well. So, like, if you want to look for that, like, counter pressure on a delay, you can get some Horsemen out to kind of stunt your opponent's growth if you want to block the Pro Scouts. If he doesn't want to block Pro Scouts at all, yes, then you go Javelins, because that gives you access to Camel Riders, and the Javs defensively will do really well against Horse Archers. So it all comes down to what he wants to do on this opening. It's weird because a lot of people think that Javs are better for attacking, right? Across the board. And I'm not entirely convinced of that. I feel like you can more often get kited. It depends on the matchup, right? If you're getting a long feudal, sure. But if you know you're against a fast casting Civ, that's where it gets a bit more tricky. And there you go, Limitani coming in. So we will be getting defensive play Javs. He's not going to try to attack. And B should just be rushing as quick as he can, right? Pro Scout's just got queued up. I think we can fast forward this for a minute or two, so we can see what's going to happen here, right? The paint in the picture should just be Hussein adding in maybe 2 or 3 Limitani max, get the Javelins. I think realistically, this matchup, you should actually just be naked doing this, like not even building Limitani. I don't know if Cataphract Sippy Cups is the way with that. I imagine it could work for Biz. I haven't seen anyone really try it against Roost, though. It's tricky because if you build Cataphracts into Mass Horse Archers, you can already see how that picture ends, right? Even with Trample to try and gap close. Maybe with a Hippodrome build, but do you really want to be building Hippodrome? So Limitani shuffling in here. I mean, this is the thing. At this stage, saying, looking at the game, what do you hope to achieve with the Limitani you've built, is what I'd say. And what? Okay, so he is going for an attack pattern, but the timing here isn't going to be great, no? Lombos take a really long time to arrive now. I mean, in theory, right? I'm trying to think if there's maybe some sort of Merc option that could have made this worth it. Maybe Magadai would have been a cool adjustment, but I don't know if you would have scouted it in time. Yeah, actually, Hussein never even checked the marketplace. This is tricky now, right? Like, he's going to have a Lombo pump timing of 10 at 10 minutes, but he won't be next to the base. High trade house is already going to be on the way. B is going to get the greedy placement on the other tree line. Now, this is actually, like, good for Hussein. If Hussein sees this and goes to the right location, he gets a blocker. But the Lombos, I mean, dude, they're nowhere near. Look at where they're on the map, and look at the timing on the high trade house. Like, the maths on this just doesn't support, right? I don't know if Hussein would have even been able to get here in time if he knew. I mean, he clearly doesn't. The spears could have stopped this, though, right? It's difficult. The TC would have protected. But you definitely would have been able to get some idle time, which would have allowed you to catch up with your age up. I'm just not convinced that 13 Limitane is a justifiable investment of resources. Like, that's a lot. I just want you to quickly in your head think about the maths involved in that, right? Like, you've spent 1,170 resources on Limitane. It's actually 1,320 resources when you add in the rats cost. So when I say a number like that, you realize the problem, right? That's pretty much like what you're missing to go Castle Age. It's a lot. Now, being stuck in Age behind, yeah, B, very smart about this. He's not going to get counterplayed by going into mass horse archers because, you know, you've got Limitane that, funnily enough, Limitane actually do fairly well against horse archers. They don't just die straight away due to the shield. And also, horse archers don't get bonus damage. And if they get stabbed once, like, it's a good trade for Limitane. But it's also the Lombo. So, like, B going into men-at-arms makes this really tricky now for Hussein because he's invested a bit too much here. You could argue if he didn't add this many Limitane, B would have just went into horse archers. But at least you'd have castle and options. Siege engineering is pretty late here. The issue with siege engineering is, like, if you suspect the horse archers, I can kind of see the sense in it. Although Cryo-Siphons aren't quick killers, because we mentioned why before the Greek fire. They're better in groups of 1 than groups of 2, 3, 4, like Rams. But, like, the other problem is, you know, if there is any melee component here, the Cryo-Siphons are just going to melt. These units, although they're capable of a higher DPS than standard Rams, they have notably less health. Textiles as well is a little bit peculiar. I guess you're saying it's taking... Oh, no. Oh, he's going to be way too focused on the all-in to notice that as well. You can already see it coming. Yeah, so a little bit of a whoopsie on the queue for the mill. The Cryo-Siphons are moving in. But the men-at-arms are already here in force. They've got the undermesh as well, which is something that's actually missing for Hussein. He prioritized the Cryo-Siphon, but didn't actually bother to get the Steeled Arrow attack. The Lombos, they tickle for 1 damage. Random fact, you know Varangian increase melee armor for Bizram. Wait, they do? I don't think it says that anywhere. That's pretty peculiar. I mean, I know that Biz have that weird thing with Varangian and a Wonder, right? Where the Wonder, I believe, gives Varangian more armor. Oh, that's a cool little thing. I don't know if many people knew that. I mean, I didn't realize it because I've never seen anyone use that. So Varangian Garrison inside of a Ram gives more armor. Intriguing. Well, it's cool that you have dreams, Hussein, but if you really want to have more armor on your Cryo-Siphon, you do need the 3rd age. And I've got this weird feeling you're not going to see it this game. It's 15 men-at-arms. He almost has more men-at-arms than Hussein has Limitane. But don't worry, Hussein. You can always blame this loss on 134 gold high trade house. Clearly to blame. Yeah. I mean, hopefully some educational lessons got took away from this. I don't know if these type of videos are really uploadable. I think in some ways it's cool to kind of educate, and you know, maybe if there's a format where it's something people want to see because they can learn, right, themselves. Because how Hussein is playing is probably a lot more relatable than how B is playing. Sorry to call straight chat out, but I doubt many of you are playing at B's level, right, compared to Hussein being like a solid diamond. By the way, that is out-the-box thinking right there. Musafadi is a cool thought. Unfortunately, it's a little bit too late. Yeah, like, Musafadi, an age behind with 4x the number of men-at-arms isn't really gonna end well for him. Wait. Hold on a sec. If B sends them in one by one, it might. All right, here we go, guys. Recovery arc. The Musafati have got this. They're about to be Musafati from all the men-at-arms they're about to eat. Okay, wait. There's only 3 of them left. 2 of them. The Musafati might not be eating all the way through the night. But man, did they look scary. Not scary enough. All right, 2-0. Hussein does a painful matchup in the first round again. He keeps getting B, but I respect that he keeps on coming back to learn more. Dragan build rams twice as fast. Yeah, I remember the build transport ships. I don't think I've ever seen anyone use it. Diamond shaming chat? Whoa. I didn't say there's any shame in being diamond. I'd like to correct you on that, sir. Calm your tits. I just said it is what it is. All right, guys. So we've got Core versus Lemos now up. Let me get their draft ready because they just completed it. Core even decided to random one of the maps. It's a bit cocky. Oh, dude, if Core got 2-0'd here. He random bridges, which... I don't know if Lemos has played much bridges. It hasn't been too frequent in tournaments recently, right? So, Portland as well. Let me update all that. And we'll hop into the first game. Am I sick? No? Do I sound sick? I thought I sounded better. By the way, is the mic peaking at all? Like, I swear, I don't know if it's my headphones or just a little bit weird. I feel like every once in a while I hear like a slight peak. Not right now, but like earlier in the cast. Like, let me know if there is, like, if it distorts at all. So I know and I can tweet the sentence. So I was thinking that like the audio is overall a bit too loud. But you guys keep saying it's not. Marine Lord broke his foot, Beastie hurt his knee, KP broke his ankle. Okay, for a start, why are we comparing like Beastie hurting a knee to 2 people breaking? And also, in my defense, okay, I actually was doing something pretty hardcore. Marine Lord basically got pushed over. It doesn't really count. But a guy who you probably would not be able to push over, cool. Built like a brick house. This man is looking to go Giga Chad on his fellow German. One and all, welcome back to the Midweek Master. Week number 11 underway. We've got Wilderness, a brand new map created by Caillou. A map that has a cool design and balance, I think, between water and land play available. But Lemos and the Malians with Core and the Japanese, it looks like they might both be obligated towards that water. We're at least seeing it coming out of Core. Lemmy has immediately scouted to the south side, but instead of spending that wood going on water, he's going to spend it going onto the pit mine, which, oh no. Well, that is not exactly a great pit mine right there. There is one back here, so when he sees the second, he'll feel better. Interesting, by the way, Lemos didn't go onto the food supply like this. I think this is, by the way, something that's going to make Japan pretty good on this map. It's not just the cheap fishing boats for that extension play, which, you know, you need them to be cheap because it's such a long investment to walk a villager out early. He even leaves a sheep, which I love. But the other interesting part is by building the farmhouse here, you need to build a house, you're saving 50 wood on a mill. It's actually a really big deal. And I think that's why you're seeing Lemos not actually mirror the play at all. Now, what would be cool for Lemmy is if he's going pro scouts, he drops a mill here and then temporarily goes for the fish while the deer get collected. That would give him a really cool food inflation, which I think is kind of necessary actually now for Malians. A, because Japanese went water, and B, because your scouts are a little bit more pricey. Wait. Actually, that's a good idea. Like, I need to find like health product brands. I don't know if health insurance would really be interested in advertising in gaming, but that could be a move. Oh, I just remembered, actually. We can do predictions because it's live. I'm only going to give you guys 2 minutes. So, Lemos, I'm not sure how he's doing in the most recent season. Okay, that's a bit funky. Saharan Trade Network, and there was no reason to. I can only like see the logic in this if he was planning to outpost rush a little bit later. But yeah, let's talk a little bit about Lemonos as a player, because Lemmy has been kind of up and down of recent. I think he's been sinking on the rankings. He maybe struck down to Diamond more recently, which is kind of crazy, actually. Season 5, Season 4, he was a rising star, I'd say, right? He was in the top 1,000 for Season 4. Season 5, he fell down a little bit. He was increasing, but in the last few seasons, I don't know what's been happening, whether he just doesn't like the meta, but he's going in the reverse direction, right? Like, I mean, even as early as Season 1, he cracked 1,400, then he returned to it for Season 4 and 5. Since then, it's been more in the 1,250 to 1,350 range on Elo. So yeah, definitely slipping down the rungs a little bit. But Marlians could be kind of quirky. This is a very different build for sure. I don't know what the primary thought process is other than protecting wood, is what it kind of feels like. And also, Saharan trade, no, it's just not that great against Japanese mounted samurai, is it? In fairness, it is going to protect him against the pit mine getting rushed, and I think that's his big core concept there. Because, like, what can end up happening here, I actually think a really cool comp you can run against Malians is Yuumi Shinobi. The logic being Shinobi will destroy the Spearman, they'll destroy the Sofa, they'll destroy Musafadi, and they'll jump on the Javelins. And then the Yuumi are able to eviscerate their front line even quicker. You could even just go for the simple Horseman Shinobi, which used to be really good. There was once upon a time where this matchup was actually not Koka, it was Kura. And the play, believe it or not, chat, was to open with Onobugisha and switch Horseman afterwards. Really powerful play, actually. Because by going Onobugisha, your opponent has to go for archers, and then you already have the Horseman to counter. The nice thing is, even once they get back to the Donzos, you've got Onobugisha to run them through. So, this is definitely Pro Scouts. Where's the mill? There we go. He's setting up. So this would be the point where you just want to select the villagers and drag them here. There's a lot more food inflation to be gained off of shoreline fish versus sheep. In fact, this is 33% better than this. So when anyone asks you, why are you eating all that sushi and not all that doner kebab? Now you have a statistical reason as well as the healthy reason. I'm going to be real with you, though. Like, if it was me, I would definitely just go straight after that lamb. Like, well, that got a bit graphic. A lot of sheep to work with for Core, by the way, if it ever comes down to that. 25-9. Now, remember, it is because, of course, Core went on the shoreline fish. But even with that equated, like, this is still a drastic advantage coming out from Core. We even saw it in the way that he was scouting initially. Lemmy is going to be going for the Pro Scouts play. Now, interesting thing about this map, folks. Pro Scouts isn't as king here as it would be on every other. It's not the default best choice necessarily. There's only 20 deer in total. You see 4 stacks, but each of them are worth 5. And of course, you have fishing as an alternative. So I think there's a pretty cool dynamic at play on this particular map. And what is up, Zach Stees? Thank you very much, mate. I appreciate the Prime sub. Keep those subs coming. I think we are like 11 or 12 unique subbers away where you sub yourself from getting more money out of Bezos. Embezzling more money out of Bezos. That's the term we need. A lot of Warrior Scouts coming. It should be difficult to fight into Shinobi. Core could actually just add in 1 or 2 extra, to be honest, with the type of economy he's got. I think he's kind of content to let Lemmy get his food because of how quickly the Japanese will get up in age. What if you made tiny ponds completely... Wait, what was that? Completely walk through. I was thinking about that would be a cool idea, but yeah. So there's so many things I'd love to see done on a map creation level, but the lackluster tool stops us. So like one cool concept I had, imagine this. Imagine a situation where your primary TC is, say, in this corner, and let's say you had a mode where you had a secondary TC over here, a weak secondary TC, right? That's kind of intriguing. Like, how will we approach it? Do we assault the main? Do we have this balance? And then an alternative would be, let's say you have your primary TC, but spawning in the opposite corner, you've got, like, say, 8 villagers that come with a small palisade encampment, right? So you see what I'm doing there? I'm creating, like, unique scenarios. Because, like, I'm thinking back to really what made RTSs great. Really what grew them. Really what resonated with people. And, you know, a perfect example was Cossacks, man. Like, do you want to know what I played Cossacks for? I didn't play Cossacks to get into a standardized map and just play out, like, the orderly 1v1 logic. No, the thing that lured me to Cossacks and drove me deeper and deeper into that game was unique scenarios of like, yeah, you have to venture around the map and kind of create the quest here. You start with a small group here and a small group over there. I think there's a value play in that type of thing, even in a competitive game, because you can mirror balance it, right? So maybe you do mirror random maps and do it. But with the current tools, there's just no real way to do it. So a little bit of dive attempt coming in from Lemos. Did get a bit of chip damage done there, but no kills to be found. Flowing Gate is going to continue through. So cool. Gonna have a very big advantage here. Lemos is kind of stuck in the feudal age. I think 10 Warrior Scouts is far, far too much here. Yeah, this has me a little bit worried. I mean, Archers being prepped doesn't make me feel any better either. Pit mine on the backside also has been found, so a little bit of nuisance there. You can't set up the houses. So the reason why Archers is a really bad call here is you know you're going to be against Mounted Samurai, right? It's just the bread and butter. What Lemmy really needs here is spears. Quite a lot of them, actually. Do I prefer eating a donut or ice cream? Oh, dude, ice cream every day of the week. Okay, so like when I have a donut, a lot of the time, I kind of almost feel like, why am I eating this as I do it? You know what I mean? Like there's a layer of taste to it that's like, oh, this is good. And then afterwards it's like, but was it worth it? With ice cream, the unhealthiness of it is so more subtle, right? So from the taste bud perspective, the taste profile, as well as the texture, you don't really subconsciously, or consciously rather, process its unhealthiness as much. Right? I guess it's like, yeah, I guess like, you know what the liquid alcohol equivalent would be? I think it's like donuts is beer and ice cream is maybe like having, I mean, Bailey's would be the opposite call out, but I don't want to say cocktail outright, but kind of in that loop, right? Like it's definitely something designed to make you feel more bloated. And you know what? The eco of core is getting quite bloated here. This is before the worker kills that are about to happen. It's 6 Mounted Samurai and more scaling. This game looks fairly done, unless Lemmy can now pull off a miracle. He's stockpiling for Castle Age. He's aggroed out with the scouts to get rid of the dock, but there's a secondary dock behind this, and also the archer ship is going to be the MVP. I don't even know where Lemmy is contesting this. Core could just micro away at any point. He actually commits to it. Oh yeah, a little bit greedy. Pulls away late there, so he does at least get rid of the archer ship. But there is another dock to play with, and even without that, Lemos is going to be losing so much at home, right? Practically his entire economy not working here. Sacred Site's being locked in, and also now Relics on the way home for core. Brandy? I guess, I don't know, Brandy. I'd choose something a little bit more... Actually, you know what? Brandy's fair just from the perspective of, like, beer tastes like ass, you know? There are some beers that are okay. I'll give it to them. I actually was quite impressed by Bavarian beer. When they, I remember when I was at Red Bull World Law Legacy, and I met some of the Capture Age guys, and, like, they brought beer, but it was in like, wine bottles, you know? Where they just, like, pop the cork off. I'm like, huh? That ain't how beer's meant to be served. It's meant to be a bottle cap that pops off the top. I'm starting to wonder when Lemmy is going to be popping off of this map. I guess we'll give one punt at it. Like, you're probably going to have to go for Farimba here to stand a chance. Fulani's way too slow. I'm just not really sure he can afford Farimba. No, this is catastrophic right now. The amount of people are just not working. Jeez, this sounds like the British economy. Housing issues as well? No, this is definitely Britain. So if Core just switches now into Yuumi, this is over. He could even just go, yeah, okay, Ono Bagisha. I think, that gives a bit more wiggle room potentially. You could argue that if Farimba's going to lead to the freeborn play, which is the most popular, then it doesn't make sense to even try Yuumi. But obviously he doesn't have any guarantee of that, right? Now Samurai are going to be able to dive in. Oh god, there's a lot of workers to be lost here. He doesn't have textiles either. He's just ignoring the military right now. He was off a few to deal with the Donzos. And if it was over 2 minutes ago, I don't know what you call this. Game 1 is going to be a stomper for Core. We're already off to a start with Wilderness, where Japanese may be the golden goose. Oi, oi, oi. Ooh, let's pay out. Damn, some people actually did back Lemos in that one. So cool with the win for game number 1. And that was Japanese versus Maldians. Core begins by saying Konnichiwa, mother duckers. Let's see. Where are we going game 2? Boardland. Okay. Ooh, okay. Well, guys, there's actually quite a bit of hope here for Lemmy. Because he got his hands on the Juji. All right, I'm crapping it a little bit here for 2 reasons. 1, Lemonos got the Civ, which should always be banned. Juji for game number 2 up against Cause Roos. The second reason is my son has just been palmed off on me again, and he's already... Oh, guys, you should see the look he's giving me. Dude, he does not look happy. He's sucking on his fingers, and he's giving me this really stern look of like, why do you keep talking so loud, and why haven't you picked me up yet? Oh, dear. We'll see if we can get through game 2 without little Ezra being angry. So yeah, let's talk a little bit about why Juji should be banned all the time. We're in the Pro Scouts meta. It's literally that simple. Like, Juji China are the Giga Chad tier picks. HRE comes in just behind them. Like, these are the ones that are almost always banned by the top players right now. So, a little bit surprising that Core let it through. Probably thought it was a trade out to get his Roos instead. And the comments about meditation guns being crap on here isn't always true. You can actually get good Medi-Gardens. You just have to work a little bit more for them. Usually, even the safe Medi-Garden at the back is worth it. So, like, this one right here would be, what, 36 food and probably about 40 wood. That's fine. That's more than good enough. That's more than adequate. So, yeah, I don't know if I agree that, like, the meditation guards are absolute rubbish. Usually, you can at least get a lot of wood and a bit of food. Sometimes, you can even get a bigger jackpot if you come out like this. But, yeah, it's usually... Considering it's going to be Pro Scouts here, what's Core's play? Because I think Juji is one of the better civs at dealing with the fast castle Roost build, right? Because if Roost just do fast castle, they want to do horse archers. That means that Juji can either mirror your fast castle, or they can play Jugnu to block you. That's tricky, man. I don't really know how you're fully able to solve for that, outside of just outplaying in the engagements. There is the possibility of Roost just playing attack here, but considering how much of a Pro Scouts map rather Boardland is, it feels like you're going to sacrifice your own fuel attack time to get your food. Lemmy is already behind in the food, by the way. It's 15 sheep to 10. So you'll find a few more down here to make up for it. But overall, with 2 scouts, you kind of expect the Roost to do a fair bit better here. Especially with the way that Core is rotated. He's going to cut the backside. Really smart read there, because when you look at the openings of Boardland, you'll notice a pattern with most pros. And it's that they don't scout their own corner first. Like, why would you, right? It's very suboptimal if you think about it. If I start here and then walk here, I'm now putting myself further away from the deer in the center, the sheep in the center rather, which are the ones that realistically both of us could get. It's a great leverage here by Core. So in the end, it is going to be, what, 12 sheep to 19. Meditation gun is going to be a safe one. We are going to get the gold, the food, and the wood. So this is going to be collectively probably about 80 resources in range. That's fine for a Medi-Garden. Golden Gate, of course, is going to deliver a succulent 50 extra resources every 50 seconds, courtesy of the trade tickets. I wonder, does Core maybe consider a slightly delayed Pro Scouts to get units out? Because this is very peculiar, this matchup, due to the fact that Core obviously can build Scouts now, but the trade-off is he can't rush Pro Scouts, right? But for Lemmy, obviously he has to wait until he's in Fuel Age, like everyone else, to build Pro Scouts. But the moment he's there, he can get it in 30 seconds. Oh, I forgot. We didn't do predictions again. You guys are going to have to remind me. I'm being a silly goose today. So we'll put them up for game 2. I'm going to give you guys only a minute this time, though, because we're quite deep. I'd like to get stone instead of food with the Meditation Garden. I'm not sure if I'd fully back that. If there was any meta where you do it, Juliebeck, this would be the one, because now with Pro Scouts, you have enough food that like the 36 food a minute doesn't matter as much. But I agree with the idea of trying to usually find a good value point of stone. It just didn't really exist in this spawn. You'd only get stone and wood, right? Or stone and gold. The reason why stone is good is with the current fast castle meta, you know, with Pro Scouts in mind, you're probably looking at fast castle into relics, and if you get a good relic grab, by about 11.5 minutes, you're now ready for the next move. Interesting thing is we're, what, 4.5 minutes in the game? If you get 25 stone a minute for 6 minutes, you know, you're already 150 stone deep, right? So, like, the whole idea is that by, like, 15, 16 minutes, that whole idea of a TC transition is almost just organic. You don't even have to work for it. That's what makes it feel so good right now. And, you know, even if you don't go for the TC play, you're probably not going for a TC play because you're being attacked. So the stone still has another use, and that would be to go into hand cannon sleds. There's a little bit of poke coming in. Lemos does already have access to Pro Scouts. Opens with the racks, by the way. Does not rush straight away into the stables. Even though he could have outmassed Core rapidly here. Yeah, a tiny bit surprising, actually. And also Lemmy a little bit slow to start using the Pro Scouts. And the ball. Okay, well, that started off being really smart from Core. Then we got a bit overly ambitious there. Why does putting on fresh, clean clothes feel so good? Because you're a dirty boy. Anyway, that's all I got. Lemmy is now on the word. This should be the transition rapidly into the stables, because now he's just like got this giant gap in the strat, right? He's blobbing a lot of spearmen. I'm skeptical about the spearman plan. We saw from B just the other day with Delhi how it can work really well on this map. The Delians usually aren't exactly the same beasts. He could have technically superfied spearman production to get that many out, and it would have been justified, but I think because Lemmy decided to take this angle of approach where he rushed Pro Scouts, that wasn't on the table. So we just kind of have a little bit of an underwhelming count here, right? Only 5 spearmen, not really going to cut it. Cool, now already reacting with the archers. A little bit concerned, actually, that Lemmy is just going to rush castle here, right? I have seen it a lot. I think if you rush castle, you sacrifice your food. Like, that's the trade-off. Like, you got to choose here. Especially with archers now arriving. Like, you can't just now naked fast castle with just Pro Scouts. So likely we'll be seeing him adding in horsemen after he's done pumping scouts. In fact, yeah, he's going to build his second stables. Kind of the tricky thing, right? And this is why I put China maybe a little bit higher than Juji on average. Is with the way the Pro Scouts meta is developing, you know, production rates becomes really important. And for China, because you have the Imperial Academy to build your Imperial officials, you can afford to supervise buildings. For Juji, it's not as easy of a choice, right? Because if you have an extra Imperial official to supervise, that means you had one less villager overall. Anyone on when they're nerfing the Pro Scouts meta? I don't know. Sorry, my dad doesn't work at Microsoft. He doesn't work at any development studio, actually. Which kind of sucks. I have to pay full price for my keys. So yeah, I don't really have an insight on when. The speculations, right? Like, how many days until season end? Theoretically, there's no way that the Pro Scouts in its current format survives a full season. I would be shocked if it did. Or rather, past the full season, right? Because it's kind of been known for a while that it's like, it's the optimal meta. What could be the new civs? Oh man, I love this question. We always get to dig deep into it. I think the most obvious ones to me is coupling the Iberian civs, so Spain, Portugal, with the South American civs. And maybe like the Mexican civs, right? So like Aztec, Mayans, those type of ones. I would say if you do that though, you need to have at least one more angle of representation, a different region. Maybe like Mughals or something. Part of my thought process is like, you know, you don't want to be too Iberian / South American bias. You want to try and encapsulate maybe as many angles as you can. The other thing is like, realistically, what you want to do, the reason why coupling Iberian and South America is good is it gives natural, organic flow between campaigns, right? So you could have almost kind of like what you get in a Red Alert 2 campaign, where you play it through from the Allies standpoint, and then you play it through from the Soviet standpoint. South America and Central America is what it's saying. Okay, so archers have been mopped up. A high trade house is on the way. Lemos is getting ready to mirror into castle, but his timing is going to be worse. And you can already see that... Okay, cool. We may be overkill here. Jesus, he's got the pump. 5 horse archers immediately in queue. Bear me one sec, folks, because I got to pick up a very grumpy baby. All right, I got my baby caster back. Come on, mate. I know. Oh, I know. You hate the Pro Scouts meta too. Hopefully, Microsoft will do something about it. After all, your wailing is quite insufferable. Okay, so horse archers on the way. And we talked about why horse archers can be a little bit awkward here, but Lemos didn't prep for it. Right? He's now going to Jignu, but this is really late. Can we ban Pro Scouts from KPMM? No. It's such a core element of the game that, like, it's silly to an extreme to ban it. I think I've talked about this before. That type of ban would only make sense if all the other tournaments were like, yeah, no Pro Scouts as well. We already banned Stone Walls? Yeah, but everyone banned Stone Walls, right? Like, let's put it this way. You know, if you're a local convenience store and you're like, I'm not gonna sell, I'm gonna sell Coca-Cola anymore, but everyone else sells Coca-Cola. What's the point? People are still gonna buy, you know? So, Horse Archer count is blobbing up pretty fast here. I know, you hate the Horse Archer meta too. I see where you're coming from, Ezra. It's outrageous. This poor guy. A lot of food is being gathered right now by Lemos. The pump, I mean, the Juganu are coming out pretty slow here. I'm also worried, like, what are you doing with these Juganu? It feels like the type of game where you're going to have to camp at home while your opponent rushes out to the relics. It's okay, mate. I know. I know. It's a hard life. You have to sit there and drink and poop and eat. It's so difficult. Sit there, drink, poop, and eat. Sounds like every Delhi player, to be honest. That's all they have to do as well. So we're all coming out. Court is just going to have to try and run this home as best he can. The reality check here is, like, it's double horseman. You'll eventually die. But you would have pulled it so close to your base that it's kind of advantageous. These tree lines are a little bit weird, by the way. We saw on the south side as well that they just have these gaps through them. So a pretty funky boldland spawn. Usually the whole tree line is connected. Admittedly in like a crescent and weird shape, but it is connected, and that was sick. I love that. He built the horsemen behind the horse archers, gave the buff damage to the horse archers, stays alive, and is going to be returning home with that bad boy. And yes, you did hear a baby. So my daughter goes to nursery on Thursdays and Fridays. And my partner, instead of piling our child in the car, is like, you can have him. I'm like, gee, that's lovely of you, honey. I'm definitely not working. So we do actually have bolt magazines as well. It's the extra range, right? I think you need it because horse archers can somewhat kite you out. And this is interesting. Core is a little bit paranoid there might be some stone play, so he's guarding on it. Instead, he's going to rotate into the gold, though. That's enough horse archers to one-hit kill. Lemos, he doesn't realize what's going on right now. He's distracted on the south side of the map with the fight. He's not pulling away here. The pings aren't running anymore, right? Lemos, they're going to run out in a second. Ezra, stop it. Finally, he pulls away, but that's 8 worker losses straight away. Warlord home is not going to be stoppable here. He does get the relic back to safety, so that is now a 4-1 relic split with an 8 villager lead for Core. Yeah, this is looking a bit grim. Lemmy, he's also mismacroing like crazy. 2,000 food just sitting in the bank not being used. Something went wrong here. He ran out of wood, but even with that in mind, I mean, at this stage, pump some knights maybe. Try to counter raid, because I don't think you can just sit here and camp now. What, Ez? It's okay. I mean, it's not okay for Lemos. He's probably dead. But it's okay for you. You've got your whole life ahead of you, buddy. Hey! I know. I'm tired of the roost meta too. He's not having a fun time. Sorry, folks. All right, horse archers are in again? Dude, how does he keep getting away with this? It's an 11 worker kill lead now. He even tries to hang around for more. Won't be able to quite find it. We do have 2 sacred sites also locked in, so Core Now got a win condition. Lemos looks like he's got Imperial Age. I don't know what's happening here. I think the brain's feeling a little bit fragged at this stage, understandably so. And Boy's Fortitude coming in. I mean, it's just going to be so hard to kill anything at this rate. It's okay, mate. It's a bit hard to observe while also patting and winding the baby better. So what's the play out of this from Lemmy? We already mentioned it's raiding, right? He's got knights coming, but they need to be counterattacking. Sitting at home is the quickest way to lose this game now. He also might benefit from getting a few small walls set up just because it's horse archers only, right? So raiding isn't exactly cause, like, you know, strong point if he runs into a wall here, right? Like he's playing full, if you have it naked and unguarded, I'll kill it. It's kind of like a coyote versus a lion, you know? Coyote are probably going to be a bit more efficient at pounding their way through a territory, a group of them. But if they run into one big dog, the lion's the one that's going to win. Can bump horses with supervision? It's true. I'm kind of surprised he didn't actually think to add some in. But I think at this stage with like the eco lead, you're just better off going for a few knights to raid. He's just not doing it though. I think Lemos, the brain froze in the mid game here. It means Core is just going to get a very easy peasy 2-0 victory to head on through the round of 16, where he will be matching up against either Lash or MSN. All right, you're ruining my cast. What's going on? Do you not like milk and cloves? Because to get those things, Daddy has to earn money. What did you guys say to my son? He's very upset. Like, why can't my son just learn to talk so we can know what's wrong with him? It's so selfish of him to just not bother to learn the English language. Think he doesn't like Core? That's true. Did Core winning ruin Daddy's count time? I know, we don't get to count up the days since a Core win. Okay, so maybe grab a toy. I don't think that's gonna work. So grabbing toys doesn't really work for 4-month-old babies. That's more like more towards 1-year-old thing, where their brain is developed to the point that the distraction works. Okay, so hey. Whoa. Wow. That usually works. Ugh. Knowing him, he probably has trapped wind. Bella, I've seen the way that you play Roos. You can't talk about things that are interesting. Okay, so need to somehow have a look. Oh. You don't Roos ever. I don't know if I believe that. So, let's have a look at what series we've got coming up next. So we have got Mia Micah very soon. Dragan versus Starflark should have started. Are you done? Oh, this is going well. I'm going to try sitting them down for a sec. Alright. So, let me get the details ready for the game so we can at least hop in. And I'll try to get him sorted. So, Bridges, Dry Arabia. Jesus, he's loud. I'm still KP still unranked in ladder and babysitting. I was I'm not sure if that's meant to be an insult. I'm confused. Like, is that meant to be an insult? You can play games and I got laid is what you just I'm pretty sure that's what you just said. Well, I used to get laid. Now I've got kids. You don't have time for that, man. Put him aside? No, I'm not putting him aside. I'm just getting the draft ready. So these lads haven't hopped in yet. They're sitting in lobby. So I've got a minute or two now to deal with him. Ugh. So the best thing to do in this situation is just bounce him up and down on your knee. So something I've noticed with him is when you do this with him and he starts making whining noises, but it turns into he just gets bored of doing it. Whoa. Whoa. I'm starting to think Emma didn't actually feed him. Because he's sucking his fingers a lot. Is that Beastie talking about the seed changes? No, Beastie ain't this cute. Is he? Is he? Look at you. Look at you. Alright, 1 sec. So, Starflark versus Dragan. Are they ready to rock and roll? I'm just going to double check I haven't got my day. Well, no, they just done a draft, so I can't have my days mixed up. How old is he? He is, he'll be 4 months on the 29th. I know. Almost the same as yours? Oh, congrats, dude. I didn't know. That's awesome. Yeah. They really, I mean, the way I describe kids is like they change your life, but they also don't. That makes sense. By the way, we're literally just waiting on this, so we'll see when they go live. They're just not in game yet. No, he won't push himself back because I've leaned him into me. So I'm screwing my spine to protect him from catapulting. He's fine. My wife thought she was crying when he heard yours. Oh, damn. My bad. It's been 4 months? Yeah. And I've been injured for most of his life so far. We're getting there, though, aren't we? Daddy's on the route to recovery. I know. Oh, 1 sec. You better know? I know, you're an attention seeker. He's like, I want to be inside in front of the TV watching dancing bananas and pineapples. While Spanish music plays in the background. I don't know why that works for him, but it works really well. Ugh. You are a pain in the arse on the arm, though. It's okay. It's okay. They're not gonna pick Pro Scouts again. They're not gonna, they won't do it. It's okay. It's shh. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. They aren't gonna pick Pro. Jigglypuff isn't gonna just cataphract rush again. It's fine. It's fine. Shh. I got used to comforting pro players the exact same way. It just seems. I mean, it's just yeah. It works. It's okay, it's okay. EGC's not going to have an 80% water-based map pool next time. Shh, it's okay. Shh, it's okay. Okay. That one went a bit too far. I had to when I saw Chum in the chat. Oh, dear. Shh, it's okay. It's okay. They're not going to bring Springled Anti-Siege meta back. We're safe from that. Animation cancelling will get fixed in 2025. The expansion is going to get marketed. We will be a successful esports. Shh. All right, that was way too much opium. All right, so I think we are just waiting a sec. There we go. Game's ready to load. Isn't 4 months old a little too young to just start blatantly lying to them? Dude, we tell them that Santa exists for the first 8 years of their life. You coming at me for this? All right? I'm not the one telling them that a stranger, an old man with a beard that you don't really know, comes out of nowhere and will just give you presents. He also happens to ride in an unmarked vehicle to get those presents to you, but yeah, I'm the problem, lying to him about Pro Scouts nerfs, sure. Did you forget to feed him? Is he hungry? Which is when? How long ago? Yeah, he's in a grumpy mood. I can't believe how grateful that kid is. I deigned to offer my presents to him, and he cries. What the? What's that? Unmarked reindeer sled. Right. Also, I bet he doesn't have a permit. I bet those reindeer haven't even got their flea jabs. I wouldn't trust that guy. What do you mean 8 years? I don't know. I think on average, people let their kids believe until they're like 8 that Santa exists. That's like speculating an average of when they figure it out for realsy, right? Your brother would literally play with a cork for hours. Wait, what? Dude, all right, that's some grandpa levels of stuff. You know, like when people are like, oh yeah, we used to love playing with conkers when I was a kid. And I'm like, the only kind of conker I want is Conker's Bad Fur Day. Get me that game now. I love that you call them a pudding as well, by the way, Bella. I mean, it's just not really the word. I don't know, when I hear like a pudding, that's like a very, very British saying in my brain, at least. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Just shake it. All right, Bella, Jesus Christ. Didn't you say you look after kids? You don't shake a baby. You stir them. They're like a goddamn martini, all right? Jesus. We may have to store this as evidence, as our it's our duty really, just in case anything comes out down the years. Bella's just maybe running a Nike sweatshop somewhere, or she stirs babies to sleep by sticking them in the washing machine. I get, because that's the best way to shake them, really. Not that I'd know. She did it with babies in Brazil. That's why she fled to Germany. I mean, which historically is the opposite, like, order of things, right? Oh god, I still remember that free-for-all game with Dragan escaping from Germany to South America. Oh, that was too good. Don't be Peter Griffin, dude. I'm not going to try to breastfeed my baby. It's bottle fed. No, I'm saying that I would otherwise, but it's bottle fed, so we don't have to broach that any deeper. All right, let's put predickies up. This should be a pretty close one, I think, actually. Let's have an FFA sometime, like you and 7 subs. There you go. Is that like the tier 3 sub goal? I'll play a free for all of you. Only one. Benny Hill's music. The problem, Caladian, is if I had a Benny Hill's soundtrack, I'd get demonetized on YouTube. Sadly. Just switch to YouTube. What happened to the baby? Ate him. Delicious. He said he was hungry. I said I was hungry. I was like, he's gone now. Oh, thank you, thank you. All right. Why are we talking about me breastfeeding my baby? This is not how this cast is meant to begin, but it's how it has. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the Midweek Muster. We have returned for the 11th week, and we have added a dollop of difference here. Pro Scouts is boring. We literally just had my son crying on stream for 20 minutes. We don't need me crying about Pro Scouts for the next 4 hours. Welcome to Wilderness. We've got water play. That's right. We can cry about OP fishing instead. However, that fishing is insanely far away, so hard to reach, hard to justify. Let's see if Eva is interested, because we've got Dragan going up against Starflark. Starflark, the highest ranked player in South America. Dragan, the highest ranked player in Norway? Okay, it sounds a little bit less impressive, but like in fairness, Europe is a bit more competitive of a region at the moment. Starflark has been a riser, though. He just hasn't been able to rise deeper into the seedings, because if you look at the ladder there, this time around, there's a unique difference. For once, Starflark gets to dodge Dimu. Unfortunately, it's just to run into B. So a little bit of a rough situation. Starflark definitely a player of a lot of potential, but he just keeps running into the absolute best of the best we have signing up in these weeklies. Dragan, of course, can make a decent run. Is usually held back by maybe his own cheeky shenanigans. This is the man who will look to proxy base you every game. He'll look to Tower of the Sultan ram rush you every game. Luckily, he's playing Zhu Ji, which not only is an incredible S tier Civ, it's also one that doesn't have access to Tower of the Sultans. Thank God. Yeah, but Civ also likes to go water quite frequently. Notice that he didn't. It's because he's against Mongols, and Starflark is taking advantage of that fully. Uvu into a dock drop, knowing that Dragan cannot directly compete. Dragan instead did go for the mill on the shoreline, so he gets the rapid gathering rate there. And we'll be able to rush into tier 2 here. Meditation gun is going to be non-existent. We actually have a Xingnan tower build. Interesting. Do I vote for my son's game attack? Okay, it's a little bit soon to decide his game attack. That's like down the line. If I happen to accidentally drop him in some course in the next 2 years, it'll probably be Broken Pigeon. You know? I think my daughter's nickname will probably be either Thumper or Hopper. Because of the way, like, as a baby, she used to always kick. Squab is perfect? Okay, come on. That poor guy. He already suffers enough in life, probably genetically taking, like, after me or facial looks, you know? If he already has to suffer with that, he doesn't need to suffer with the name Squab as well. So, Jiangnan is a weird choice, right? But I think I get what Dragan's cooking with here. Initial production bonus is going to give him a surge in units present, and that'll give him a way of trying to rush the dock. I think that's what we're seeing from Drag. Dragan also was the guy that, if you guys remember, a few weeks back, several weeks ago, I believe it was on Frisian, he done that very intriguing mass horseman build, which was usually against, I believe it was Abba. Ended up losing because I think the biggest issue in that game is that he didn't use... Actually, I think that's Voldemort I'm thinking of. The issue in that game was the player that built like 40 horsemen lost because he didn't do anything with it. Dragan is a player who's always looking to do things with what he invests in. He's a very aggressive player. Like, wait, what? Pigeon Hunter? God, what is wrong with you guys? I was thinking what I could do is I could just nickname, like, my kids different birds. Right? So, like, Freya could be Killer Dove. And, like, maybe, I don't know, maybe make him Killer Penguin. Because then I just get the bird crew going, you know? Okay, that's kind of unfortunate. He did at least notice. That's nice. Yeah, there's a lot of kind of clunky behavior when you put too many units of gathering on, like, one location. Because, basically you just can't get deep enough in the water, but the pathing doesn't track that way. So we do have horsemen rushing out here. He will be looking to get rid of that dock ASAP. He already has the scout arriving. It's going to be tight, though. I mean, Deerstone with 6 theoretically should be quick enough, and definitely is if Dragan keeps doing this. And this rally there, he doesn't keep rushing across. Stables is now going to be dropped by Starflark, so we are going to be seeing Mirror I say Myriad is going to be doing one better. The goal here is to get Keshix. What Dragan should be doing is being aware of the next element of this play and going into racks. Sadly, guys, right now, Dragan is overly obsessed with horses. Honestly, Dragan should rename himself to something more appropriate. Maybe MLP or Buttercup. The dude is way too obsessed with the horse meta right now. I see this guy building mass horsemen more than any other player, usually in a proxy base. I'm wondering what Starflark's going to do to fully address this. Right? Because I don't think Keshix alone works, but you could raid the enemy base. Like, realistically, you should be going spears, but I don't think Starflark wants to, because by doing that, like, your opponent can then just follow up with Zhuganu. Curious to see if Dragan is going to try for water himself. Could make a lot of sense here. Especially if you want to keep doing horsemen. Like, you know, this type of strategy doesn't have a lot of life to it if you don't have a good food source behind it. And we're talking about a game where he went triple stables, but he hasn't built pro scouts. He could theoretically go pro scouts now. But the risk of doing it is with your opponent now building military units that you've delayed your timing so much, he actually might be able to block you here. So spin and follow-up is on the way from Starflark. Dragan still refusing to stop watching reruns of My Little Pony. I'm sorry, is he just doing like a one unit only challenge? So here's the problem with horsemen, by the way. In theory, if you get enough of them, you can raid pretty efficiently. You just dive and catch. In practice, against Yam, I don't think it's that great. Like, Deerstone movement speed lets your opponent easily get back to safety in the TC and then kite with the rest of the economy. So there we go. The follow-up is coming. It's going to be Raxes here. Unfortunately, the timing is terrible. The Keshix find him at the perfect moment. So we'll slow down his transition. This means that Starflark, now aware, can prep the archer ranges as well. Only a few spinmen here, but it seems to be enough to keep Dragan honest and not diving. And Drag, he is going to be going for the dock drop now. Likely he's going to get seen here. I'd be shocked if he doesn't. And there... Starflark, I don't think he glimpsed that. That would have been like maybe half a second you would have seen red for. He's coming back now, so we'll scout it. And now he has a target in mind. He needs to be fast about this, though. Difference between Dragan's play and now Starflark's counterplay is Dragan was pumping units to burn this down at a point where Starflark couldn't afford the boats. We're deep enough in feudal. Dragan should be entirely capable of getting an archer ship out here. It's like the horsemen are actually paranoid. They think Starflark is getting back out on water. We can see he's kind of fully focused on the land element here. How do you guys gamble, by the way? You little gambleholics. 68% for Dragan. Intriguing. I think he has some very creative, unique strategies. That much I will definitely praise him for. Starflark has been looking pretty solid in his early mid games, though, right? And we already mentioned, like, Dragan, that's usually where his edge is. But sometimes they can be a bit too focused on tactics, not enough on strategy. I still haven't seen the full picture that Dragan has in mind here with Jiangnan. Right? Like, are we not theoretically reaching our scaling maximum? He has gone double dock, so that is at least going to be able to get him to fishing quite safely here. Matchup, not really great for Mongols. Agreed. But, like, also, I think this is way too many horsemen. I mean, not if you find one spear at a time, sure. But, like, realistically, this was a bit overkill in the horseman department. I think he could have achieved his goals with maybe 6 or 7, and then he'd already be on the Zhuganu transition. Right? Because now we're moving into archers, and you're kind of just stuck with a discounted comp here. With no sight of repeater crossbows. One of the big advantages, at least, about Jiangnan is you can delay your transition timing more than other civs, right? Because when you do make that transition, you're going to blob a lot of troops immediately. And there we go. Archer ranges are now coming in. Yeah, you can see how these fights are already kind of impossible with Drag. So Starflark, it's not enough to contain here. Now that Dragan was able to sneak out into water, Starflark has two choices. He needs to go for an all-in timing on the base, or he needs to bypass to the water side with a ram play. Right now, he doesn't have blacksmiths, so it's seeming more likely he's going for an all-in. But even if he was, you still really need to at least get the stilled arrow undermesh. All right, one's if you think Starflark's going to win this, two you think Dragan is. Because the game a lot of you predicted and bet on is very different in its current state. Initial Juganu looks like a missed rally there. Dragan, I think the Jiangnan was still set out to the middle of the map. Let's recalibrate that now. We do have Steel Arrow in the way. Starflark should know against the Zhu, you need to be good on your blacksmith transition. And he also just saw Zhu. There's no reason to not add in the blacksmiths. So there you go. Starflark now bringing it in. And we also have the Khan Hunter. Interesting idea here, actually, because it means that you can kite the Zhu indefinitely with the archers. Right? Because that brings you up to an extra 1 tower range over Zhu and a better movement speed. I think the only thing missing here right now for Starflark is it's probably worth pulling 1 villager to build an outpost, say, here. It blocks your opponent from gold because these are just way too far out. It gives you the mobility to pivot all around, right? So you can basically block south and north. Either that, or if you don't want to idle the villager, the better play is actually build the outpost here, pack the deer stone up. Oh, food's starting to pump in for Dragan. Starflark needs some damage. Keshik's going to be in the torch. Drag will use the outpost to his advantage here. There is no undermesh, so this dive is getting a little bit painful from the arrow fire. A little bit of payday there. Starflark able to get some burn bounty. The problem is if you're losing a knight to do this, it doesn't really feel worth it. And yeah, he's going to be losing at least 1 Keshik. So at this point, it's what, 200 for a 300 exchange? But of course, he got the extra 100 between the 2 buildings. So still looking good for the time being. My biggest worry right now is you're not addressing the thing that's going to allow Dragan to contest you, which really is the water. Stuff coming in, Starflark. He's looking for a bit of chip damage. Would have been great if he could have got the taxman there, considering Dragan wouldn't have had the gold to get a new one. Actually, here's an interesting thing, guys. Dragan hasn't really been touching gold at all. If you snipe his Imperial official, he can't build Juke at all. He gets blocked out, right? Because he won't be able to tax. Tax speed arrow is going to get activated here. The dive does come in. Dragan, a lot of spin wind to defend himself with. Keshik's just kind of at a mismatch here, but love that peel. He engages with the spinner first. The Keshiks can now re-engage here. Just not for long. The problem is the Zhu are getting through it too fast. So Starflark will have to back up. Steel Arrow now coming in. Something that was just key and missing for a long time there. He does not have the blacksmith's edge because Dragan never got the defensive arrow. However, the big problem I see in this game is like, what is Starflark's upside now? Right? You're running out of food pretty quickly. Actually, no. In fairness, he's got plenty there. So he's not going to run out of sheep. But what you are doing is running out of combatant food. What I mean by that is you can't keep up with Zhuji's gathering rates, right? Like right now, we don't really have much in the way of food gathering on land for Dragan. He's being sustained by water. Once he finds a little bit of access to food here, say a berry batch or a deer, game completely flips. Yeah, I'm starting to think Starflark's biggest sin here was not an efficient blacksmith timing. If he got it, say, a minute and a half earlier, he could have actually just went siege engineering, and that would have given him his kill point in the buildings, right? But like going in burning like this is just too expensive. Even that fight there, if he had, say, even just 1 ram while he's taking that fight, outpost goes down, probably an extra production building, all of a sudden you can start to justify the investment because you're burning buildings to get paid, right? And that's also slowing down Dragan's scaling. Another thing that's weird to me is Starflark just doesn't spend his stone. At this point, just double produce some villages, right? It looks like he's just trying to play for the castle age transition. Likely, we're going to be seeing what? Men at arms would make a lot of sense here for the double produce. I don't think you bother to rush crossbows at all. And there we go. He's going to be on the way up. Kurotai coming in. Okay, pretty good here with this archer mass. Like that he's adding in more. Your goal here should be to scale archers and probably men at arms as best comp, I think. It's a little bit dangerous if Dragan goes for knights afterwards. But for the time being, it definitely gives you the most bang for buck. I think Dragan, yeah, he didn't get close enough to see that, unfortunately. So a little bit oblivious, blind to it. He's actually continuing to invest, and we're basically getting the Donati build. Come on. So Donati, I call the Donati build because Donati has the record for this, folks. I believe it was 46 stables, 52 archery ranges, and like 34 Raxes. Against a Mongol player, actually, funnily enough. And he beat him. It's on our YouTube side. It's worth watching. It was the early days expansion, and it's absolutely hilarious. But yeah, not sure if it's really going to be the thing to bring him deliverance here, though. Not with the age disadvantage. He's going to have to catch up. Dragan has started to stockpile a little bit. And this is the thing. Like, as you now have to play into Castle Age, I feel like Jiangnan loses a lot of its value. Right? This is very much a feudal tempo-based landmark. Doesn't offer up anything to a castle transition. Even if you add in more production buildings, at that stage, you're just getting bad units, right? Horsemen, spearmen, Zhug. Not really what you want to start a castle. Starflark. Ambitious approach here. He doesn't have veterancy in yet. Yeah, I think he got lucky there. He scoured the horseman mass, so this should be him backing up. He needs to get more troopers. He has moved out into the deer. I think that's part of the element that's slowing him down here. He just doesn't actually have enough food to spam out. Or rather, seems reluctant. We do have Korotai parking up. Starflark shouldn't be allowed to use that, though. Not close to the base anyway. Mount Lu Academy coming in for Dragan, realizing that he won't be able to get out and get relics anytime soon here. First, he has to survive the Mongol onslaught. We have got the triple outpost defense. Defense arrow is going to get activated by Starflark. But this is not enough Keshik to protect the archer mass. Let's get to back away. I'm reluctant to say Starflark ever gets through with this. The Keshiks are going to be in torching. Korotai heal might be good enough. And actually, in a weird way, playing this close to the towers, it means the horsemen can't just overwhelm you. The problem is you are essentially diving triple outpost defense here. Onamesh 2 is definitely going a long way. Dragan starting to lose a lot of troops. There's no way, right? Like, this is ridiculous. Does lose the Khan Hunter. Still got some time until we see another attack speed or defense arrow. But the horseman count is now down to 12. The archers need to be careful not to run too far away here, otherwise they're going to end up losing the buff. Veterancy for the horseman is in, sure, but the Korotai kind of negates that. That's why he's able to still mop him up here. The horsemen are all dead. He's still got a secondary group, but they don't seem to be getting involved in the engagement. In fact, I think they're in the tower. No, that's all villagers. So Dragan, where the hell are the rest of the horsemen? Because apparently he's got 7. And I have no clue where they are. What? Okay, one down here. Where are the rest? I'm so confused right now. There should be more horsemen. That would have been enough to actually break through this. The dive now comes in. The Keshiks are going to start hitting the economy. We might have a game 1 for Starflark off the back of this. Crossbow transitions coming out for Dragan, but I think he expected to wipe the horsemen away. He wasn't able to. Villagers now having to migrate the area. That is basically half your economy not working. And that was the problem! It was the 5 in the outpost! Remember earlier when he went for the garrison play to get that extra defense on the north side? He never pulled them out. Oh, unbelievable. I thought maybe they were at least looking for a raid, but this is rough right now. Dragan does have at least food gathering and water, but he's struggling to find any on land. The weird part is Starflark has let him move north side. Stays a bit too fixated on the south. He's be diving in. Keshik's just going for the burn through. Spear replacements are on the way. Double tower. Horsemen are going to have to commit earlier than they'd like here, just to try and buy time. And the archers will exchange with that backline of crossbows. You need to burn the towers now, though. Once Sprinklers come in, you're in trouble here. The good news is, because fortifications weren't queued up first, I don't think it matters. Villagers are going to try to run away. But now that you see the Sprinklers, you just need to target the towers now. And that's enough. GG comes out. Game 1 will be a win for Starflark. That was a sick fight. Outpost versus Korotai. Looked like the Keshik line wasn't quite thick enough, but Veteran Horsemen really not able to rub up against elite cavalry in game 1. There goes the entirety of your channel points. What? You haven't got a lot of points, have you? Sorry, I shouldn't wealth shame you. All right, Starflark winning game number 1. So, let's mark that one up. I mean, I'm impressed, man. So, game 2, where are they taking us? Based on the options here. Oh, wait, did it not update? No, it didn't update. There we go. I mean, Dragan still has really good civs, right? HRE, Byzantines, and French? Starflark has Chinese, though. So, probably Rus/Malians for... Yeah, Rus/Malians for Dry Arabia, and China for bridges. So what's the answer? Probably Byzantines to answer Chinese on bridges. Dry Arabia is likely going to be HRE versus... I guess you go Rus. I think Rus does better than Malians there. Let's find out. Okay, it's going to be bridges, HRE versus Malians. So, we guessed the right matchup, just the wrong map. That's a little bit surprising, actually. I wouldn't have expected that. Alright, guys, what we'll do, I'm going to run 3 minutes ads now, so you guys don't have to worry about them in game, okay? There we go. And we'll get predictions started as well for you guys. One sec. There we go. Start subbing? Yeah, go for it. Helps the channel a lot. I think we, the really big one that would be nice to hit before the end of the month, actually, is our plus goal. If you guys look down, so the way that works is like if people actually like are proper subscribing, it means that we get more of the rev share. So I think we're 11 away from that right now. So instead of getting 50-50 split, if we hit that, we get a 60-40 split. So it actually increases the income quite a lot. Oh. Starship Trooper. I'm doing my part. Yeah, I never got around to playing that Starship Trooper game, by the way. It looked pretty good. I'm trying to keep an eye on some upcoming games, see what there is just on the horizon. Anyone seen any interesting games, actually? I don't know. The start of the year can usually be weird. They did just announce Doom: The Dark Ages. That one has me intrigued. Like, have you guys seen the new Doom? There you go. What's that? Oh, okay. I'm not gonna show. Like, it's like they do a developer direct. It's a really long video. They just released it 21 hours ago, talking a little bit about it. I still need to play through Doom 2. Yeah, Doom: The Dark Ages is coming out soon. It does look pretty sick.
Now let's take a...
Oopsie. Oh, I want to show you some footage of it, but the problem is they literally skip out of footage to a developer's forehead every like 10 seconds, which makes it difficult. Played the crap out of Doom as a kid? Hell yeah. I think, I don't know. I don't know if I played that much Doom on PS4. I had it, but I wasn't as crazy about it. I like Duke Nukem a little bit more. Even then, like, I wasn't wacky on like those games in the earliest days. There were other things on PS1 that I played a lot of. Anyone play the Die Hard trilogy on PS1? Now that was pogly. I think my favorite was probably Die Hard 1. So it's very interesting if you guys haven't seen the Die Hard trilogy, because that game pack, it was 3 very different games. So like Die Hard 1 was a top-down shooter where you went floor to floor to floor. Die Hard 2 was like one of the arcade pistol aiming shooting things where you're going through the airports. And then Die Hard 3 was basically like a racing game where you had to drive the car to the end in time before it exploded. So yeah, it's a very peculiar combo actually. And then I still remember, I think it was the earliest example of a game having a celebrity in it. It was Bruce Willis in the Apocalypse game on PS1. Oh, wait, yeah. Okay, it's been timed out, boy. See, he says he doesn't want to subscribe. If he subscribed, he'd have more. He'd actually have more channel points to time out other people. So there you go. Let that be a lesson to him. Oh, let me flip that around. That is definitely not a lead for Mr. Dragan. Game number 2, and things got a little bit wild. HRE versus Malians was expected, but not here. We're on bridges. That's right. There is no troll living under here. The troll actually lives on land over here. It's Dragan on the HRE up against Starflark's Malians, but already behind. The mass horseman strategy may have been ill-advised, but you can definitely tell this guy has been prepping and scrimming with MSN a lot. So, HRE versus Malians is actually a good matchup, though. I think Dry Arabia was the best map for it to occur on, but it just makes a lot of sense here as well. It's interesting. I guess like this could have worked either way, right? Like HRE almost required, considering you're up against match point. And when I look at the options that your opponent had, it was Rus and Chinese. Chinese may have been a little bit risky for HRE, but Rus definitely one that HRE can navigate. Not simply an outmatch at all, definitely a skill-based one. But this, I mean, this almost feels like it guarantees us a game 3. I haven't been seeing Malians looking very good against HRE recently. Look at this one as well. I mean, in some ways he hit the jackpot, in others he didn't. Luckily for him, this isn't a Dark Age outpost rush, which has me a little bit surprised, actually, as that is just the checkmark play for HRE, right? It's just the stamp of approvals. Right now, the meta for HRE is you open Dark Age racks, and then you just deny this Malian play, right? And your spin arrive early enough, you definitely will be able to. You can even then send an outpost rushing villager out afterwards. But no, for some reason he decides he wants to play in H2. Starflark, as a result, should not be required to go for the Saharan. I think Saharan could still be justified here just because his spawn is a double gold. So, like, you get that layer of protection, right? But most likely we're looking at Mansa. And I imagine we're going to be seeing Pro Scouts. Maybe not? I mean, Drag, he's got 5 on wood, but nobody on gold. This isn't a Pro Scouts timing. It could end up being for Starflark, though. It's a little bit different the way that you do Pro Scouts as Malians, right? Because you don't necessarily go and immediately queue up Pro Scouts. It's usually better to get the stables prioritized and get the first troopers out. Wait. What? Are we talking about the best game from 1993? I'm not sure. Like, what would have been out in 1993? Things like Mario 64 and Smash Bros. A little bit later. Okay, so we do have the racks. We just have it absurdly late here. What? And because it's Dragan, it had to be a proxy rack. So I guess he was paranoid about the Saharan Trade Network play. I mean, in some ways, this is low-key quite smart, because the reality is, if you try to outpost rush this, but your opponent sets up the Saharan Trade Network here, you can't dive him, and you can't make the play anymore, right? And sure, you've forced your opponent to get Trade Network, but by doing it this way, you can actually block him from getting gold entirely, bar 75 gold a minute. Pretty wacky idea here, and now it means your villager's already halfway towards the outpost rush. Super Mario Bros. Is 85. I mean, 85 is way too old. Mario 64 was later, though. Nintendo 64 came out in, like, what? I want to say it was 96. Yeah, dude, I'm on point. 96 in Japan. I think it was released maybe, like, a year later or two in America. Yeah, 97 was Europe. And I'm pretty sure that year, I'm pretty sure like Mario 64 was a release title. So archery range as well. I mean, it's interesting, right? Because like Starflark should be able to get into jabs, but the problem is he's going to see this opening spear and probably open with his own archers. After, of course, he gets his stables. I don't know. This is weird. Like right now, I can already see in chat be like, "What is Drag doing?" He's like, he's not playing the normal meta, but what he is likely doing is getting a game free. Like this can still work. As weird as it seems, it is also wonderful. Sonic's from '92. Damn, we're getting older. What was everyone's first console, by the way? I mean, my parents say that mine was like the Super Nintendo, but that was theirs. For me, the way I envisioned it, my first console was the Mega Drive, the Sega Mega Drive. Or I think it's called the Genesis for Americans. Wait, what? Just use your spear. Use your spear. Are you kidding me? So he's getting the outpost up. He didn't get the kill, though. Warrior Scouts is going to start returning the goodies. Dragan's already trying to body block up. There is 2 scouts to work with here. So he will at least get the outpost, right? And if you look at the map, you can see how catastrophic this is for Starflark. The next safest gold is over here, right? Because north side is now blocked. Yo, does anyone remember Echo from Sega Mega Drive? That game was confusing as a little kid. That's when I discovered that I just wasn't born to be a dolphin. Now, it's appropriate we're talking about the ocean because it feels like Starflark is about to be drowned by HRE goodness. In this case, badness, right? Archer plus spear production is looking pretty good. Starflark's reaction into javelins just feels a little bit underwhelming, right? Like, you don't have the gold to actually mass them. And we do already have the Arislets coming. We're going to have the wall off for the north side. No signs of Pro Scout still for Dragan. I like this. I'm on board with it. Did anyone ever see, was it Budsy 3D? That game looked like ass. Budsy 3D might be the worst looking game I can recall from my childhood. So Burndown coming in on the houses now. I mean, Starflark, the thing is now, if Dragan just keeps lobbing spears, you can actually counter the jab play. Because you know your opponent can't get gold, right? So he can actually build basically almost 2 javelins a minute. You almost, you reached Conk for the first time a moment ago. What now? Now you uninstall the game. You've completed it. And you can just move on to something new. You know? Pick up Doa. Try to get top rank on that. That'll probably be a few thousand hours of your life. What now? Just play the game and enjoy the game, silly. It's the thing that I always tell people. If you're not looking to compete, just enjoy the game. Wait, I didn't realize the Echo story ends up him being a bioengineering product from aliens. What? I didn't get that deep. I mean, that just kind of reminds me of what's the I forgot what it's called. It's the underwater game. It's on Steam. Where you basically have to survive underwater. It's got like a giant kraken and there's some weak Cthulhu aliens that control everything secretly. Subnautica, that's the one. Yeah, it kind of feels like Subnautica might have yoinked the story from Echo. So what's now going up? Dragan, oh no, a little bit late there though. The Warrior Scouts are going to be the blocker for him. Has to shuffle away. No wheelbarrow either. We do have Steel Dagger on the way. So still an all-in collision course coming from Dragan. I don't know if he's actually really hitting the timing he needs here though. Initially it looked really good, but we didn't see additional production, right? It's still only been 1 Rax. And we are now seeing archers getting added in by Starflark. Alright, 1s if you think Dragan's going to win this. 2s if you think Starflark's taking it. By the way, like, if Subnautica is based on Echo, that's like a sell point straight away. Buy the game because of this. I mean, Starflark still doesn't actually have the gold, right? He doesn't... I don't think he has enough scouts to take out the tower. So it makes it a bit tricky. Passively, though, he is approaching the threshold here. Because he still has the Mancer. So it's not quick, but it's at least 75 gold. And oh my god, dude, he's got so much more than that. What? No way. No freaking way. Dragan doesn't know. Starflark didn't only sneak south side, which we said should be risky and next to impossible. He snuck both of them. And Dragan should have known better. I can't believe this. So now you got Starflark getting all the deer. He's even taking them from Dragan's side of the map. So no shove in there. That would have been great for him if he'd done it. Drag does at least have the north side deer. But now you kind of have a worthless army. I don't know. I think Dragan was firmly in the driving seat on this one. And instead of just concluding the game, it got weird. I'd still argue that like maybe the Rax play earlier feels better. But like surely the follow-up to this play should have been more proxy production buildings, right? Just ramp the kill or go for castle. But instead we go on kind of slowly escalating military and not going castle at all. Now we are going to be getting that Farimba. Oh no. Well, it's good to be born free is all I'm going to say. Dragan seems like his game plan begins and ends at proxy buildings. I've talked about this before, right? Like, Dragan has some really cool tactics. But strategy is more important, right? Like, if you have the overarching plan, you can then figure out how to get there. You know, and you could argue, like, Dragan does have an overarching plan. The plan is win the game. But that's very simplistic. You know, you haven't explained to me, like, big steps how you're going to get there. And I think he has these really cool small steps along the way. Love to watch them. Some really entertaining ones. But, you know, you kind of reach the point in the game quite often we've seen with Dragan's where it's like, okay, so what now? And Starflark, someone we praised him about, he's got really good at his early mid game, right? We saw him actually up against Dumu. It looked like he was going to be able to take games off of him last week. The area where he really suffered was when Dumu was able to drag into the late. And here we go. Wait, what? Okay, I know he's against HRE, but Mansa Musafari's a bit weird. Freeborn would have been an immediate GG, right? Because Dragan can't have an answer to Freeborn in Feudal Age. He's 175 HP unit with 5 ranged armor that doesn't take bonus damage from any of these things. But by going for Mansa Musafari, you're really good against the melee units, sure, but the archers are still good for Dragan. So yeah, a little bit surprised. I mean, if you hide the play long enough, it can be worth it, right? So the whole idea now is Dragan's probably have to mirror tech. So Starflark's trying to think extra steps ahead. Is in his eyes, Dragan is going to have to go castle. And when he goes castle, his saving grace is going to be blobbing men at arms. So if you go for the Mansa Musafari now and don't show them, you can pretty much have your opponent pre-counted when he goes to the fight. He's stable. This has got to stop. B may have converted us in the ways of the Sprinkle meta, but I don't think Dragan's going to convert us to the ways of the Horseman. Oh, God. I mean, this also means, by the way, that like the Mansa Musafari is even better. Because you might go, oh, wow, well, Mansa Musafari stink against Knights, right? Have you met these guys? They kind of have some pretty stats. 4 melee armor, still being 125 health, and then they hit in return for 24 damage, right? So they basically hit a knight as hard as a knight hits, really, is what we're saying, right? Because a knight's sword damage is 24, I believe it was, right? So you have the same damage, you have the same melee armor, and you have more than half the HP. While costing a third of the price. Yeah, I think Mansa Musafari are going to do fine here, folks. And it looks like Dragan did actually move out for those Southside golds. The problem is it took so long that Starflark has the safer gold at home now. Yeah. This is the point where Dragan's probably just kind of face palming a little bit, discovering these southern pit mines. Burnfer on the wall is going to be coming in. Starflark is already up to 10 Mansa Musafadi, and Dragan is indeed queuing up knights. I mean, Ragnar's play should be able to at least secure one relic on the north side here. South side ones might be a bit more questionable. Starflark's already hoovering them up. Villagers are the prime target here. Might be a bit difficult to reach, but actually, with the Seek Shelter, they will come back in range. He gets one of them. He's going to be diving past here. Horseman reaction is coming in, and that's not ideal. Starflark, a bit too tunnel vision on the villagers. Runs straight into the Horseman. Mansa Musafadi will at least reach the target. We'll find a few eco kills here and a few additionals. Kind of a weird fight for Starflark to be taking. I don't think that was entirely necessary. He's very fixated on getting those worker kills. It's going to be a 6 eco lead. But now, military disadvantage. And you've revealed your hand, right? It's Mansa Musafadi. So now, oh my god, can you guys just die? And now the play should just be to add in more archers and upgrade what Dragan has. Starflark, what is he doing in the second wave? It looks like he's actually going north. Okay, so he will at least be able to access the rest of the deer. He has forced Dragan all the way home. I think Dragan should have been killed in the next 2 minutes, but with this move from Starflark, Norwegian actually gets to see more of the game. Faye, please. Oh yes, the big brain move. Throw the game so you get more practice, please stop. I mean, in fairness, it's not like your opponent has lots of strong civs remaining, right? He's only got Byzantines and French. And Starflark has what? Chinese? What if they both are like, oh yeah, I want to take the third game because I've got a better civ? That's what's really happening. Alright, ones if you think Dragan's going to win this, twos if you think Starflark's taking it. This game is pivoting quite a bit. I mean, Dragan has insulated himself, so he's got some walls at home, whereas like Starflark doesn't. He's at least got this wall over here, though, right? So he's blocked the northern raids, which is kind of painful for Dragan, considering he built, you know, 5 stables up here and God knows what else. And it is going to be a 2-3 relic split, by the way. It looks like somehow... Are you kidding me? I can't believe that. Dragan's actually going to be able to draw the relic back from the north side. This one felt like it should have been untouchable, but Starflark got baited by the archery range. Okay, so, like, realistically, Dragan's position is not as unplayable as you'd think. It's remember, it's got a certain lifeline to it before you have to fall back for ranches, and we're kind of already reaching that. The other issue for Dragan, though, is he needs to set up farms. That is at least coming in, though. I think at this stage, Dragan's best play is just peel the knights and start raiding into the economy. Keep your opponent home. But I guess from his POV, Starflark's probably already at home. Right? There's no way that this is his entire army. I can't believe these knights are just getting to walk off either. Probably going to pinch 2 there with the Mansa. Lance as a reaction is intriguing. I haven't really seen someone legitimately try to make Lance work against Mansa Musafadi. The reason is that your damage isn't pure. The melee armor affects all units you cleave, right? It's like 5 melee armor is actually quite a lot, considering Lance only hit for 17. Lash coming in. So this is already like a good exchange if he kills all 3 knights, right? So they end up being like, what, 4 Mansa Musafadi for 2 knights? So that's a good trade for Starflark. He is going to get cleared up here, though, unless we have got some stealth. Yeah, so it looks like most of them will be... Okay, they actually go for the attack. In fairness, though, like the interesting thing is that activates local knowledge. Which, remember, that gives you healing for the first few seconds. So you kind of have to look at these units and think, oh, they didn't have 125 health, they have 150, right? If you run melee into them. The only way they're not going to feel like they're that tanky is if you have archers. Flash on the north side. I think Dragan actually benefited a bit more from that. Delayed the game in an important way, right? Because he has got devoutness on the way. We should be seeing more farms getting added in the next minute or 2. Meanwhile, Starflark, I think he's reaching kind of critical mass here, right? He's almost got all the ranches filled out. He stopped massing Mansa at 16. This isn't really the Zerg timing you kind of get used to seeing historically out the Starflark and the Malians. Instead, actually, he's going into Javelins and Archers. This is like one of the weirdest builds I think I've seen from a Malian player in a while. It's not often you see a Malian player go back for Javelins like this. In fairness, though, Dragan adding in crossbows is going to... Oh, my God. It's the Beefluence. We have Springald spam. I mean, it makes sense against Mansa Musafadi, right? A unit that has a lot of melee armor, but not really much ranged. Wall is going to get intercepted there, and that's going to lead to more worker losses here. As it looks like Starflark, she better snipe upwards of 5 more workers. I can't help but think the sun is setting on the Norwegian Empire here. Yeah, Dragan needs to do some counter damage. I think he spent way too long reacting and walling. And it means that Starflark has been kind of getting away with blind murder here, right? He only walled once, and it was for that bridge. The rest of it is just open as can be. And yet not once have we realistically seen Dragan try to get in there since the early moments of the game when we got the outpost rush. Starflark now bringing in the rest of the army. We have got a backstab opportunity here, folks. Dragan is looming. Starflark completely aware of it, though. Is just going to be able to shuffle away. Is Starflark StarCraft player? I'm not sure. I think I heard someone say he did play StarCraft, but I can't 100% confirm that. I'm sure someone in chat can. All right, here come the big boys. The Springalds have just revealed themselves. One important detail for Dragan is, does he have a scout? He does. That scout is crucial, remember. Otherwise, your opponent can just gangbush you with the stealth on the Musafadi. Springalds going in for the shots, but unfortunately, hitting the javelins instead. Musafadi are starting to reel themselves now, and the second wave of Springalds does arrive. This is actually working. Starflark peeling off now with the Warrior Scouts. But if he does that, he's going to lose his own backline. He has to defend them. Dragan, what a plan here. Landsneck and Springalds to clear the way. Hot knife through butter for real. Warrior Scouts are now trying to go to that back end, but I'm not sure if they're going to be quick enough here. The Springal count may just be a little bit too healthy at this stage. He hides in his archer mass. Continues to chase on through. I think Starflark is kind of just lacking a front line at this stage. I mean, the good news is that means that your Springalds on the other side aren't going to kill too fast, but I think they've already killed enough here. Ridiculous fight. Not much left in either of them at this stage. I think, yeah, 15 actually, they do have the poison arrows, right? But yeah, Starflark must realize you can't just keep taking this engagement anymore. He backs away. The villagers get found as well. That's 5 extra workers down. So all of a sudden, that big extensive lead that Starflark had made is starting to shrink a bit. Farm count is also starting to bloat more. Dragan was a bit weird about this. He prioritized the wood because of the builds, Springal and Archers, which means he didn't clear this out to add in more farms. It's quite an interesting detail. He's going to delete it now, and that way we just get the scatter farms in. Springal's about us heavy units? No, it's about melee. They're better against melee infantry. It's a very specific tag, but against Mansa Musafadi, it's a really good choice. Second TC now from Starflark. Might be a subpar choice here. That's left him a little bit weak on the defense. I mean, he does have the ranches, so that gives him an extra layer of padding here. With the new farms coming through, especially if Dragan also gets Ecotech 2, his ability to blob should be stronger than Malian. And no, Springalds don't do bonus damage against archers, but they're still not terrible per se against them. Because the way you have to think about it is like a melee unit is probably going to have about 50% more health than a ranged unit in most cases, right? It's like veteran archers, 80 health, Mansa Musafadi 125, right? So although, you know, you're doing 2/3 your damage roughly, it's still worth it. Not worth it losing them like that though. All Springles bar one gets cleared up. What was that engagement? Dragan now trying to ripple to the back though. The Horseman wave might be able to save him from getting cooked here. The problem is the Mansa Musafadi, he can't be forced to target onto them. Too much melee armor. He does find that squishy underbelly though. Good focus for our Starflark. Just trying to take down the backline of archers here to guarantee that Mansa Musafadi can carry him through. And after that engagement, Dragan is now wholly behind in basically every department. Yeah, only thing that's going better for him is wood gathering at this stage. Spiral count is going to re-blob up, but now we have this awkward circumstance, right? Like Starflark, he started adding to the farms up to 10 so far. So not only has he got the infinite food of the cattle, but he's starting to get the extra farms alongside it. You wouldn't really believe that Dragan has an Archon with, what, I want to say about 15 farms under it. Only 1,000 food. I think Dragan's idea was cool here with the Springles. His positioning was not. That was way too much free siege lost, nothing gained. And now I am struggling to find D-Way. Starflark is going to look to take him out of the tournament altogether. We do have a keep drop coming in. I mean, Dragan, like, the only upside is, was this really blocking? You're not looking at anything over here per se, but it will be a staging point into a push for Starflark now in the game. Yeah, this is cooked. There's no way. Like, the javelins are even just taking out the Springles now. 6 ranged armor makes that pretty easy. Dragan, he's like, oh, be done. I'm inspired. It's not that simple. Springles are a high skill level execution element. If you look away, if you slip for a second, it will kill you. It's going to be Starflark with a little bit of an unexpected 2-0 here. A lot of people expecting Dragan to get at least one game. Let me know what you guys thought the score was going to be. Let me know how far you think that Starflark can go this week. Maybe get a game or two off B? Let me know what you think, and I'll catch you on the next chapter. Oi, oi. Okay, so let's see what we've got next. So we can have a look at Anatan series. So that's Anatan up against Red Darksider. Let me grab that. And Mountain Clearing got picked. Okay, I'm intrigued. Mountain Clearing and was it Dry Arabia, I think? Yeah. Yeah, I like how Red Darksider is like, let's keep this sane, let's not do anything weird. And then there's just Anatan like, Mountain Clearing. Huh? Alright, so let's get ready to hop into those. Wasn't there only like a single mountain clearing last week? Yeah, I think it was like pick twice, played once, because the grand finals finished before we could get to it. So, game 1 is going to be Mongols versus Chinese. Okay, so look, actually a fairly decent matchup for a Darksider, right? Can you settle a debate with some friends of mine? In a team game, if a teammate is getting pushed and killed, is it better to defend your teammate or go push the enemy base with your army? So it depends on like where you're at on the map, right? Because where you're at on the map actually dictates a lot. For example, if you are nowhere near your teammate, but you're really close to the enemy base, you should attack. If, however, like you aren't even attacking, then it's probably like at that stage it feels like a crappy excuse. But it comes down to like how important is that person still surviving? Like, you know, if you assess by the time you arrive, your opponent's going to be down to 20 villages. There's no point like going in, right? If he's lost half his economy, you get more value out of attacking. So that's what you have to weigh in. So yeah, a little bit of a roundabout answer, not giving you an absolute yes or no, more circumstances. It's kind of like the logic of like if you're in a 1v1 and your opponent dives you with knights, and instead of diving him with knights when you're right outside his base, you run home. Like you've made a really crap play, right? Because like instead of you getting something back, all you've done now is you've got a phone call that your house is on fire and your dog might die. But let's say like you got that phone call, but you're in the middle of breaching the enemy base. Okay, now this metaphor's falling apart. You're in the middle, like you've literally spent 20 hours grinding to get your other dog back from your neighbor's castle. And you are 2 hours out from sieging into that castle and saving your other dog. But now, instead of saving your other dog, you've ran to your house, which is 4 hours away, to save your dog that's probably barbecued anyway. In fairness, the most realistic one would have been that you like are killing a dog of someone you hate, but I didn't want to make this about killing dogs. So we have game one, and its hand on the Mongols is kind of interesting here. Chinese has been looking pretty good in this matchup. I'm wondering if maybe we get some weird hybridization where Anna just rushes water and then maybe plays Magadai. Typically in this matchup, the way it's meant to go is you can't Rax rush as Mongols because China beats you. So you age up or you sneak water, right? Because a Chinese player is not going to sneak water against you because if you are outpost or Rax rushing them, they're just going to feed over resources. Are there sandbars? What's in the lake? What's in the lake? Oh, that's just stealth forest. Or stealth water, rather. I keep saying stealth forest. Yeah, there you go, guys. Like, if your dog's going to die, you might as well take the guy you hate with you as well. Maybe the fairer one there is, like, instead of you killing the dog, we're saying you steal the dog. But, like, realistically, we're telling you, like, if we take the metaphorical comparison out of the way, we're telling you to go kill their villagers, right? Because they killed yours. Stealth Water, it's been a while? Yeah. Well, I mean, we don't see many water maps, right? I think this one's fine, though. The key thing, I think, to making water interesting in AoE 4 is it needs to be a side product, not the main product. It needs to be an option, but not the mandatory, right? And actually, credit to Caillou, from what we've been seeing so far, it's felt like an option, not a mandatory here, I'd say. Right? We've got some people just completely neglecting it and succeeding because of it. Antan not taking the wood? He's just doing it on a delay, right? Like, he rushed for the feudal age. Because like we said, like there's no play he wants here. You could argue maybe pasture, but I think for him it's all about transitional timings. And he knows that he needs to rush his age up because China's just so much quicker. And now he can move out for water. I think this is where Red Darkside has slipped up. He was so paranoid that there was something else coming from the Mongols. Actually, in fairness to him, I don't think he could have necessarily went out for water. It would have been a gamble because if the Khan saw him, he'd be dead. But you see the Khan, right? So knowing where this Khan is, that should have enabled Red Darkside to go for water. Yeah, I think he got a little bit too scared here. Like right now, Anatan is just winning this game with the Khan. Yeah, this is looking a little bit rough. He's still got 17 sheep to work with. And a pretty good position here. He even started with the shoreline fish off the TC, right? Another cool thing about Mongol is they're really good at playing shoreline fish because you can just shuffle around with the gur. Right? So you just move it here, then move it here, and get the goodies. So Doc is online. Red Darksider seems to have absolutely no interest in water at all. Which makes me wonder, what are his interests? Painting, climbing, long walks by the beach. I mean, I hope he's got some type of interest because Anatan's is burn, destroy. We've got Magadai. You know, after what we saw on the other weekend in EGC, I'm starting to get this eerie feeling that Magadai might end up getting nerfed. Anyone else sensing that? Like, it's starting to feel not silly to say out loud. Magadai have suffered enough? I mean, dude, they have a 100% win rate right now in EGC's tournament. Any game where Magadai has been built, they have won. Just digest that in your brain for a second and try not to vomit. So, first Magadai are going to be arriving. And remember, the goal here isn't to build like loads of Magadai, it's just a few. Darksider, credit to him, has already prepped archers. So smart lad, isn't falling behind there. But like my worry is there's fishing, right? Like this is still a disadvantage for Red Darksider. He hasn't addressed this. Magadai. Well, I accidentally clicked on a deer, but we'll better take out the spear. There's a perfect location here. Yeah, he has got the falcon soaring overhead, right? So you can't hide from him. Villagers are going to have to migrate the tree line. Khan is also drawing all the arrow fire towards him. I think Red Darksider went after the wrong thing here. And it's going to be more Magadai. And it kind of makes sense when you consider he's got fishing. Keshik follow-up's going to be there as well. And Khan did indeed kill a villager. So Red Darksider, what's the plan? I can kind of see Barbican making sense. On this type of map, if you could just maybe Barbican here and shove the deer into the choke point, that protects your wood and your food, right? And then you get access to Zhug, which should be your end game goal here. Against this type of pressure, like Zhug should be the best performer. It is tricky. Like the other way you can kind of go is walling, right? Classic against Magadai. It's just so difficult to wall with, you know, the blindness, right? Because he doesn't have a scout now. So any attempt to go out and wall here, to wall over here, runs a risk that you'll be found by the Magadai. So Gully, I like this mixed bag of like, Dragan has a 100% win rate of English proxy base versus Vortex. Doesn't mean it's good. Followed up after previously saying, because Red Darksider played with me, he's going to win these really easily. Really mixed bag coming out of you, kiddo. But remember, guys, when Red Darksider loses this, it's not Gully Deckel's fault. But as he was just highlighting, if Red Darksider wins this, it's Gully Deckel's fault. I think that's where we're at. That's been our activated. Does get another worker kill. I mean, he doesn't even necessarily need these worker kills, right? Because of the inflating eco over here. At some point, Red Darksider needs to come out. It's just so damn difficult. And this is exactly how you can't afford to fight. I mean, the Spearman can't be chasing like this. Like, in some ways, the Spearman feel irrelevant. But he has to know the next layer is coming, right? And we can see what it's going to be. Red Darksider has to be suspecting it. It's going to be Keshik's following this up. Red Darksider really needs to barbecue? Yeah, because he's at risk of being the one who gets roasted right now. Dude looks a little bit stuck. Yeah, we go manning in stables, which is interesting, but, you know, horsemen aren't the clean counter to Magadai that you think they are. Because it takes quite a while to, like, stick on your target. Scout close and then stick, right? You'll be able to get in for that initial stab, but then you'll be a mile away again. And because you know your opponent's adding in Keshiks, you going into horsemen is just kind of you devaluing your hand anyway. Yeah, definitely an unorthodox outcome we're looking at right now. I mean, I know Magadai have been looking good, especially in these maps where there's risky resources, and obviously with the smaller woodlines, Wilderness kind of has that. I'm still surprised how much this has already snowballed. Red Darksider, I mean, the weird part is you'd think he'd just go north side, but he never walled this in, right? He's going to be trying for it now. In the meantime, more worker kills. And the Eco League continues to extend here. Anatan, 7 fishing boats, 34 villages. Meanwhile, only 30 now for Red Darksider. The Deerstone is on the way. This could give him the mobilization he needs. The Kesha count is starting to blow up a little bit. Would Magadai can't be too OP if you could turn off auto shoot? In some ways, yes. In some ways, no. I think you can offset the issue of the Khan exposing your play if you just stop rotating with one formation, right? Run the Khan in a second group behind the Magadai, and you don't have the issue anymore. So Barbican is going to be coming in. Red Darksider desperately needs it. The reality check, though, is at this stage, Anatan could just go Castle Age. Archers aren't going to be able to keep chasing. He has at least discovered the Deer Stone, which is now unpacking. I wonder if we're going to see the Keshiks arrive here, considering that the Spearmen haven't moved out with Red Darksider. This is starting to feel like an overextension. Checks himself at the door, though, and does back up. If you went any further, you can already see what Anatan was getting ready for. The Keshiks were all rotating towards that location. Yeah, that raid on the back, that's why. The Spearmen were acting there, so... Red Darksider, he is looking to stockpile now towards Castle. It looks as if Anatan is kind of semi-doing the same, right? Like, scaling Keshiks is kind of fine here because you get a lot of value out of them once they reach Castle. Likely, we're going to be looking at Kurotai. I'm not crazy about Kurotai and Mass Keshik. The reason being is, like, the Kurotai usually doesn't arrive to the fight. It's late to the fight. But, at the same time, the healing would be nice after diving. Keshik's now diving in anyway. He don't care about the Barbican. Most villagers able to get away. I say that. I mean, he still lost... Like, was that an extra 6? Yeah, no, this looks cooked. This is getting ridiculous. That's going to slow down his tech time. He's now reinvesting into Zhug. Nano surely has to be thinking Castle is the play now. If Magadai can shoot while moving, it should be a good option to shut down Pro Scouts. It is. Well identified deep fire. That's why I think it started to be re-explored. Is the reason Magadai looked really good in the EGC tournament is like it's a good blocker to Pro Scouts in general. In fact, when we interviewed the Canadians, they said as much, right? It's like, you know, they think Magadai was appearing so much today because everyone wants to go Pro Scouts, and if you have a mobile cavalry unit, they can actually just annihilate. And we do indeed have Anatan now setting up for trade as well. 3 traders in the field so far, 91 gold each way. And that's why he's going Kurotai, right? Like, doesn't need the step read out, be overkill. We mentioned the issues of the Kurotai, but you know, you'll eventually fearlessly switch arm if the game goes deep enough. So this will still have a knock-on effect value later down the line. The classic that we used to see out of B a lot, actually. The Deer Stone parked right up in the base of the enemy. I mean, because Red Darksider doesn't really want to waste his time trying to burn this down right now, right? So in this game, I think like the big problem for Red Darksider was a bit too much complacency on the opening. He gave way too much respect to the Mongol rush opportunity, which wasn't even taken. And then it feels like the Khan got way too much value on the back end. Now these boys are about to get too much value on the dive. Kurotai unpacking. A damage buff that might make it worth committing even into spears here. Instead, he gets a bypass. Red Darksider just moved out of the way. We talked about how this game is being lost because of a lack of commitment, a scare to do anything. This just gave a pristine example of exactly that. Bet Keshiks are now going to move in. The Kurotai unpacking, and the buff is there. This is going to be a wipe. He won't be able to get through this quick enough. Practically all Spearmen dead. And there's still 10 plus Keshiks remaining. So a 1-0 lead for Anatan. The expected outcome upon his arrival back in the midweek muster. The question now is whether Red Darksider can be a dent into Anachad. Damn. Pretty cool start to the series, actually. Magadai massing, not really something you see too frequently at the moment. But like, it wasn't insanely massing, right? It was just enough to kind of block his opponent out and then switch over. So, let's get ready for game number 2. Where are we going? We're actually going to see mountain clearing, guys. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. What's that? Just respond to something. We're going to hop in game in one moment. No, it's actually happening. I haven't seen this map in what feels like an eon. Mountain clearing is back. English versus Rus. I mean, two different trains of thought here, right? English, a classic dominator on good old mountain clearing. A meme map. Meanwhile, Anatan has gone for the Rus because he loves these tree lines too much. Double hunt cannon beginning. Yeah, a little bit of a surprising pick here because Anno, like, did he have anything else? He had Rus, Malians, and French for the alternative picks. I guess this was the best option on the table for him. English, on the other hand, has been a classic strong play on mountain clearing. It's been a long time since we've seen it, though. And a rough start as well, because Red Darksider, he screwed up there. He lost the scout with the ball play. Okay, so that means Anatan's going to get plenty of sheep here, which is really important because Pro Scouts isn't ideal. Remember, this is a map that does not have much deer. People have been complaining about Pro Scouts. They want a map which might make you not do it. Welcome to that map. There's 20 deer in total on this map. 7 aside are in TC range. So the rotation power now of this one scout to pick up all the remaining sheep is a big deal. Like, there's so much actually for him to grab. The difference is going to end up being, what, about 15 to 9? And it's only 9 because, remember, Red Darksider went out to the ball. That's kind of crazy. We're about to remember why we never see this? Not necessarily. I think mountain clearing historically has had some really incredible games. I remember, like, I was talking with Marino a little bit about this, and he's like, you know, he thinks it would be even interesting to see this type of map again because when it first came out, there was the cheesy element of like, oh, it's been solved. But the meta's developed. It's the same reason why we revisit King of the Hill, right? We don't know until we punt these out there and give it another try. Golden Gate is going to be on the way. So likely we're looking at a fast castle build here. You could realistically just open with a knight to get your opponent off the board, right? Which would actually be pretty damning for Red Darksider because you'd be able to get him off the board before he's got like, what? Over 1,000 out of it? We always saw H3 versus English. Exactly, right? Like, this is the thing. Like, when you think about King of the Hill, we used to always see Rus English, right? Maybe Chinese. And admittedly, like, you know, although Pro Scouts was maybe making that a bit of a dampener, that's why we rotated out, you at least were seeing other civs coming in. Juji, Ayabids, we even saw some Japanese picks, ABBA. You know, it's why it's important to revisit failed maps down the line to see if, like, what made them fail has changed because fundamental cores of the game change as well, such as Siege and the way it functions. So, Council Hall was the classic. It's going to be making a return here. Makes a lot of sense. The King just isn't very useful when all the resources are in range of the TC. That doesn't mean that Anno's going to have to survive the initial onslaught. Likely, we could be seeing him just mass into a few stable units to begin with. Right? Opening with a knight, definitely worth it here because your opponent's on that board. And I think... Did I just get confirmation we've got another live series immediately after this? We might. Keep an eye on that. We've got a few coming in. Yeah, we'll have another live series. So I think, looking at the brackets, we've got a few options coming up very shortly. So there is like Miyamika versus Rakbo, Myriad versus Locklock. I haven't seen Locklock before. Yeah, so we have got a few more live series we'll be able to do today. Whoop. That's what I like to see. And that is exactly what I wanted to see. We are going to get the stables. An outpost is being rushed up in response here. Okay, so Red Darksider isn't going to be sleeping on the issue. Outpost really important because it extends the outpost's attack speed aura to almost the Rus base. Like, at this stage, if you think about it, the runway towards your opponent, Red Darksider has 2/3 of it, buffing the attack speed of his units. Man, just a lot of gold coming out of these hunting cabins, though, right? Is that 38 gold a minute? Pretty much on par with what we usually see here. So, you know, it's weird, though, because we're in early phase. This number is going to start to inflate a bit with the tiers to the bounty system. An active gold gathering, kind of a rare sight for Roos these days, but you can see what the intent is, right? He's going to start blobbing a few knights. Early Lombo play is actually going to waste its time on the scout. An ideal situation for Anno as long as he doesn't lose said scout. And he does have these little backwater areas to navigate through, right? And in the meantime, it's going to be diving in, but does discover the outposts. Yeah, weird commitment point out of Anno, actually. And the scout does go down. Ah, interesting detail though. Red Darksider, and this makes sense by the way, because he went for a council hall play, he felt a need to replace his scout that he lost earlier. So you can see there, like he's a villager behind. I'd argue this outpost gives you the vision you need though. I feel like this scout detail was a waste by Red Darksider, because you shouldn't really be snuck up on with Lombos this close, right? Like you should be able to see the players coming. So Anno now instead, after realizing that he can't actually do anything about the boar, he's just going to be going fast castle. Okay, I can confirm, by the way, we're going to have Dimmy versus Tiger coming up right after this one. So we'll be hopping across to that momentarily. Hasn't started yet. I don't think we got to catch Tiger last week. In fact, what rank is he? Okay, so he's Diamond. He's actually been as high as Kong. There's a lot of players I've been noticing that Season 7 and 8, they've slipped pretty far down when they used to be like top 500, top 600 players. Don't know if that's like a meta switch or people just not really keeping up with the game and evolving as much anymore. Let's hit the fast forward teensy bit here though, just because we're waiting on fast cast to play. Like Red Darkside is actually mirroring now. I think at this stage, mirroring may be a mistake. Because you have to go White Tower. If you don't go White Tower, you're going to get dove a lot. So longbows are going to be moving in. High Trade House is on the way. Get your numbers in. This one looks a bit underwhelming. This one would have been incredible. Why didn't we take the incredible? I mean, he could have walled this, right? But it's a little bit risky because of the longbow play. You don't know how much your opponent's committing. We do have the Raxes being added, which makes sense on a map like this because all the resources are so tight to the TC. Knights are less value, and also your opponent could block with spears. Lombos are going to be shuffling in now. Unfortunately, they weren't quick enough about this. He does at least scout the Rax play. The good news for Red Darksider is that he has Council Hall, so he can start pumping crossbows quite rapidly at the beginning of the age. He's going to White Tower at home, though. Wait, so not even here? Oh, buddy. I don't know about that. That White Tower is overly defensive. I said he was going to need to do one, but... What's the game plan now? Because surely Anno can just take the Sacred Site, make it a free relic split in favor of him. And then, what? I'd say you could 2TC out for this pretty easily. So ringing the bell. Villagers are going to have to leave. In the end, Red Darks have done really well off of that. Getting almost the entire ball. That's good for hiding his base. So this is a tricky thing. I don't think that Red Darksider was wrong for doing the White Tower. I think he needed to. I do wonder if there was a better location. I guess you could argue he has got the wood, he has got the gold. My worry is, like, does he have that much room for farms, per se? It feels like a lot of these outcroppings might get in the way. And that's important, right? For English to sustain into the late game, you're looking to officially farm transition here. Meanwhile, now, Anno, he can move out for the berries. He can consider maybe his own farm transition down the line. It's not like an insane difference in cost, right? Because you get 20% more wood. We even have the Wooden Fortress into the capture on the Sacred Site. So timer is going to start ticking quite rapidly here. All right, one's if you think Red Darksider is going to win this. Two's if you think Anno is going to clear it in two. I think we can kind of see the intent from Red Darksider. The crossbow surge point is pretty good, but one thing that worries me is he never built a front line. At all. Like, we have 0 frontline units. Anno honestly just needs to switch horsemen. It's a bit weird on this map because we mentioned, like, you don't have the strength in pro scouts, right? But if he could find his way to, like, 10 to 15 horsemen, Red Darksider is in trouble. I think instead what you're going to see Anatan doing, and you guys are going to hate me using this word, I think we're going to see Siege. Yeah, this feels inherently like Siege makes too much sense. Like, we talked about the lack of food, and we see similar on King of the Hill. When people don't want to have to go into the farms, the solution is go for Sacred Site capture, build a lot of Siege. So wouldn't be surprised if we get a Siege Workshop, or even 2, into initially Mangoes, and then Springwolves to follow up. Full mech army. We already have the double poor man's Wooden Fortress set up with Springwolf placements coming in. And there's the Siege Workshop. Welcome to the new meta. Yay! You guys love these things. Yeah, so this is pretty good because he can just actually end the game before the timer. I mentioned he can do like Mangoes, but Trebs is just as feasible here. Where's the keep at? Why would you even want to keep there? I don't think you need it. Your opponent hasn't shown an ability to even get through a Wooden Fortress so far. An ambitious campfire there. I mean, you got a glance at what's happening behind. I guess he's worried about the next layer. Unfortunately, if I'm not mistaken, Red Darksider, he never just checked the middle of the map. Like, if he wanted to know what's next, all he had to do was look here for those fat-ass Siege Workshops. Alright, I'm going to speed this up a little bit, because this has a little bit of a womp-womp feeling to it. Slight taste of failure may be developing. It's unfortunate. I mean, it's a tricky one for Red Darksider. I think Ansan was quite crafty picking this map, so I can't imagine Red Darksider's had much of an opportunity to practice it, per se. Mango arrives. Initial wallop is a big one there. Not one you can pursue. Spring placements do reveal themselves. Red Darksider. I don't know if he can actually afford to try and brute force underneath double Springwood placement. He may need to think about a trebuchet of his own. The good news, at least, is because you went White Tower, you don't have to burn the wood going into a Siege Workshop. Anatan is already looking to burn you down, though. We talked about the possibility of Treb play. It's arrived. He's got 2 more queued up already. And wait, how? What? How does that happen? Are you kidding me? Where did that spawn? Wait, but that was on the edge of the White Tower. Oh, come on. He just walked underneath a White Tower and stole a relic. Oh, that is sick. So Anno denying some extra gold away from his opponent. Hasn't pulled it all the way back home yet. He's actually focused on the fights. And the Treb Siege continues. Red Darksider, man. He's going to be forced to just lob whatever he can to dive. But you're talking about diving what? Spears into men-at-arms? I just think this game is over already. This is a pretty oppressive end. There was hope, right? We thought maybe there'd be a way for Red Darksider, but unfortunately, I don't see it anymore. Farms are coming in on the flanks, but like at this stage, with 5 minutes left on the clock, 1 landmark already down, your opponents continue to scale into Trebs. Writing realistically is on the wall. The only reason Red Darksider hasn't called it yet, you know, he can't see what his opponent has, right? He doesn't know how hard this is to break. Is it against tournament rules to write out GG and Palisade walls? If it was, we would have banned Anatan by now. He has done that in a tournament series. So yeah, we allow it. Mango shots coming in. I mean, it's not even finishing. Come on, just touch it. Just touch it once. Come on, please. No. Okay, this is over. So 2-0. Anatan off to a good start upon his return to the Midweek Musters. Whew. All right, guys. So we should be able to get into Dimu versus Tiger. Bear with me a sec. believe we have a draft. Let me grab it. They literally just done it, so we should be getting a sec. Bridges, Dry Arabia. Okay. Alright, there we go. So let me keep an eye on this. Do we have the game up? No, lobby hasn't been started yet. But I imagine it should be underway in a sec because they literally just complete the draft. What I'll do now, guys, quickly leg stretch and you can go get yourself a snack or whatever. I'm going to run 3 minutes ads so you don't have to worry about them when we're in game. Because up next, we're going to be having Dumu versus Tiger. And then after Dumu versus Tiger, we should be able to hop into probably Moto versus Striker. I think that'll be a very interesting one, actually. Yeah, Moto versus Striker should be, I think, a fairly tight one. Mahota's looking like the better player. Striker's still playing catch-up. Did we end of the stream? I guess he had to go. I mean, they literally just done the draft. One sec. I'll check with him. Might be he's just restarted his stream, so I'll quickly check with him. Hang on. Wait, did he say like he's not going to do it? Yeah, I don't know. He might have been switching a delay on. I'll message Tiger as well. Where is he? Like I said, if not, we do have Myriad series coming up. So there's options. I think, let me just double check. There might be some others that also have already played. No, there's also some other ones coming up later, like MSM versus Lash. So, yeah, we should be Gucci. But I'll give them a sec just in case it is actually happening. Let them respond. Time for the tournament and casting. Oh, thank you for playing Red Dark Side, mate. Biggest flaw for both games was that I was kind of scared both games. Yeah, I think I mentioned that in game one. It felt like you were too reluctant to try and like get an advantage. I agree. I think also like game two, it was. I think like the main thing that I think hurt you as well is like you're trying to go for an all-in timing, but one thing you done that felt like a big mistake, you lost your scout by accident on the ball, right? I don't think you need to replace that scout. Because remember, the map's small and you built an outpost, so you kind of see everything. So, like, sounds like a nitpicky detail, but in the early game, you know, one villager extra is quite a lot. At the stage where you're, like, choosing to add in the scout, that's like a, what, 10%? Like, 10, between, like, let's say a 5 and 10% increase in your economy, otherwise. But yeah, well played, mate. A good effort. Anatan, definitely not an easy player, for sure. Right, I'm getting no response out from either of them? Which is a bit weird. And I'm not seeing a lobby up. So we might just get ready to have a look at Mia Micah instead. Okay, if I can find out what Mia Micah has called himself instead. But like, I'm keeping an eye on it. I'll give him like a minute or two max, just in case And if no bueno, it's all good. We'll switch over. If Anastan is not an easy player, then explain how I can predict 100% of the outcome of my games against him. I mean, that's a different kind of easy. He's easy to convince to do things. Yeah, looks like Dimu isn't coming back, which is confirmed. So, no Dimu. In which case, we'll check in on Mia Maker. So, give me a second, guys. Actually, do you guys want Mia Maker or do you want... Well, Myriad is... I think Myriad's series is in 9 minutes. I guess let's go for Mio. Let me just get the draft. Mountain clearing got picked again. Yes. Oh dear. I'm loving that, man. I'm actually loving that. Mountain clearing and Rocky River. Okay. Live series we've got coming up between Mahodo and... What did I say it was? Mahodo and Striker. What time would that be? 7 p.m. CT, so in 40 minutes. Let's get Mia Micah's data, because he has that clan tag now. No problem, Inept. Have fun with games, buddy. That's right, we're checking on Rakbo. Haven't seen this guy before. So definitely interested to see what he can do. Jean versus Japanese. What rank is Rakbo? Rakbo is ranked 150th. Guys, this is like... Oh, wait, no, that's a lie. He's team ranked 150th. He's actually like Conk 1 this season. But he hasn't really played many games. Last season, he was ranked 900th in the world. So, like, not too bad. All right, let's get ready, though. We'll hop into game 1. Oh, let me update title as well.
Fini.
Ladies and gents, I have a conundrum here. What is better? Solo Elo or team Elo? Because this one, we know, Mio Maiga, a high ranker, capable of going deep and cutting deep in the midweek musters. Rakbo is actually also high ranked. He's 150th in the world in teams. His solo is a little less impressive. But what has impressed me is going up against Mio Micah, he stole the Jean pick away from the guy who's infamous for it. Opening game is going to be in Wilderness. Remember, this is the one that has water on the side as an option. Jean definitely interesting up against Japanese. Realistically, there's a window in Castle where Japan should be able to annihilate you. Shinobi Leon could pose a problem. But one thing we've been noticing, the big conundrum with French versus Jean, French versus Japanese rather, as core, and it remains the same really for Jean as well, is if you get into that later phase of the game, Arbitrary are just too good. There's really nothing that a Japanese player can do against them. Because sadly, Japan just doesn't have their own real crossbow unit. Onimusha don't hit the same. So let's see how he's going to do here. We'll hit the fast forward just so we can get to the fuel age. We should just be seeing standard School of Cavalry. Mio Maika, is there a world in which he goes Kura? I imagine it's Koka. Surprised he didn't actually try for a dock drop here, considering that Japan tends to benefit the most, I'd say, considering how cheap their fishing is. Also, we do have that farmhouse play to begin with, so getting a lot of efficiency there. A lot of fishing coming on the other side as well from Rakbo. In fact, Rakbo is racing through his pond a lot quicker than Miyamika. And... hold on a second. Did I order this on AliExpress? Because this doesn't look like the School of Cavalry I put an order in for. We've got a Chamber of Commerce build out of Rakbo. And a lot of sheep, too. It's going to be 25 sheep to 14. This is interesting, actually, because we got a little bit of a preview of this in Anatan's game with the Mongols. If you trade from corner to the trade post, you can get 91 gold. Now, it's very risky because of where you trade. It's also even riskier to do against what Miyamika is up to. We've got Koka Township, so the ninjas are going to be fairly good at chasing those traders and killing. The trick, though, that Rakbo is trying to implement here is the idea of facing Jean, right? Is if you trade, they have to come out to block you. And if they have to come out to block you, that means you can farm them for XP. Crafty idea here from the player in green. What do you guys reckon? Ones, if you think that Rakbo is going to win this. Twos, if you think Miyamika is going to take it. It's been a while since we've seen a trade game, the more I'm thinking about it, right? It's very interesting as an idea. Like, if Miyamika does see it, though, and he's gonna see it, that's possibly the worst time for it to be revealed for Rakbo here. So he can still defend himself. The whole idea is you want to get straight into knights. And he definitely has a lot of food to do that with, right? It's 27 sheep to 14. And with Jean, she should be pretty much ready to go, right? Likely we're going to be seeing the range form here. So you can try to kite out the Shinobi a little bit. Stables play is on the way. It's going to be a rush as well. 9 villages to get this up. Wait. What? Oh, he doesn't... Okay, I'm a bit surprised. Yeah, so obviously the worry he has there is that he's going to get basically disrupted. Kind of forgot that he was up against Shinobi, I guess. So we'll pull it back. And this sabotage, you're seeing that correctly, it does block the free traders. So those free eco units are on pause, but I actually think that that's good for Rakbo. You don't want the first trader out. He can't do anything, right? Because against Shinobi, he'll get chased down. So actually, you kind of helped him. Because now, when the traders come out, he's already going to have 1, if not 2 knights playing. And that's going to make it very difficult for Miyamika, who is still trying to scale into Mass Shinobi. Might find it tricky to get enough online quick enough here. Not seeing a Shinobi interact with Chamber of Commerce. That's why you have to tune in here every day. Because you get to see it all. So traders are on the way. Only the one so far. Knight is going to get the snipe though. So the Shunshi in a way, a little bit too late there from Miyamika. Also a weird choice to actually sabo onto the house. I guess the mining camp was already done. Yeah, not enough disruption here from what I can see anyway. Jean actually goes melee form. Alright, this guy is bonkers. You guys know why melee form is pretty dangerous here, right? It's like if your opponent blobs Shinobi, he can just assassinate you instantly. You could argue the range form has the same issue. At least here you get a lot of cleave damage around you in return, right? And that cleave damage is going to make up a quarter of the Shinobi's health. And yes, I believe the reason Jean took longer to level is because the fishing is a little bit too quick. So you're basically spending time walking, whereas when you gather on like sheep or gold, you're standing still and dropping off, right? So you get a bit of idle time there. Can Shinobi interact with the neutral market? Could you imagine if that just actually worked? I mean, you could interact with a mercenary house at the neutral market. Kind of counts. Miyamika's now going for fish. Okay, so I wonder if who's going to make this play. However, doing this means you're not stopping trade, right? Because it is a trade-off there, right? You can't scale your economy and easily attack your opponents. And oi, Shunshi goes in, goes straight after the knight. We'll be able to get him there, but there's going to be a recharge on Jean de Cleave. If you can get it out here. Nope, he wastes it. He fumbles it. Horseman does at least get sniped. Jean is also still alive. So actually, in the end, it works out there because Miyamika in the panic had to run away. It meant most of them died to the chasing knights. Scrappy fight there. Rakbo just one step away from demise. Keeps the pressure on. Miyamaika has got plenty of gold to work with, but scaling just Shinobi isn't going to be fast enough here. Rakbo lightly moving into his second stables. Yep, as we speak. Miyamaika running on borrowed time here, right? Because of the lack of sheep. He has at least got the wood gathering on the backside, so we're better getting the fish. We do have a very interesting wall here. Even more interesting because Miyamaika doesn't seem to realize that the trade post Rakbulo's using is his one. Yeah, that's weird. I think Miyamaika has been too deep in his own head on this one. He's like, oh, well, I have Shinobi, so he can't trade maximum distance. I'd argue he needs to trade maximum distance. Otherwise, it's not worth going cock over sock. Not an issue I've experienced much in life. I mean, I gotta give it to him. This is looking really good for green. Miyamaika needs an out, realistically. Playing a longer feudal is a quick way to die here now. You know, it's pretty damning against French, damning in a different way against Jean with trade. Sorry, just remembered I haven't plugged in my mouse. I like to just have it wide when I'm observing, so that when I'm wrecking people on Marvel Rivals, I can be wireless. Farmhouses as well? Okay, I guess Miyamaika just wants value out of this villager just camping out here now. Shinobi are still getting hunted down. We're kind of approaching the point where you'd think chivalry is needed, but there isn't really a dent on these bad boys. Rakbo going for the dive in. Miyamaika getting way too greedy. Shunshin in. That's not going to work, though. The only upside right now for Miyamaika is Jean didn't go deeper for that cleave, but the recharge is coming through here. And you could just dive past this right now. That Divine Restoration health booster maybe makes the difference. Most of them have been wiped out. Only 2 Shinobi remaining. And Jean will be able to survive through this. Or not. She does go down. However, that is 3 knights left alive. Only 1 ninja. And there's 3 more on the way. This is disaster territory for Miyamaika. That was meant to be his big play. His moment to break out of the stranglehold here. But it seems to be never ending. There's still 15 sheep left for Rakbo. Meanwhile, Miyamaika is down to 5. He needs to sneak out. He needs to take risk. Unfortunately for him, that risk is going to kill him. Rakbo sees the villages. That was tight. He was delayed on the pull away, but it might have been quick enough. The knights are cutting off the return trip. Miyamaika is way too far out of the base here. The knights charge in. And we'll start to cull him. Actually only gets 2 worker kills. But it's a lead that's now building. An attempt now to try and get outposts up. Weirdly enough, actually, Rakbo. Come on! He didn't even know us! I can't believe this. Like, Rakbo, you know, credit to the way he's getting this victory, but admittedly, just a few small steps in terms of reaction time could have cost him dearly. Multiple points in this game. Miyamaika just showing so much respect to his opponent, though. Rax is now coming in. He's trying to go spears, but 1 Rax spear against triple stables feels like a disaster. Yeah, classic Japanese resistance, right? They never want to have to go spears. Even more so against Cleave Jean, right? Because the melee form will just eat that up. Who is the Rakbo guy? No one that I've seen before, but apparently we need to put credence on the name because we know Miyamaika. We know how scary of a dude this guy can be. The Rakbo, a guy who, you know, was Season 8, ranked 900th in the world. This season, not even the top 1,000. He's got consistent performances in team, right? Typically, this guy is always around 100th in the world. He actually plays frequently with people like Deniskia. But yet, you bring him in a 1v1 environment, and he's doing this. And I just don't know how Miyamaika gets out of this at this stage. I mean, Rakbo has enough knights that he could genuinely just go for Castle Age. I believe, do we also have pro scouts? No, we don't. He just wants 2 scouts. More spears are going to be on the way for Miyamika. It's not because it's not because he wouldn't rather rush castle. He can't rush castle, right? He's been gold starved. That's something nice. I'm starting to shove around the back here. Neo, he does have both levels of wheelbarrow, so he should be able to pull away quickly, but isn't reacting quick enough. Big hit there. Miyamika taking out what? I think that was 5 villagers. And he reveals the spearman line too soon. Divine Restoration Pump comes in. It's just way too many knights. We even have Bloomery on the way. Bloomin' hell, will you look at that? 13 minutes. Age 3, level 3. And it gets a GG. Game 1 goes to Rakbo. All right, all of a sudden, this round of 32 series has got my full attention. I think that was a tilt GG right there. All right, so Japanese versus Jean. A win for Jean. Bloody hell. What a Chad. And like, this is a slippery slope, remember, because like this map pool does have mountain clearing, right? After an unpredictable game like that, mountain clearing can do anything, dude. Anything at once. You know him? Oh, a lot more people are going to be knowing him. It's time for Miyamika to slap himself awake with a wet fish, and this might be the way to do it. Game 2, it's a Zhu pick against the Delhi. Rakbo has fallen into that classic trap of Delhi against the Chinese Civ. It is an avoidable trap if you make the correct landmark choice. We're going to find out if Rakbo will do exactly that. So this is one of the rare matchups where Tower Victory still makes sense. Usually against Zhuge, i.e. Chinese/Yuji. If he goes Dome of Faith, Miyamika has options. He can go for a fast castle type build. He can go for a pressure-oriented build in Feudal Age. And if he does so, we will be back to a 1-1 storyline with the deciding game on mountain clearing. And reminder, folks, if we do go to mountain clearing, there's Byzantines and Mongols for Mio, and there's HRE. Oh, sorry, no, there's HRE in English for Rakbo. So Rakbo will have like the old school classic dominant civs for that map. But we'll focus on this one to begin with. Miyamika, opening rotation going pretty well. Yeah, they're about neck and neck on sheep gathering right now, which is always a good sign for the person against Delhi. We'll hit the cheat time speed just so we can see what the landmark's going to be. All right, 1's if you think we're going to be seeing Dome of Faith. 2's if you think we're going to be seeing Tower Victory. I've got this weird feeling we're going to see Dome of Faith. I think at this point, Delhi players have become a little bit obsessed. And I've seen way too many Delhi players lose this matchup because of it. Meditation Garden opportunities are there, right? Like, not crazy. I don't think you're going to run far out of the base. We might see the double stone choice. Some players like that for the TC transition. But yeah, there it is. Dome of Faith is going to be coming in. And it looks like it is going to be that pull. Can he get... There's a spot here. You greedy son of a... Oh my... The Rocky River spawn happened. That's 108 food. 108 food and about, what, 10 wood? Well, we have the jackpot here. I thought he'd go for the double stone and gold, because I think you can get all those in range here, plus the wood. But he wants the food pump and dump, man. I mean, it's been a while since we've had one of these out of GG. But you're going to see why it feels so good. You know, it's very risky these days, especially against a civ like Delhi, because now you have to play full pressure, which is why Neri's making comments about his balls so much. I'm sure that's the real reason. Because, like, the reality is if you back away, this gets burnt down, and disturbing the piece also screws you. But as we mentioned, you know, with Zhuge, you can look to play pressure-oriented in this age. Typically, you're going to be looking at spear openers, Zhuge follow-up. Things are a bit different these days with the Pro Scout builds, but I think you could probably get away with that Pro Scouts into the Ragdoll transition. So you go Stables, Pro Scouts, Racks, right? And then you just block the Ghazi play and follow up with Juke. Because your opponent doesn't really want any part of a 1-1-1 build now that he's gone Dome of Faith. And you're going to see why Delhi get countered so hard by these type of plays. 4 minutes into a Pro Scouts. Meanwhile, gold gathering is at what? Oh, wow. No, this isn't Pro Scouts at all. He's got 1 villager on gold. Huh? So this must be... Is this Archer Rangers? No, so he's going to open racks and then follow up Archer Rangers though, right? This has to be the all-in build. I like this. You know, we talked about the options on the table. His goal here is to strip Rakbo of any. A little bit surprised we didn't see the Pro Scouts because Sim players do the Pro Scout still with this build. And you don't feel like you actually sacrifice much. So that might be about to change though. We do have 4 across on the gold. It realistically could be Pro Scouts or it could very simply be him prioritizing Blacksmiths and the Juke. But what it should definitely be is him playing H2. And there it is, guys. 108 food and 7 wood. It's 115 resource Medigarden. I can't believe that, man. What a spawn. It's FC. It's looking a bit more like it, right? No, there we go. Archer Ranger's coming in. I like that. I don't like just raw fast casting without blocking what the Delhi want first. Because the thing is that Juji are just really good at aggressing in feudal compared to, say, China. Alright, 1s if you think Rakbo is going to win this. 2s if you think Miyamika's getting us that game free. It's a bit hard to call right now. We haven't seen the full picture, but we're kind of getting an inkling of it. Is that Miyamika is looking to just pressure. Before anyone thinks like, oh yeah, we fast castle Miyamika. Remember, this is the guy that on a previous week with Juji done the weirdest Juge Nu all-in attempt we've seen against a Roost player. I believe that was against Stopper, if I'm not mistaken. It didn't work. This guy is kind of obsessed with sending it in feudal wherever he can with this Civ. It's interesting because Meow Meow has a lot of games on Juji, if I'm not mistaken. In fact, if I go to his profile right now, Miyamika, how many games do you have on this Civ? So he has, this season, since November 19th, Juji is his 3rd most played Civ, 15 games. For patches, though, I believe, yeah, Juji, 207 games. He only has 1 Civ that he's played more of on ladder, and that's the Mongols at 223. So this is very much his comfort type pick. He's going to look to make it uncomfortable with Rakbo. We actually have Power Scar getting added in to muddy the waters for the archers. Blacksmith timing should be following up probably in about the next 30 seconds maximum here, especially the gold gathering as it stands. Sacred sites are going to get blocked out. Greedy Rakbulo tried to run full free. Won't get that cap on the east side. Hasn't captured the center either. Yeah, so not getting 2 out of 3 is kind of problematic here. You're not able to start kind of pumping your economy at this stage. It's going to try for the capture, but with the staggered delay, I think if you want to make this play, you have to be capturing all 3 sacred sites at once, right? And your opponent should be able to react to multiple sites. Stairs get able to shuffle in now. This many spears, I don't really see Ghazi staying around. Enough to scare him off. Ghazi was at least poking towards the meditation garden, but won't be able to disturb the peace. I think your ideal situation as Rakbulo is all your Ghazi stand here to disturb the peace, and then whenever you need to fight, they come across, right? But that's too risky, right? We have God Vision, we can justify that in our brain, but for Rakbulo, you can see by the minimap, he's riding fairly blind here. How does Rakbulo get out of this? The other thing is you'd think that the scholars can let you win. You can't. They won't. Because the scholars will get sniped too quickly by Juke. Like right now, there is 17 Juke here, right? 17 Juke that do 12 damage each. That one flurry, one round of attacks exceeds the 130 HP. It's pretty brutal. And you can see he's not even going to have Undermesh to give him a chance to survive because he's actually prioritizing Steeled Arrow here. Another peculiar choice up against Zhug. I don't think you can go this way against Zhuji. Once you see that your opponent is bulking Zhuganu, Undermesh is #1 every day of the week. Yeah, he seems to be a little bit too focused on killing and not enough on surviving here. And yeah, only units will disturb the peace. So no buildings. Weirdly enough, somehow dropping a castle on top of a meditation garden doesn't disturb the peace. I don't know how that works, but works. Scholars camping, not doing anything. 2 of them going down. Rakbo might be booted out of this game quite swiftly here, folks. Pass guard are going to absorb the initial archer shots. And that gives time for the Spearman to gap close in. This A-click, a bit of a mistake from Rakbo. Kazi are going to try to commit in again, but the Spearmen are still here. I don't think he's clearing these quick enough, and you see what we're talking about Tower Victory. Tower Victory would have got through these by now. Instead, by the time you clear them up, you've got no Ghazi left to play with. Miyamika, he knows he may have slipped in game #1, was not expecting the pressure from Rakbo. He's learned his lessons and recalibrated for the second. This is the Miyamika we were expecting. The man who I think for a lot of people on paper was seen to be capable of a very easy 2-0 here. But if you guys have been following Miyamika throughout the weeks, you'll understand there's never anything easy or simple about his games. Yeah, reinforcements are going to be waiting to arrive. Ghazi counter has blobbed up again. There's only a few spears left, but the archers are a bit too disconnected from the fight here. I think for Rakbo, they need to be a little bit deeper, a little bit faster. Now, with no Gold Gathering behind this, you can already see what the real plan is. Miyamika knows that Rakbo is stuck in H2. He's getting prepped and ready to go to castle. Yeah, so, like, once again, the biggest thing here is if you really want to play against Zhuji in the Age, have to have the Tower Victory. Otherwise, you have to focus on raiding and avoiding your opponent. The problem is, like, a good Zhuji player, when they see you do that, they'll just build more Zhuganu. They'll just blob Zhuganu because they'll see you're not addressing them directly. And we all know what happens when you reach Critical Master Zhug. Has anyone watched Doom Patrol? I got to the episode where I saw the butts. It's like watching the army of butts when you let Zhuganu count get too high. They eat everything. And also, just really big reminder that you need to be getting undermatched. At this point, Rakbo totally forgot about it. He prioritized going lever work second. Looks like he's going to try to make one last Uro out, but I just don't see it happening anymore. We'll hit the 2x speed. A little bit of food needs to be gathered. There's a nice little raid there. Did actually get 1 or 2 worker kills. That's the praise you can give Rakbo is he hasn't lost a single economy unit yet, but with Shallow Monastery coming in, I genuinely think we're at the stage where the GG will come out upon castle arrival. Got the armor upgrades that you can deal with the raiders? Exactly. Right, like, think about how different those fights look there if he had Undermesh. Sure, I still think he loses, but he doesn't lose and then his opponent starts 30 army. Game 2, for me and Micah, we decide this on mountain clearing. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. So, mountain clearing. It's probably English versus Byzantines, right? I'd imagine so. But then again, it's Miyamika. So screw those oil-loving hippies. Who needs walls? We've got a Mongol pick. Very surprising, actually. Huh. Miyamika took that loss personally. He must have his revenge. Oh, man. Crap, I might need to get some water, actually. I don't know what's been going on recently. I don't know if it's because I just haven't been allowing my throat to recover, but my throat has been getting super dry, really rough, really fast. Because obviously, like, my daughter decided to get me ill back to back. But yeah. I don't know. It's annoying because, like, my brain's like, oh yeah, just take a few days off. But that's not how being a content creator works. That's right. Mountain clearing has arrived. I can't believe it. Mongols versus English. I mean, English are a pick that makes a lot of sense. Me and Micah didn't go for those berry oil gathering hippies. No, he went for his most played Civ. He took that game one personally, clearly, because we have his second most played Civ in game number 2 and his first most played Civ in game number 3. Full comfort mode activated for me and Micah. Rakbo on the English. On this map, we've seen it try and so far fail. Historically, this was one of the best civs because of the boar race. The weird part to me is Rakbo didn't go for the boar at all. I guess he was worried about the Mongols' shenanigans because, of course, usually they're trying to outpost rush you. So yeah, just the threat of potentially rushing seems to have kept him at bay. I wonder, do we maybe see me make a pull for the boar instead? Probably not. Your opponent can still arrive with lombos quite quickly if you choose to plant the boar, right? So like, it feels like a moot play to go out onto the boar here, knowing that you'd have to build an outpost and knowing that because you're in the center of the map, the lombos can still rotate and hit you from certain angles, right? So most likely it should just be feudal on feudal. We'll hit 2 times speed here, just to get through the Dark Age. Gonna be 16 sheep for me and Micah, 12 for Rakbo. So more to work with for the Mongols. Good start for them. Council Hall on the way. So we are going to be standing our ground on the bread and butter. There's no Abbey of Kings so far at all on mountain clearing since it's returned to competitive. And the poke damage begins. Other side of this, it's going to be a silver tree. No, guys, come on. I can't believe it. I have actually cast silver tree being built on mountain clearing before, by the way, guys. The good old Bronze League Legends series delivered quite the gem. Oh, I still remember that game vividly. The guy would literally spawn the Chamber of Commerce scouts, and then I don't think he'd even delete them straight away. He'd wait until he had like 6 of them and delete them. Yeah, 7 on age up is pretty aggressive, but I understand the thought process here. Council Hall rush timing, you need to have options fast. Like, your best option here is probably just to go archer range. He's stockpiled all the stone, right? So it's pretty smart. It means that by the time the longbos arrive, you should have as many archers, actually more archers, to mirror him, right? Realistically, you should have like 1.4 times the archer count at least. So a little bit of wood gathering. Doesn't need to actually get enough in to build the production building. Meanwhile, Rakbo has already insulated himself of racks. I guess because his name is Rakbo. We don't really have a reason to need this yet, though. This feels a little bit, just a tiny bit premature. Yeah, I think what would have been better value is 3 lombos straight away running across to poke. Instead, check this, me and Mecha. I thought it was going to be archers. Instead, it's actually going to be stables. And we have a rush out for an outpost in the center of the map here. So he's going to try to play boar. I don't think he can do this, though. Yeah, the scout does see him. So me and Micah luckily actually brought the Khan back. He's going to rush the outpost anyway. So interesting thing here is if he got this outpost up, archers makes even more sense than what he's doing. So that's what surprises me a little bit. I think Keshik's isn't necessary here. I see the Lombo's chasing, so he's going to have to shuffle away. But the Khan is slowly working his way through that Lombo. And the first Keshiks are about to pop out. So it's delayed, but me and Micah should definitely be getting this outpost up. Rakbo is at risk of now losing 2 to 3 Lombos. Yeah, he shouldn't be able to get away with this. These old men with walking sticks are just a little bit too slow. So Connect comes in. It's going to be minus 180 resources, which actually costs Rakbo more than the idle time for me and Micah there. So outpost up. Likely we're going to be seeing the ball pull next. Right? Wait. Is this just a good old outpost rush? By God, it is. Okay, he has no interest in the economy value of this play. He only is interested in killing. I wouldn't have expected this. I thought he'd take a little bit more. Oh, okay, let's stop being delusional here. We should have expected this. I was about to say I was expecting more of a methodical approach, but then you remember the player you're watching and they go, yeah, that's not really on the agenda. This guy is renowned for aggressive play, not campy play, if he can get away with it. So second outpost up. Aristot's already coming in east. Okay, this outpost is just for the hell of it. This one doesn't really block anything, right? Unless you think your opponent was going 2TC, which would be weird here, I think. This is too ambitious. Rakbo, he has got the 5 Lombos. I better scare this away. An outpost is coming up. I guess maybe you want to stop the spread of the attack speed aura, right? Because it's kind of turning into, as chat just highlighted, tower creep on both sides. What a funky game. I mean, archers are being switched into now. I do wonder if actually me and Micah could have just rushed archers in the first place, though. In fairness, you know, this worked out a little bit better. That opening play on the Lombos put him ahead. Now Rakbo's game gets a little bit complicated. Because what's to really stop me and Micah from rushing castle? In fact, yeah, with 7 on gold, I think we're about to see a castle rush. He also has the deer out on the ford. He knows what his opponent is up to because he has vision everywhere. But he's not done there. It's not enough. He wants more. The Khan is going to tip things off, but he does catch one of the villagers building. And also, the shortbows are out, but funnily enough, he could have rotated around there and caught those. Yeah, me and Micah, maybe a little bit of a golden opportunity missed, but he's scared of the spears. We've just seen how quickly Keshiks melt to spears compared to normal knights. Didn't want to risk losing control of the game. Because remember, with his goal now being Castle Age, had he lost all those knights, Rakbo is going to rush out, right? So all he wants is containment and idle. And he's achieving that. Like right now, what is this chase? Yeah, I'm glad he's realized that that's getting a little bit over-exhaustive. Right? Like, because if there was more Keshiks coming, your base would be dove right now and you'd have 0 units to protect you. So I think this is where it should be quite obvious to Rakbo what Miyamako is doing. Because you should be seeing more Keshiks now. You have the outpost on the ford. You overextended. There wasn't a counter dive. So now you need to stockpile yourself. And the question mark is, can you actually do a King's Palace here? Or does it have to be a White Tower? There we go. Step readout now on the way. I like this choice. You know, Kurotai is great, guys. Out of all the casters in the scene, I don't think you'll find one that loves Kurotai more than me. I was the one gunning for the buff where bonus damage gets affected. Because I thought it needed it and it would be a really cool landmark. Because it's actually like, it's a playing to win landmark, right? The reality check, though, is Kurotai requires an army. Now, admittedly, if you're Donai, you do have an army. They're called villagers. For most players, they've only got 5 army. This is why step readout feels a lot better. Outpost is now going to get bum rushed. Miyamaka actually ran the knights inside. We had to whittle away at a few of the spearmen here. And Rakbo has to do this, right? He's out of food. He's in desperation mode. You know, we'll just look to run away. Does have the maneuver speed arrow to get as far away as possible. Only one flurry of Lombo shots coming out. But also a kind of distraction here, right? Like if Rakbo is focused on this, he's now not punishing the tech up. You hate Kurotai? Why? Who built it in your base? Dude, like Kurotai, okay. I am usually on average probably going to be a bigger fan of military landmarks over economic landmarks. And it's because economic landmarks just aren't, they don't, it's not that they don't change the game state, it's the way they change the game state, right? Like Burgrave versus Regnitz. Burgrave almost feels like you're playing to win the game. Regnitz just feels like you're playing to stop your, like, you know, saying your opponent has to stop you winning the game, if that makes sense. Same with Kurotai versus Step Redoubt. I mean, dude, who wouldn't think that Kurotai is cool in Step Redoubt? Step Redoubt, ooh, I get 50% more gold. Kurotai is like, yo, do you want to just break the stats of your units? Yes. It's not easy to avoid it and fight. I don't know if that's entirely true. If you can't easily avoid it, you've basically conceded too much map control at that stage, right? So Miyamika, he has the Keshix coming in with the men-at-arms. Rakbo, why did he double down on the age? I guess he just didn't have enough food to get out of it. Outpost is going to be coming up on the south side gold. This is more blocker play and food gathering, right? Like, he doesn't need the gold here. Remember, he's got an 8k at home. An 8k that's going to be 50% more. Keshix, just already a big enough threat here, right? Just get a few men-at-arms in to break that front line and GG. I mean, Rakbo is on a collision course here. He's got undermesh on the way. Can he really dive this quick enough, though? Miyamika, I like that he doesn't even think about going for the relics, right? With Step Redoubt, it doesn't make much sense to sidestep for this. You just need troops now. And what Rakbo needs to do is stop this food gathering now. Miyamika just so quick to shuffle away, though. Wheelbarrow plus the Yam makes it quite simple. At this stage, the play actually for Miyamika is to take your Keshix and dive the enemy base. Because his army's kind of overextended. And you could argue that Rakbo could do the same, but you know, these are squishy units. Diving a TC is difficult. Villagers. Okay, we might end up diving the base with Mongol villagers. What the hell is going on here? What? Where is he going? I can't believe this. I thought he'd go around the back of the tree line. Instead, he's running through the enemy base. Keshix's going to be running in, though. Miyamika says, I might lose a little, but you're about to lose a lot. Idle on the farms. North side, Rakbo's in a bit of a pickle here. And he shows himself. Miyamika, no, Rakbo! All he had to do is hide north. Instead, he exposes himself to the heavy cavalry. He can't get the re-wall in time. It's a death choke point. But death choke point for who? It looks like the spearman is enough to actually scare Miyamika away. But Rakbo looking worse for wear after that. It's a 6 villager lead for Miyamika. Men-at-arms are now starting to arrive as well. Behind this, we also have Military Academy being prepped. So things are about to ramp up. But to do so, Miyamika would need to find some food still. More bold attempts at outposts here from Rakbo. We even have Bloomery, man. This guy is allergic to age 3. He's like, but I won that Jean game because I stayed age 2. That's true, mate, but you also, technically you lost that Dilly game because you stayed age 2. So, this is more like going to the table and winning the first hand of roulette after betting all on black and assuming you always win. Doesn't always work out that way, mate. He needs a way into the next stage. Like, in theory, there's a conundrum from Miyamika when it comes to food sources, right? He's exhausted. And you're seeing the panic here. The amount of pastures getting added in just to try and actually provide sustenance. Theoretically, that should have been the window for Rakbo, but I think that window might now be gone. We have ranged armor number 2, which means these Lombos are doing a true 1 damage. Outpost is going to be rushed up. He has got the attack speed aura there. I think you can kind of be like, pick your poison here, right? Dive the men-at-arms, dive the Keshix, and you basically have to pull everything to protect the villages. It means the Lombos will be left behind. In fact, he's forcing an overextension. The men-at-arms are getting the perfect fight here. Yeah, standing still and just swinging your sword is what you're looking for. Maneuver speed out around the back. The Keshix are just going to reconvene on the front line of men-at-arms. And now they can bypass into the villages. And the Lombos get left with the MAA. I mean, he's just getting played like a fiddle. You're seeing the value of Yam, right? To get the new troopers out here. Actually, they're gone now. But earlier on, it was helping a lot. And then also the maneuver speed arrow. And just the general maneuverability of these Keshix. just doing a good job of not losing too many of them as well. With the fragile state of his economy switching passes, it would have killed him, but where are we going? Oh no. This is getting disastrous. The Keshiks are on their way. Rakbo isn't going to have much of a standing army left here. They get in. Body blocks are going to allow the catch up for the men-at-arms. That's definitely not catch-up on these fellas. That's their blood. None left. No hope. Rakbo, such high hope starting this series, but it is indeed going to be Miyamika with the reverse sweep here. The expected outcome, but what I love is that Rakbo tested him so much after that opening game. What do you guys think? Rakbo to round of 16 in future weeks? Let me know in the comments and I'll catch you all in the next one. Okay. Timing aligned quite neatly. We have another set. We should have Moto versus Striker now drafting. So let me pull that one up. Should be a good one, actually. Striker is a player quite well known in this community. Decent amount of history behind him. But did look kind of out of shape last week, I'd say. Closing thoughts on Rakbo's debut. I'd say keep at it, son. Definitely some work to be done, but definitely some potential as well. Miyamika may play unconventional, but that doesn't mean he's easy to get a game off of. All right. Do we have... I'm checking in with him now. If we don't have that, we have Myriad versus Locklock as the alternative. But Moto versus Striker should be the tighter series. In fact, let me just check the ATR ranking system. It's kind of interesting. Actually, no, I guess it's not. Like, Moto has been succeeding more recently. But not long term. Did Locklock die? I mean, dude, like, what rank is Locklock? Oh, wait, no, sorry. Locklock's the... Sorry, I got them mixed up. Sorry, Locklock's 143rd in the world. All right, dude, I didn't know about this guy. He was 452nd last season. He's 143rd in the world this season. All right, let's check in because we haven't got... Yeah, Moto Striker said they're going to draft soon, so screw him. We're going to check in on Myriad and Locklock. So, let's see. So, Wilderness, Map 1, Dry Arabia, and Cliffside. And game 1 is going to be Juji versus Japanese. Interesting. Sup, Starflark. Mountain clearing, hell yeah. I mean, I like that it's getting played. It's fun. Well played as well in your series against Dragan. Smooth 2-0, mate. Oh, let's put predictions up. Sorry, I'm just double checking a message. I like how people always wait until Friday to respond. I'm like, why do people respond on Friday? That's usually when they just want to bugger off on the weekend. And party? I think that's what people do. They respond on Friday, so they don't have to actually do the work once you reply back. True. And then they can delay you another week, and they're like, oh, sorry, this got buried in our inbox. Might be. Well, this one surprised me, actually, because I thought Myriad would just be favored here. But, ladies and gents, Locklock has come out of nowhere, 150th ranked in the world. Welcome back to Midweek Muster, week number 11. A series that I thought, based on seeding, Myriad should be quite favored. Could end up being quite a tight one, especially when I also look at the civs. We're on Wilderness. This is, of course, the new map from Caillou. One that does have water, but it's very far out there. We've got two civs that do like to splash in the ponds. Locklock going to be the one doing it with the Japanese. Myriad sticking to land with the Juji. Yeah, so this is going to give him a much more aggressive tech timing than Japan. Japan is going to idle around in the Dark Age quite a bit longer. This can be exploited, by the way. If Myriad is, for example, thinking about Pro Scouts down the line, which, I mean, free on gold, I almost have no doubt. Like, there's a possibility he just hangs out here afterwards, right? You could realistically just drop a stable, spam scouts, and burn the dock here. It's a tight window, but if there's any Civ that can do that, Juji would fit the category. I'm curious, actually. How do you guys predict on this one? 96% for Myriad. Over 100,000 channel points used. Good lord. So you guys have no faith in Locklock after what we just said. I mean, this guy has been climbing quite well, by the way. Last season, I think he finished around 560th. To be up to 140th already is a rapid improvement. And he's played... You're not going to believe this. 555 games this season. That's quite the commitment. 50.3% win rate. So he's tight, pretty close to where realistically he should be hitting. A meditation garden is going to be coming in. So it looks like he did get the 8 stack of berries. Wondered when we're going to start seeing this. I was expecting Japanese to start utilizing this details. The 8 stack of berries spawns almost abnormally close, actually. So you're going to be getting the 48 food, the 25 gold, and then probably about 6 wood. Oh, wait, sorry. No, it's even better. Yeah, no, because you got the 48 food, and you got 2 here. So that's a 60 food, 25 golder. That is pretty lucrative. You're not always guaranteed that type of spawn, by the way. You can see by the side for Locklock is like the 2 divided, right? But well played to Myriad. I mean, there are other options as well, like a lot of wood here plus the gold. Could have probably trimmed the stone. However, he needs a good start like that because we're already talking about 4 fishing boats in play for Locklock and Coca Township on the way. Now, Coca makes a lot of sense if your opponent plays onto water on a delay. Doesn't make so much sense without because Yuganu destroy you. But the reality is usually why Coca feels bad is you run out of food and you don't have farms. Doesn't matter as long as you keep order. Played 186 games this season, which is much more than you thought. Good lord. Guys. I have played a total of 0 ranked games this season. And I have already been a part of multiple grand finals in AoE4. Marine Lord was right. Ladder is pointless. Anyway, Pro Scout's coming. So that's exactly what we thought from Myriad. Pro Scouts is a little bit weaker on this map, by the way. There's only 20 deer maximum compared to normal maps like Dry Arabia that would have 28, right? And also, some of them are so close. Like, if Locklock wanted, he could have actually deer shoved in some of the deer to remove it as a value point. This also, by the way, makes Shinobi better because now they can just chase after these scouts. Bring up some old game footage of KP. Mate, I think you'd be dusting off the records. We might be on vinyls at that point. Whew. I think the last time we streamed us playing Age of Empires 4 would have been when Sultan's Ascent came out. And by the way, we won every single game. Even had some cheeky diamond gits trying to Q-snipe me. Took them out too. Is fishing even good in the Pro Scouts meta? Absolutely. It's extra economy units. And the fishing gathering route in deep water is good enough to justify the play, right? And also, this is infinite, right? Pro Scouts isn't. So I think it's fine. I think there's a balance to it where Pro Scouts can be viable. But the whole logic is you still need to block the fishing play, right? So it's not enough that Myriad is now getting all this food. What's he going to be doing about this? It looks like what he's going to be doing is just fast castling. See me play Battle Aces? Man's got hands. Thank you, Kavayu. Yeah, dude. You know what? I need to get back to Battle Aces. I don't know if you guys enjoyed watching that. That's a lot of fun with that game. It's a really cool game to unwind with, which is weird because it's super sweaty. That wasn't exactly what I called sweaty micro. That was the freest kill ever. So we do have Horseman coming out, which is kind of a no-no against Shinobi. Then again, like the Shinobi did just facepalm a bullet. I died. So kind of a polarizing experience right now. You're noticing Locklock knows what's up. This is clearly going to be fast castle play. He's just trying to delay his opponent as much as possible, but it's too late. Myriad has already gathered the gold required. He just needs to eat the last bit of food. And they'll be on his merry way up. Locklock, on the other hand, because he went fishing, his timing should realistically always be worse. Especially when he keeps adding into that fishing. We're now going up to 7 fishing boats here. Horseman, we'll get the dive in though. Myriad is fighting very relentlessly against just 2 horsemen here. This is an overinvestment. He needs to get the tech up. Shallow Monastery is going to be on the way. And this is the other weird thing about Myriad's plays. Like, if you're going Shallow Monastery, the gold doesn't actually matter that much straight away. Because you're going to be pumping monks, right? So, like, it's nice to have gold, to have the option of going lances, but it isn't completely transcendent. I can't play the game without. Realistically, being forced to put all that food immediately into monks is actually a good thing. It gives you a more aggressive timing onto the relics in a matchup where both players want those relics. So outpost coming up, Locklock just want to be safe. He does need the gold, right? If there was a counterattack coming where he got pushed off a gold, he'd be the one doomed. Because all the options that feel good for Japan require gold. Like, it's weird that Japanese, they have so many kind of weird handcuffs around the later phase of the game. They are probably the most gold reliable civ in the game, or like a top 3. And at the same time, they lack some of the core gold-based units that allow you to play the later phase of the game, like crossbows. Very weird, very weird civ. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised Japan hasn't got any substantial changes in a long time now. They're polarizing because of how useful Shinobi are on water maps, but on land maps, which the majority of the community play exclusively, they've looked weird for a long time. So, Lancers are arriving. Locklock still hasn't completed the tech yet. So Myriad will get to force some idle time here. In fact, he thought about diving for it, but it's not worth it. He didn't actually get the Lance charge off. So because the Guandao... Also, wait. By the way, why is it Guandao and Guandao? That's just embarrassing, you know? Actually, is it embarrassing? I think that's like the Amazon cheat code, you know, where you order one and get sent two. But it's like the Guandao that you have, and then the Guandao that they tell you not to worry about? I guess the logic is because you just, like, charge. I'm trying to remember. I could have sworn they pull swords out. They definitely pull swords out. We're about to see it. Ready? Yeah, look. Those are not both Guandaos. I want to complain, but what are you Guan do about it? I don't know. Oh, God, I hate myself. Lance is arguably rotating around now. Locklock does have the first of the Mount Samurai coming out. Spearmen are already on the way for Myriad, though. We also have Onimusha immediately being added in by Locklock. The Lancers are going to be getting chased down. So not ideal micro there for Myriad. He's kind of giving over freebies here. However, he's getting goodies in return. He yoinks away what should have been one of the safest and easiest relics for Locklock to gain. And Myriad has picked up relics. Remember, guys, capture age are drunk and they don't like to develop for AoE 4. So you have to basically suck your finger and then hold it up in the air. And then based on the dissipation in the wind and its direction of travel, you can figure out how many relics these usually have on the way home. So second one is going to be coming in soon. And then he's just got the safety of the one close by. This is a 5-relic game. Oh no, Locklock. He's getting pressured again. He's just not reacting quick enough here. He's also not really doing any counter damage yet. So busy addressing the initial lances, he's not finding his own counterplay. Now, long term, he'll be better off than Myriad, right? Because Myriad went pro scouts. However, because Locklock didn't do some simple things like shoving in the back there, contesting the forward, we have an awkward situation where Myriad's runway is a lot longer than Locklock's, and Locklock is supplementing pretty heavily here. This is a ridiculous amount of fishing. 16 fishing boats right now. That's why he looks so weak on land. He decided to delay his timing. Pro Scout's better than fishing. Now, hold on. I don't know if we're going to go that far. I mean, Locklock is now exceeding the heavy cavalry count of Myriad. Myriad will end up with probably 5 relics here. Actually, might be less. Even if he gets 5 relics, though, you have to kind of argue, you know, at what point does that exceed the value of mass fishing? We'll come in just in time. It's starting to get a bit uncomfortable there. Monk is on the way, so he should be able to snatch 1 relic away himself. No, no. Okay, this is exactly how you don't want to travel. Yeah, because you just revealed your Shaolin. Oh, sorry, your Shinto. A little bit of a weird selection there. However, in the meantime, Mount Samurai are diving in again. It's not really finding anything for their troubles. You have a relic being snatched away, and there is another one still on the floor, so it's still looking like it's going to be a 4-1 split, but much better than what Locklock was looking at just a minute ago. Onimusha here is kind of really important. The Mountain Samurai will win this fight. Yeah, Myriad, he got baited in pretty hard there. Just 2 Onimusha makes a really big difference. You have to remember also, if you have equal amounts of Lancers to Mount Samurai will just destroy you. It's a huge damage differential. They hit for 36, you miss out on your initial 36. And then they have the melee text, which admittedly right now Locklock doesn't have. What Locklock is doing is quite intriguing though. Onobigi should switch up and yet to start queuing up melee text. Yeah, so he's pretty much removed Myriad's cavalry, which is really important. Now it means that you can get more aggressive. You don't have to worry about your opponent kind of returning to raiding you. He's going to brute force this though. Check this. He doesn't give a damn. The crossbow count is a little bit lethal though. The Locklock is just turning this into a little bit of an ego chow. Myriad also starting to miss macro on the back end. Mount Samurai are arriving. Somehow we still don't have a daimyo level? Okay, this is getting a bit ridiculous. He should have both the Uma Bannerman and a Katana Bannerman ready to go. He should also have melee techs, but he hasn't done any of them. Is this the 0 tech challenge I'm looking at right now? No, because he has Wheelbarrow. And he has probably got, yeah, Lumber Tech. And I'm guessing he probably has... No, he doesn't have extended lines. Alright, this is weird. If Locklock was teching correctly here, Myriad is practically dead. You could argue if Myriad was macroing properly, though, Locklock's in trouble. So I guess in that regards, it kind of keeps the game more balanced. I'm just not sure it favors Myriad as time goes on, right? Like, we talked about the food issue. It's becoming a real problem at this rate due to the fact that your opponent just has so much deep water fishing going on. Maybe a little bit too much. Would benefit from setting up on the 4th deep water fish here. Well, this game got crazy all of a sudden. Wasn't really expecting it to take this direction. What do you guys think? 1s if you think Locklock's going to win. 2s if you think that Myriad's going to take it. I mean, Myriad has got a lot of crossbows, and we have talked about the weakness of Japan, right? Which is if the age goes deep enough, crossbows start to win everything and you don't have them. However, one of the things that usually you'll see the Japanese struggle with is mass onobigishiring. With fishing, it should be possible. And this is ambitious. Myriad, he's not going to be able to get that up, surely. Yeah. He will... Wait. Okay, there we go. A little bit of potato aim. Cancels the dock. We even have Locklock now actually spreading out because he's eating into these deep water fish here too quickly. He actually doesn't have enough food to go around, right? Remember, these guys carry 40, 14 here, right? So 2 returns and you've already exhausted it entirely. Dragan is coming in. So you can see Myriad is prepping for that later phase. He knows he's going to need granaries. If he can get the granaries online with little to no real harassment here, I start to like his odds. Because although Locklock has got a 28 eco lead, it's practically all on water. And you're seeing the inefficiencies because of how quickly they're exhausting these spots, right? Like, it's not as good as you'd think right now for Locklock. That's why you just saw a minute ago, I think his income was down to 600 food income a minute. It surged up again to 1,700, approaching 2,000, but it'll drop pretty aggressively. And a big issue to get revealed. We do have melee tech 1. We're missing the rest still. And he finally realizes, by the time he has over 1,000 stone in the bank, that he hasn't been getting daimyo. And if he just fixes this detail, I don't see how he loses now. Myriad's front line is melting a little bit too fast. On a Big E show, of course, with a fantastic gap close potential. And sure, like, sniping them out Samurai is high value, but on a Big E show, it's not the best of trades for him. Now the Tech 2 also now on the way. Katana Bannerman has been queued up. This is about to be a flood of the ladies. Myriad's raspy voice might have you convinced that he gets a lot of the ladies. But I don't think he envisioned it being them chasing him with giant Naganatas. Nah, this is brutal. Like, it's the efficiency is the Onimusha in the back are just cleaning this up as well. The cannon fodder is actually getting kills, while the quality is also mopping through it. Katana Bannerman is now here. His damage continues to scale a little. It will be at least a reset, but after all of that, I mean, the crossbow count isn't growing anymore. And the techs are flying in for Locklock. We do have a Juganu switch on the horizon for Myriad, a smart idea. But you have to really think here that if Japan can afford to just own a Big Isha spam like this, they can also afford to mount Samurai or Samurai spam. We even have farms on land to enable it further. Yeah, Yorishiro dropped Dig on the TC, remember. He's been scaling that way. Myriad has responded by going 2 TC himself after the Song Dynasty. What we're yet to see, though, are the farms. In fact, Myriad is going to need to think about those farms soon. He already exhausted the berries, and there we go. They are coming in. Yeah, couldn't wait any longer here, right? This is the last food source, and then he's out. I think he's feeling a little bit ambitious. We're also missing the Bannerman again. Why are we not... why aren't we queuing up the daimyos? Level 2 is such a big deal here. Oh, man. Just one Bannerman at a time means all Myriad has to do is snipe it out and move away. Now, this is deceptive. It's not just all crossbows. The Juganu are going to trade a lot better. In fact, he has bolt magazines on the way. That gives you +3 extra damage against the Onabigisha. I mean, this is getting weirder, guys. He's actively gathering stone. What's happening? This is one of the things that, like, you realize afterwards and you full-on facepalm. Like, when you're like, yeah, I slapped Myriad around. I took him down. Wasn't that hard. And you go, you totally forgot about daimyo the whole game. Oh. Yeah. Awkward. So Myriad is going to be able to start getting the meat grinder going. Mass Palscar just makes a lot of sense. This is a matchup that we don't usually get to see this deep anymore. It's usually concluded at the start of Castle Age, but it's really quite amusing when you get into the Hyper late game. Because once you get Imperial Age, it's Mass Onabigisha versus Mass Palsguard. Now, Mass Palsguard win, and the reason they win is the movement speed difference gets mitigated by Divine Haste. And we are definitely going deeper in this game. Locklock now responding with 2 TC play as well. Farm count is starting to blow up. We do have Daimyo level 2. Golf clappers all around. Won't be seeing a Shogunate Castle too soon, though. Still needs to find 1,200 stone more. Oh, sorry, 600 more. Has got it here. Saving for a castle? Yeah, let me just get Imperial first, then we can drop the keeps. We'll do the Castle of the Crow on one of the sacred sites, and then we'll keep drop the other one. It'll be GG. like Myriad had never imagined before. So we do have a shuffle out to get on water here. Interesting choice, though, because with Men-at-Arms massing, if Locklock starts moving towards the base when he sees this, Myriad is going to be lacking basically half of his army to defend with. Still, the other issue is you need to be quick to defend this villager, otherwise you're going to lose it. Zhug. Oh, Locklock. He's trying to cheekily outplay him here. Now, remember that the junk has more range. You can't reach it. He can, however, snipe the fishing boats. So, Myriad, the play is simple. Build the dock here. Stand here. You're going to get hit, but you will get the dock up. It's the only way you can do this. Myriad's backing up again, though. Like, Locklock is getting opportunities. In the meantime, there's a distraction on land, so he's not going to be looking at this. This is what we were waiting for. We talked about it, right? He hasn't got enough army at home, so he needs to defend it. He's trying to go for that dock drop, but Locklock is going to lock him out. Another denial here. Meanwhile, on land, it's going to turn into a mask of the Bagisha, able to chase down the villagers. Myriad caught willingly, greedily walking out for food. And now the samurai is a little bit of a conundrum. Maybe a few too many Juke Nu laid in by Myriad. Remember, this is also Odachi tech, so the Palace Guard mount to the samurai here. Second wave of Juke is now arriving. But they're hitting mainly into the armored samurai. Frontline already dead. Myriad now has to start stepping away. Now, this is where things can get good. Remember, the Zhug are going to bypass the samurai. So you should be able to kill them quickly. The issue remains, Myriad, you know, he's only got one granary deep, right? He still needs a little bit more extension before he goes for the full load, right? Now that he's cleared the way, we should be seeing this 3,000 wood invested all around this area. Locklock. Is he getting handcuffed in this game a little? I mean, Mangoes seem kind of like an obvious call at this stage, but he seems reluctant to commit. I think when you're Onavigisha and Onamusha, Mangoes don't make sense because your army's too fast. But when you switch into Samurai, it makes a hell of a lot of sense. The Samurai, okay, keep coming in. It's just sad to see Onamusha like this, right? They're so good at getting rid of the Palace Guard, but you already have the Samurai to do that. You need something that's good and clean at sniping that back. However, Myriad isn't microing again. He's spending way too much time standing still in these fights against mass melee. I mean, Locklock as well. The farms just keep booming up. We are approaching the Shogunate Castle point in the game. Locklock now healthy at 47 farms plus the fishing. Myriad is almost caught up now at 35. And we do have a blocker play here. Myriad is dragging it onto water. This is a very late dock drop. Third time's the charm. Yeah, it looks like Locklock wasn't willing to commit more boats there to guard against that potential risk. And now his fishing is fully at risk here. He has 2 docks. Has started to queue up the springald ships. Damage is most definitely going to be done here. Oy, oy, oy. I think Locklock was also getting ready for Imperials. This could not have happened at a worse time for him. Yeah, Locklock is... The plays here are leaving a lot to be wanted, is what I'm going to say. I mean, he played this early game pretty damn well. I was impressed by how he navigated it, but... Really unacceptable slip-ups now later in the game here. Imagine we get to Imp and see an attack Ibune. All right, so we're gonna hold Kavayu to that. We'll find him at an event, a physical event in the future, and we will require that he eats a hat if we see attack Ibune. We do, however, need to see Locklock getting a lot more gold first, and that's about to be addressed. A lot of gold gathering over here. So naval player getting a little bit funky all of a sudden. Demo connections on the backside is going to cost both of them dearly. It looks like Myriad might actually be getting mopped up here. Not quite enough damage there. War Junk is down to 10 health, though. And it's what? 1 dock versus... Okay, actually 2 docks versus 2. We still got the central one. Okay, it just feels like both players can't... I don't mean this in an offensive way. It's more like it's just they're very good at distracting each other, let's say. It feels like both players aren't capable of tracking both water and land. You get what I mean? Like, we're seeing one idle out and then the other idle out quite consistently here, I'd say. This game is getting weird. Oh my god. I mean, I don't really feel like Myriad needs the water that much, right? We're up to 55 farms now. This should be Imperial Age. In fact, both of them are starting to target it. Likely we're seeing Temple of the Sun versus the Tanegashima Gunsmith here. Unless Locklock really wants to try and target Sacred Site Win Condition. But no, there you go. Tanegashima Gunsmith safely at the back. Myriad's reaction should be coming in. Do not build that library. You filthy goddamn book reader. We've got Juji's library. Could this be... This has to be Masyuk, right? This is about 10,000 bolts. I think 10,000 bolts is the only tech there that might make some sense to rush. And no, Balchads are realistically, they shouldn't be making it out here. Oh wait, Locklock. He can clear up this dock. He doesn't even finish this one. What's the burn down? Realistically, he could get a Balchuan out here. I don't think he's going to queue it in time. Oh my god, there's so many fishing boats dying unnecessarily here for Locklock. So Gunsmith coming in. We're going to find out very quickly why Myriad has done this. Like I said, the only reason that makes sense to me is 10,000 bolts. I mean, you could theoretically Dynastic Protectors, actually. Now that I think about it, that might be low-key broken here. Because Dynastic Protectors, if you go Imperial Guards, they have a lot of melee armor. And your opponent is playing Japanese, which means his entire army is basically melee. The only downside is against Japan, they can switch into Nagayari. In which case, well, that melee armor is kind of for nothing. In theory, I actually think Dynastic Protectors is pretty crafty here. MSN, ladies and gents, who is playing in the weekly in about 20 or 30 minutes, I think. Wondering what map this is in the tournament that he's going to be playing it. MSN, this is Wilderness. This is the default map. Hand cannon is now getting queued up by Locklock. Does need to lose some units first, though. And are you kidding me? I called it. As a Brit, speaking about a man with a British accent because he lives in Britland, I told you he wasn't going to read anything. Juji Library has been alive for, what, 2 minutes, and it has researched nothing. Fast coming in here. The Elite Samurai are starting to experience the pain of Grenadiers. That debuff is coming into play as well. Remember, gives bonus damage, 15% increase. However, it does feel like that front line might be getting mopped up a little bit too quickly. Onimusha Wave is now arriving. They could have been here a lot sooner had they been. I actually think it would have broken through. But instead, Myriad's going to be able to hold. We do start having some hand cannons added in. A little bit of a mockery for the Juji because they don't have their own. I am waiting for you to attack. Would you please attack? Oui, oui. I would like to see this attack. In la bibliothèque. We're not going to see any text, guys. Myriad's going to continue pushing, but this should be shoved back now. He doesn't have a front line. In fact, yeah, the crossbows, I don't really want to be throwing them away like this. Remember, without a hand cannoneer, this is like the creme de la creme for you. The keep drop's now going to be on the way. Myriad actually thinks he can brute force through here. We do have the Yumi Ashigaru coming through, so buff damage on the hand cannoneers. Just a trickle amount of Samurai, rather, should be good enough to let the hand cannoneers win. The gunny boys are here. The psychos have arrived. Now, there's still 10 Jugunu in here, so decent traders there. He's going to have to back up. Looks like Locklock actually didn't keep the production pump going, and the castle drop is going to succeed for Myriad. And finally, he picked up a book. And that's why, guys, that was the 10,000 bolts. He snuck it in. Yeah, that was the difference maker, right? He was actually losing the fight up until then. Does kind of feel like maybe he could have got away with Temple Sun first, but you could argue it was the timing attack, right? He kept pressing. Like, if he had basically had... Oopsie. I think I just dented my my preamp with a bottle. If I did, it dents insanely easily, is what I'll say. Oops. Yeah, so the whole point with the Juju library there was it's meant to give him the tempo with the timing, right? Whereas, like, long term, it would have felt better to go Temple Sun the other way around. It's all about what you want to do, right? If you want to raid, then Temple Sun wins. If you want to win the main fight, then Juju library can be viable. I'm pretty sure that dent wasn't there on my mixer before I dropped the bowl. It's fine. We do have a castle drop coming in, so blockers on gold. And the Palace Guard will not be able to stop it. Locklock should be safe if he gets inside. There we go. Most of them got inside. And we do actually have... oh, we've actually got a cannon emplacement on the way here. Yeah, Locklock needs to deal with that outpost ASAP. I can already see a world in which he hops out thinking he can gather and then loses 15 villages. Greased Axle's now also on the way. We are kind of approaching that point where Juji and China can win. It is the siege department. And he's going to get this cannon emplacement. So, funny thing is you actually can quite easily kill this outpost still. What you need to do is wait for the cannon shot to hit the tower, hit the castle rather, jump out, hit it, and then jump back in. So it is possible. It's just a bit of a ball ache. Other thing that's interesting, actually, is the rocket launcher will eventually beat this tower. This is so much idle time. Other Sacred Site hasn't been locked in for Myriad, right? Keep drop has occurred up here. So Locklock has a decent amount of gold left to work with. The vein is tapped dry for Myriad, though. He really has just sucked every piece of gold he has off the map. He's got 1 4K remaining in the center. And the villagers, he actually did pull them! Oh, that's a bloodbath. 10 of them go down. The other 5 barely survive there. So we'll better get a little bit of gathering going. Now, the full army is marching down here, though, with double bombard. Locklock is illy positioned to defend his keep drop here. Thank you. Glad you guys are enjoying the midweek musters. Glad we're gradually seeing more and more people starting to turn up for the Fridays as well. I know it's like I said before, in some people's eyes it might be like, oh, it's the weakest players against the strongest, but I mean, we saw earlier today with me and Micah's series, you can get big surprises. That is a lot of villages. 42 across under the gold. So the villagers on the stone have been discovered as well. And the keep is going to flop down. So it looks like gold access has been achieved for Myriad. Critical, considering that he wants to go shoot crossbows. Like, a lot of things actually require the gold mass. Also, with benefit now from the Ming transition. Remember, that gives a damage buffer. Pretty substantial one, actually. Not to mention the movement speed on top of it. Would allow you to just kite your opponent out. Opponent you need to kite out. Locklock going in for the dive. Mangoes do not have adjustable crossbars, though. He, however, does have a Revoltiquin. Needs to start hitting bio units with it. But the bombards are going to start sniping him out there. The castle is still alive. We finally have a bombard striking into it. The hand cannons are having to dive under these defenses. And also, the grenadier shots were coming in. So the debuff was temporarily there. They've now been removed from the equation. There's a lot of hand cannons being thrown at this by Locklock. I don't think it's enough. He needs more samurai arriving quicker. Arguably at this stage, the comp that you should be aiming for as Locklock is hand cannoneer horseman. Right? Because hand cannoneer horseman is a more cost-efficient way on your gold to get this push going. It also counters out really what Myriad is doing at the back of this. The whole idea is hand cannoneers will be able to clear the Palace Guard quick enough, and then horsemen win the fight for you. But this feels like we're drilling towards a loss. Locklock is, ironically to his name, getting locked out of the map here. Bombards are going to get sniped. I think we're close to kind of a conclusion point. Likely Locklock's going to keep playing, but unless he does something drastically different, which we're not seeing here, the outcome is pretty much ordained. Myriad just has too much blow already, and has plenty more coming. Bombards are now starting to reach the infrastructure, so that's going to slow down any remass attempt here. And villagers are desperately trying to keep their castles alive, but with a small peel-off group coming in, that's even more economical losses that Locklock can't afford here. He just doesn't have the gold income when he's idled out like this. Pretty wacky starting game, though. Definitely not a clean road to victory for Myriad. He had to work pretty damn hard to get it. Has some potential for Locklock still to upset in this series, but at this point, it looks fairly conclusive. And we might get these type of lengthy games still even deep in the series, folks. Remember, we've got Dry Arabia as well as Cliffside potentially coming up between these two. What do you guys think, though? Locklock kind of spooky? I mean, first time we've really seen him. It kind of surprised me when I checked the leaderboards and saw he's 149th in the world. I don't think he played clean, but like I said, Myriad didn't either. Right? They both had kind of big gaps in their attention span between water and land. Myriad definitely just playing a little bit cleaner as we got into the deeper phase of the game. Favorable comp as well. Triple bombard now. Myriad hasn't even brought the rest of the troopers in. And remember, those mangoes, they don't have adjustable crossbars. However, we do have AoE on the cannon shots. A big problem for the hand cannoneers. They're essentially just using his backline as a front line now. This looks pretty done. GG comes out. Game 1 will go to the Hungarian. All right. Interesting start. So, Juji versus Japanese. Be a win for the left. Let's get ready for game 2. Oh, crap. Observed the wrong person. Give me a sec. Well, do guys, I'm going to run like a minute of ads now, so hopefully don't get them when we're in game, okay? I'll do a minute and a half. Wait, am I blind? Where is he? Okay, Cliffside is going to be Delhi versus English. Ooh. I never heard something... Wait, funnier than what? Rogan? What did I even say? Well, after a tight start to this series, we might actually have a lockout in game number 2. Delhi versus English, a matchup we don't see too often. When we do, though, Delhi tends to just use the English as a human toilet. Which, I don't know, guys. Like that's not historically accurate. We're in an alternate timeline. God damn. I see what Locklock can do, though. We've got a double farm opener. Those things have been returning a little bit in the meta. But for Delhi, I think it's pretty clean here, right? You just play Dome of Faith, playing Dagazi, flank raid, and then look for your tech up after taking Sacred Sites. English don't really like playing against mobile civs as much, especially Delhi, because unlike, say, French, French can be mobile, but they can't force you to come out your base. These Sacred Sites will force you to play wide, and English are just not great at that, right? Lombos, men-at-arms, spears. The only way you can play Horsemen is to go into the Abif Kings build. I haven't really seen too many Abbey of Kings attempts recently into the New Delhi. My feeling is that once they see you doing it, they can just kind of mirror the heal with their scholars and then bypass the castle. At which stage, Mass Horseman sucks against War Elephant. So instead, Locklock is going to be going the way of aggro. Council Hall, really good on a map like Cliffside, especially when Myriad has a forward spawning berry like this. Just have to see if he's able to get any real damage done. So scout rotations, it's going to be 16 sheep to 12. So better, but not drastically better. Locklock definitely competitive enough with the amount he found. Oh, and Gamba. Yeah, 1 second. I'll give you guys 1 minute. I'm a generous lord. We'll speedy poo through to the Fulage because we're just a few minutes behind. So how does Locklock make this work? It's awkward because when you open council halls, you immediately don't want to use it. Against Delhi, they're always going to go Ghazi, right? So you have to add in the rack straight away. That's why he's already got 5 on wood. Maybe he adds in with the 1 longbow. I just think it slows your timing on the initial rack units too much. And it means you're going to have to hide in your base. You could argue either way he's going to have to hide in his base. One cool thing he could look to do gradually is creep up with an outpost and wall off the central ramp. Unfortunately, I think the spawn is just given too many variable options to get around that issue. Right? Like, this is actually a pretty friendly spawn for aggressive play. On the upside, obviously, is the gold is on the backside to the Locklock, so you should be able to get to some critical techs. The tree line being forward could leave him a bit vulnerable here, though. The British man is offended the British don't beat everything in the game. Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm a lot more, like, reasonable on that stuff. I'm trying to think who the worst is for that. I don't know. Instinctively, my brain was like maybe Sweden, because I was thinking about Europa Universalis, where they're like, we must make Sweden OP while being a Swedish developer. No problem, Moto. Yeah. Myriad has been entertaining. So that means, guys, we will have a choice between Moto versus Striker or Lash versus MSN. Ooh, we're spoiling you. Denmark's OP on that one? True. But Norway is always like their friends, you know? At least they were historically. So, Ghazi coming out. We should have an immediate follow-up into archer range here. You could theoretically go spears, but against Lombos, it feels pretty cursed. And we'd already have the spin being added in by Locklock, so he's just going to camp at home and try to wait for a counter-aggression point. He's even going for the paling, so he really is just hunkering down. My worry here is Myriad's just going to get free captures on the sacred sites. You can't allow that. So Blacksmith is coming in. We'll go for the 2 times speed until he moves out of his base. I'm a bit worried, man. Like, in some ways, in game 1, there were areas where he maybe played a little bit too slow, and it cost him dearly. We're kind of seeing potentially the risk of the same thing happening. I don't think he's wrong to stay at home here. I just think finding the right time to come out is very difficult against Delhi in this matchup. So what I'm gathering from chat right now between Moto flattering MSN and MSN flattering Moto is that neither of them want me to watch their game. They really want me to watch the other series. That's very smart and subtle of you two. Ghazi? I mean, he pretty much has free entry there. Yeah, so we'll be able to get in and get the Lombo. Won't be able to find anything else, though. We do have an approach on the front side. Locklock is moving up with an outpost. He's not going to be quick enough to deny this Sacred Site capture, though. This is going to be 3 Sacred Sites capped. It's a lot of income that's already going to be pushed into the Myriad pocket. We want their games? Well, unfortunately, I don't have a dedicated production team that can push me feeds of both of their games, and then I simultaneously cast them. If only. That would be the life. Oh, this outpost isn't going up. Oh, my friend, you may have miscalculated here. The villagers are going to commit to it, but it's going to cost them their life. One goes down, the second one going to be targeted here. He won't get that outpost up. I mean, worth it. Like, maybe losing free Ghazi a little bit expensive, but I think he's done enough here. The spear count next to non-existent as the archers arrive. Locklock is stuck. This is grim. 2 workers down, 3 sacred sites already captured. I'm not really seeing the pretty picture here. And I use a 1 PC setup, Bursno, because we have a Giga Chat PC. I should be posting a video in a few days on it. To show off the components. Been blown away, man. Really big shout out to the sponsors that are flipping on the right side of the screen there. I hope we can find other ways of working together with them because they've been a wonderful treat to work with so far. But yeah, because my PC is absolutely bonkers, I don't need a 2 PC setup. So how does Locklock now win? I mean, he could always say, the spawn was cursed, I need a remake. Myriad could... Okay, true. Depending on who his internet provider is, they might suck. We might get a DC. Maybe Myriad's with like... I don't know. I'm trying to... Wait, no, I can't slander brands. What if they wouldn't want to sponsor me? Well, actually, if they were crap, I wouldn't want them. I'm trying to think what the worst brand is in the UK. Oh, I did just leave... Maybe it's them? It's weird with ISPs in the UK. Because I think internet service providers in the UK, it's almost like the one that sucks is dependent on really where you live more than anything. There's such a mixed bag of opinions on the major internet service providers here. Whereas my understanding is in America, they just all suck, is what most Americans have said to me. I mean, that simplifies it, you know? So Ghazi against Men-at-Arms is not great for Locklock. Not unless he had loads of farms ready to keep pushing this, and you can see he does not. Oh, God. I mean, he's T-posing with his farms right now. The sacred sites also haven't been decapped. Myriad is getting ready for Castle Age while still being able to hold on to these, which is a bit ridiculous. What's the key to beating Delhi? Do you just go all in? What, is English? I think your goal with... I think there's a build that can work, which is Abbey of Kings. Pro Scouts. I think Pro Scouts, Abbey of Kings, Mass Horsemen can work. And you peel away the injured to heal them. Like, Lombo spearing all-in Delhi doesn't really work. They're just too good at blobbing counters to you, right? And like we mentioned, if you're all-inning with Lombo spears, it means you're rushing to one location when, like, the key objectives you need to block are actually in 3 different locations in the mid. But the thing about, like, English is they're not very good at splitting up. So, for example, a French player could have a chance because he can stick a knight on each sacred site and block you. If you send 4 Lombos to each sacred site, you're going to lose 8 of the Lombos out of the total of 12, right? Because, like, the Ghazi will just out-rotate you. That's what makes it so brutal, man. It's like, yes, you've got a premium archer, but these guys have a premium horseman. So, how's the learning about to complete? Locklock is getting additional outposts up here. But he's about to be running headfirst into Men-at-Arms and Knights.
Let us go.
Push is going to be coming in. Men-at-Arms aren't going to be able to sustain here for long. The first lance is already out. The Men-at-Arms are arriving for Myriad. At this point, Locklock is just going through the motions. In America, we have very different coverage options depending on where you live. Wait, Twitch is forcing ads while you're subscribed? But that's impossible. No, it can't do that. Like, if you're subscribed, you can't get ads. The whole point. There is an option where you can disable it so people will, like, still get ads, even if they're subscribed, but I don't have that. And what is up, Townhouse Tan? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, mate. Welcome to Swarm. So Men-at-Arms kind of trickling out here. Myriad needs more Lancers at this stage. Well, that's an interesting question. Locklock, I think you might indeed be the first African to play in the weeklies, because are you Moroccan, I think it was, I noticed? That's cool. Yeah, some different rep. Oh, sorry, Algerian. My apologies. Algerian. I believe you are, yes. We've had Middle Easterns. I think we maybe had one Middle Eastern. Yes. That would make you the first African. And you didn't even pigeonhole yourself into picking the only African civ in the game. Missed opportunity to be double Africa there. But I have a feeling we will not be seeing the Algerian lad going any deeper here, folks. Locklock, I mean, it was a good effort. I think that game one, a bit tricky. It looked like you had him for a moment. Just maybe, I think looking back at it in the mid game, there was a point to close and you just didn't fully exploit it, should we say. You kind of focused on the main fight instead of raiding. But yeah, this game, it's a hard matchup. I think this is one of English's hardest counters. But, yeah, Locklock, he's doing a cute job of at least removing all the archers, but unless he can somehow find a way to get 1,800 resources, maybe just like, I don't know, apply for a loan at the bank. It's just so difficult, man. The reason why he's at least semi-competing is because this isn't in yet. Wedge Rivets is coming in 45 seconds, at which stage these Lombos, their damage gets halved. I'm pretty sure like you're the only person subscribed who's getting ads. Subscribers, you getting ads? Yeah, it should all be safe. Do we have home blades? I think so. 6:15. Yeah, home blades is in. These boys are just clapping. Farm count is okay. Yeah, we're approaching like 3 farm clusters. Not quite there yet. He did at least get the decap on the sacred side, but it's 5 relics. Oh no. Myriad's just casually walking them home like he just found them on the shelves at his local supermarket. Like, ooh, 2 for 1. I think I'll buy a few of those. So, yes, first time African competitor in the midweek musters. Maybe a little bit more practice, Locklock. You might be the first one to make it to the round of 16 too. Let's see what the future holds. Okay. So, gonna shoot a very, very quick poll at you guys. What to watch? MSN versus Lash or Moto versus Striker? Those are your 2 options. 2 minutes poll. Go. And what are the ramifications there? So Moto versus Striker. Winner of that goes up against Anatand. Winner of Lash MSN goes up against Core. All right. Screw you, Moto. Looks like everyone wants MSN Lash. Sorry, buddy. So, they should be in the middle of the draft now. Let me see if I can grab it. Probably have time for 1 to 2 more series, I reckon. Where are we at? Are they drafted yet? I don't think they've drafted yet. Bit weird. It should be fairly quick once they get to it, because like Lash is going to probably stream his games, right? I'm containing my frustration about something. I can't say more than that. One sec, guys. Oh, do you? Cool. Deep breaths. Woosah, woosah. I'm a vague poster at heart. I cannot confirm or deny. So, I believe, do we have a draft now starting? We should. Yes, draft is underway. All right. Let's have a look at the goodies. They've even set up both. Yes, deep breath, deep breath, deep breath. Woosah, woosah, woosah. Man, woosah is such a goated reference. Do you guys get the woosah reference? Woosah. Woosah. Not wooba. That's different. Wooba is the wrong one. Anger management? Wait, was it in that show as well? Yeah, it's Bad Boys. In their psycho sessions. There's actually been in other things. I always just know it from Bad Boys. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Damn right. All right, so we have got Wilderness, Dry Arabia, and Rocky River. And now we get to the draft. Yeah, let me put some good vibes music on as well. Do I coach? No, not really. I don't really have like a coaching system or whatever. I've given feedback to people on their replays before. What I do is more like with the assessment is more. I won't be able to run you through build orders per se. It's more like high level thinking. It originates in the anger management movie. What was this movie? I don't think I've ever watched this. Also, wasn't Bad Boys before that? Yeah. So was the Woosah scene was in Bad Boys 2 though, right? So they were both in the same year. 6th of June. 3rd of October. I mean, considering when post-production is done, I don't think necessarily it was Bad Boys copied anger management. I think they both done it, and that just coincidentally happened. All right, guys, so we got draft underway. Shuji being banned, no big surprise here. Looks like they're going to be splitting H3 Byzantines. I honestly prefer having HRE out of those two choices, especially with the map pool being, Wilderness, Dry Arabia, Rocky River. Yeah, I think this is already a little bit of a better start for MSN. Follow-up here should be bans coming in on China. China's still really high value here. Lash is probably going to be seeking Malians here or here. For MSN, we know he's going to be looking at ABBA. So you could target bans at the player instead, which would be Malian/ABBA. Like, realistically, actually, yeah, okay, they're Delhi and Rus. So Delhi's always a bit of a funky one right now. I kind of value Rus higher than Delhi. It's not that Delhi can't beat Rus, it's that Rus has more applicability against pro scouting civs. There's the ABBA that got through. I mean, you could just pick into the Rus now, because I think it should get banned next phase. Oh, sorry, no, he banned Delhi away, didn't he? So you can pick Delhi now and then see if he, like, mirrors. What map? I'm trying to think where you put Delhi here. Because, like, if you get the ABBA matchup, it's just a default win, right? Like, the ABBA matchup is interesting because I think now for Lash, he can't go for the Malian pick that he loves so much. Japanese is going to be intended for Wilderness. So final ban phase here. You have to mirror the Rus ban, right? No, China, dude. How is China? I can't get over this. How is China not getting picked or banned? I think it's a good enough map pool for them, right? With Dry Arabia, Rocky River. Bad Boys 2 came out first. Aha! Low elo eating. How dare you, sir? Misleading us. There we go. Dude, I'm still surprised China got this deep before being banned. I would have banned it before Delhi. I mean, maybe the threat is like Delhi sneaks through and then try. It's kind of funky that we got like Japanese here. MSN does play a decent amount of Japanese, so maybe it's also a blocker pick simultaneously. IO's a follow-up is intriguing. I guess that's potentially against the ABBA. HRE versus IO is seen as like a 55-45 game. So execution matters, so you could get that matchup. Follow-up here, maybe French, but your opponent has Ayabids. It just feels weird. I know he likes playing French, though. You could snatch the Malians away. And he's just going to pick the... Wait. Okay, sorry. He's got back-to-back picks. That's fine. Yeah, so Roos into... Like, you blocker pick Malians or you pick Mongols. Yeah, there we go. And now... I still think Lash is going to pick Malians. Oh, wait, sorry. I'm an idiot. He's got Delhi. It's a long day, guys. I haven't had my caffeine because I'm running low and my throat's sore. Although, like, your opponent has Roos HRE. Is Delhi really that crazy good? And you're kind of predictable where you're going to pick them, because I don't think you pick Delhi on Wilderness. So it's Rocky River, most likely. Interesting. Opening game should be, with these drafts, you could probably see Japanese versus Mongols, or maybe Japanese versus HRE. I think it's much safer to run Japanese versus Mongols. It's a good counterplay. Mongols historically has done quite well against Japanese. I think recently with the Shinobi builds, Japanese can do pretty well. But like if your opponent goes Kura Storehouse, it's an immediate win. And also as a Mongol player on this type of map, you more freely can play onto the pond side because the assumption is that your opponent can't come out because you're going to burn him down, right? So that's good. All right, fantastic. Oh, damn, this song is good. So the lads should be getting in lobby now. We should be getting underway in a second. There shouldn't be a 5-minute delay because remember, like Lash will be, like he'll want to be streaming his POV, so it should be quite fast. What I'll do is I'm going to run 2 minutes ads now for you guys, and then you don't have to worry about them when we're in game, okay? Oh yeah, sorry, I need to change the name because he never bloody types his name in. I'm gonna beat him with a stick at this rate. That is indeed MSN. It's annoying for me because once I manually enter a name into the draft screen, in future when I import future drafts, it doesn't just track. It'll basically just hold their name until I manually delete it and replace it. It's a little bit annoying with the tool. Is his name Howard? No, I think it's just like the auto name things, if I'm not mistaken. ABBA dropped a tier since Pro Scouts? Oh, dude, they dropped more than a tier. They dropped like 3 tiers. At least I'd say drop 2 tiers is fair. Okay, so it looks like we're getting Byzantines versus ABBA for the opening game. That can't be right. Did I just bug out? I must have bugged out. There's no way. Yeah, okay. We're getting Japanese ABBA. No. Like, we're getting Japanese ABBA. That makes more sense. MSN is kind of obsessed with ABBA. A little bit weird into Japan. Like, Japan, I think, just wins this. Right? They're quite favored here, actually. Historically, they've been really good at dealing with ABBA. But he's clearly thinking about the Ram Rush build, so you'll be seeing Military Wing opener. But we should be ready to hop in a second. Oh, wrong screen. Actually, I just forgot to hide the thing. Hi, YouTube. Yes, I am keeping an eye on you and making sure you're all happy. Once Japan reaches Castle Age, ABBA dies. Yeah, so his play will be to block water play and then inflate his own. I think that's the only way he can really do it. We'll see if it works, though. Oh, almost forgot. Let's get predictions up. Oh, we are going deep for the round of 32s here. One and all. Welcome back to the Midweek Muster. Lash versus MSN. German pillar of the community versus dirty, filthy tower erector. We've got a Bassett versus Japanese in opener. A peculiar matchup, actually, on a water hybrid map. The water is far away and usually doesn't become the mainstay of this particular new map called Wilderness, folks. But the interesting thing here is that MSN will force it to be about that. He always looks for this type of play. MSN is a really big fan of Abba still on water hybrid maps because the military wing into Ram Rush opening. Lash, however, maybe aware of the potential for it, isn't engaging at all. He's going to be just hanging at home with the Japanese and looking for a fast feudal timing, which would favor him, remember, because if he rushes feudal here and gets Coca Township, he can block the docks with sabotage. Yeah, really key detail, and love this as well. He's already actually got a little bit of fishing going on with the shoreline fish from the farmhouse. This is something that I think has had people gravitating immediately to Japan, is when you have these little ponds like this, one of the nice big benefits is that, of course, you can just gather from what already needs to be built, right? Like, by building the farmhouse, which you need because you need a house, you're getting a drop-off location. So it just makes them a little bit cleaner. There's not many civs that can compete with the smoothness of this opening, I'd say. Maybe like, for example, French with the mill, and the other one would be Mongols with the gur that can move. Same idea about like why, in theory at least, Japanese should be pretty good on a map like, say, Frisian Marshes, right? Because they can use those fishing ponds very well. In reality, Japan doesn't, because they don't want to have to play long feudal. Wow, okay, so we're not going to have the fast feudal. A little bit surprised by this. Lash went for a delayed play onto the dock. This might not favor him on the timing, because now if they're kind of mirrored in their feudal timing, the first Shinobi won't arrive in time to stop the dock. So when Lash goes for the tech up, he's going to need to put about 8 villages on the tech. And the Coco needs to be placed like here to be as close as possible. How do you guys gamble, by the way? How are we looking? Okay, 79% for Lash. I mean, MSN's a very capable player, but I can see where people come from. Lash, I don't want to see he's been, becoming this overwhelming, unstoppable force. I think he's been a sturdy, reliable player, right? Lash, to me, isn't really necessarily like your innovator, like a bee or cat type person in the community, but he does have solid gameplay. Baldy says this is a 50-50 matchup player-wise. Yeah, I could get behind that. I think MSN is one of those players that does maybe take a bit more of a creative approach, especially when you give him something like an Abbasid pick. And it is going to be the military wing as anticipated. So this is going to allow him to just go after the dock play. It also is going to be a blocker to the initial Shinobi. You need to get 2 Shinobi out. So Lash needs to make sure he's optimizing around that. Right now, he's definitely got the extra gold surplus to do so once he does reach the age up. He's got a little bit of last food dropping off ASAP here, though. There we go. Coco to be built. 4 is really slow. I was not necessarily expecting that. He's up to, what, 4 fishing boats? Meanwhile, that's better than what MSN's got. He's stuck at 3. Okay, there we go. He's pulling more now. 6 is a little bit better, but I think this is still going to be a bit tight on the timing. But the military wing is just 52 seconds away. Arguably, MSN's going to be in age 2 before you. Look at that, Voldemort giving us the deep analysis. No, I agree with that. It's a fair way of looking at it, right? Like, Lash likes... Lash in some ways reminds me of kind of like the way I described Myriad, because we just had Myriad on, so it's kind of appropriate. Where he's a strong orderly player, he likes playing into that mid game where he can. MSN is very much a Dragan-esque player, right? There's to have a lot in common, that they are looking for these cheeky, enabling plays in the first 10 to 15 minutes to just get them ahead. Now, against the absolute best players in AoE 4, it's It's very hard to pull the wool over their eyes. You have to have a grand plan beyond. You have to be looking 5 steps beyond the next 2, right? But when you go a tier down, with these people who have very firm build orders that they've prepped, they've practiced across weeks, months, they know to be good in X and Y matchup, they're the ones you can really just strip up. So tech up's Myriad. MSN already now queuing up the Spring ship. Oh, just ship reaction from Lash. He's going to be behind to begin with. And you know how this is following up, guys. MSN is going to be looking for that ram play. He peels 1 archer to head into the base, and the other 3 are going to be walking down to try and build. What would be interesting here is actually if MSN had parked himself on the ball, because he could have actually intercepted and pulled to the Shinobi. Fortunately, they're just going to be like ships of the night here. We do have an archer ship follow-up coming out in 15 seconds here. Yeah, and Lash's open play now just kind of feels wasteful. He really thought he was going to get the tech up first, didn't he? Feels like it. Archer, MSN needs the micro away. This could actually be really good right now because Lash is wasting a lot of worker time. Yeah, as long as he's paying attention to this, it's going to do decent damage. The second Shinobi is coming out. So that should be enough to block the archer play. And no sabotage here. Yeah, there was a big risk with what MSN was doing here, right? Because splitting up the archers means that sabotage should have happened. But Lash, I don't know if that was a select all army. That must have been a select all army. Something definitely went wrong there. MSN now starting to march forward. We do have the Camel Archer also coming in. Remember, Camel Archer is the perfect counter to Shinobi. It does do the double damage. Demo will also be able to connect here, so unfortunately Lash not going to be able to dodge that one. And it's looking like he might have lost water. Yeah, 6 fishing boats, only safety for 3. He's not even trying to micro them away yet. Rough start, and this is exactly what MSN's looking for. That could be a nuisance, hence why we've got the outpost. With it being Camel Archers, you could probably get away with just 1 outpost. We can see MSN is blobbing. The interesting thing about blobbing here, folks, is if you start scaling Camel Archers at a reasonable pace, and Japanese's tech timing isn't aggressive enough, Camel Archers can actually protect you against a cast stage player. Ooh, rough start here, though. We did get in. Looks like he found a worker kill. But we talked about the Cam Archers. Like, look at how quick they can kill. Only takes 4 hits to get that kill. And the regen's slow enough that it should be 4 hits. Not just that, I actually found the worker out on the farmhouse. MSN striking at both ends of the map. And you can see Lash doesn't want to contest war at all. Like, why would you here? Like, you could theoretically go for a naval arrow slit. It just feels like it would slow down your timing otherwise. Like, you'd probably rather have a second outpost or fortification. And MSN, like, his tech up should likely be, what, Culture Wing here? Has to be competitive on the timings. Camel Archer, not quite able to start a step in to get another kill, but it's still blocking wood resources. Lash does have what he needs for the infrastructure, 400 wood in reserve. And he's going to be in the tech up. So Cam Archer could be a little bit annoying with some pokey dives here. Villagers on the berries also getting exposed. And one thing that has me worried, Lash, okay, he's good. He's got 18 sheep to work with. Some of them been clubbed down, so let's say realistically about 14 sheep worth of gathering there. So he's sitting on a pretty healthy 2,800 food bank. And MSN is bulking into those Camel Archers like we talked about. Even some small walls. Kind of interesting. He can actually connect this one. Yeah. And that stops rush route towards your gold. Oh, he's actually going to go very aggressive with the walling. A little bit surprised by this, but I guess I shouldn't be when you consider he's got fishing, right? So with 7 fishing boats, you can afford to pull 4 villages like this and get these walls up. Damn, he's going for more. Well, the first Camel Archers might slow down the Mat Samurai timing. Because I think this wall in particular is ambitious for 1 villager, and that's kind of nuts. He's got fishing already, and yet he's going ecoing. He just walled in a deer stack, maybe even 2 at this spacing, and he's still going for ecoing. Oh, yeah. Shocker, Voldemar likes walls. So Militech's also on the way. Lash just wants that little bit of extra damage to tickle in. The first Mount Samurai is almost here, but it looks like MSN should be able to tap that wall up just in time. Should cost him a villager to do so, but he's still insulated. This one is way too ambitiously late, though. Oh, he actually gets behind the wall. no, MSN! Oh, no. That is not how we move. Okay, Voldemort, do you still like this? All right, the Mountain Samurai is in. He shouldn't be able to do too much, right? Right, that's your cue. You're meant to defend them. Okay, finally he reacts here. Unnecessary losses, though, and second layer of walls fails as well. The Mountain Samurai are breaking in here. Game was starting to get a little bit messy for Lash, but quickly starting to look like he's recovered it. I'm gonna work a kill there. Does have to worry about the eternity of fishing and the fact that your opponent is now going eco wing, which opens up more greed. But in return, Lash, with all this pressure into the back of the base, is able to now start picking up the relics. Fairly uncontested here. Oh, it's cool worrying about Johan again. Let's have a look at those brackets just so we can see how much he should panic. Oh, look, you're on the opposite side. You're fine. I mean, it's quite assumptuous to just think you're going to make grand finals and face off against Johan, but possibly. I'd personally be more worried about Anatan for your side, mate. Or even... Ooh, Voldemort versus Core in the quarterfinals could happen. Nah, this chip damage is adding up, though. MSN is at least aged up. He has got Camel Riders on the way. Smart idea. Camel Riders can counter the Mountain Samurai. Pretty interesting idea from Lash, though. Yumi Ashigaru as a response instead of Spearman is kind of intriguing. Spearman will do a lot better, but Yumi Ashigaru will give you that raid potency. Also protects you against spears being laid in by MSN. Breakout attempt. The Mountain Samurai are just going to dive straight for the crossbows. Destined to wall up down here. Yeah, you see what I mean with the Yumi, though. You just need so many of them to actually register real damage against a unit that has 270 HP. And wow, look at that. Core is such a big fan of Anatan that if I'm reading that message correctly, he would like to make love to Anatan. Damn. I guess that's how he shows appreciation. So Yumi have broken in, but I mean, where are the Mountain Samurai now? Right, like he kind of lost a few too many there. It's 6 Camel Riders. I can't see this really getting too much done, especially with the gold not being gathered here. I'm saying actually a little bit paranoid. Not quite sure why. I mean, this many camels should be able to just run it through, especially with a lack of Yumi upgrades coming in. Yeah, he couldn't resist the Anno Riz, right? Anno seems like he's hit some next level stuff recently. Kind of feels like that way. I think maybe I'm curious if like he's able to beat B if that matchup happens, because like B has really looked like he's been leveling up in like the last month or two, and I do believe him and Anatan still frequently scrim together. I believe Anno is also still frequently scrimming with Marine Lord. All right, ones if you think MSN's going to win this, twos if you backlash. I have a tricky one to call right now. I mean, you know, I'm a big fan of Yumi, but not in this matchup. You're seeing what's happening, right? MSN has melee wing. He's going composite bows. This is just a winning play. Like, this is why I thought maybe we'd see Lash try spears to just overwhelm. Obviously, archers count that as well, sure, but you get more firepower against, say, things like camels. And then also, because you would have Raxus set up, you can switch into Onabagisha. But the issue with Onabagisha is he just doesn't have the food, right? Like, this is the thing that's going to decide at this rate. I think this is the interesting thing about water on this map, is like the water, long-term, definitely the most favorable thing, but the burst of things like deer can actually give you competition on land. Now, Lash, positives for him, he has got 4 relics, right? So we can't discount that. It's just a bit awkward because Yumi, after you've got these blacksmith upgrades, isn't really going to leverage that. Ambitious Camel Rider is going to die. Got Burn Through coming. We don't Oh, no, MSN. I think he may have forgotten. I feel like composite bows is meant to be a rush here once you're at this many archers. Yeah, okay, so he's going boot camp first. He didn't have the gold to rush composite bows. So you pretty much have to take what you can get. It's a lot of camels, though. I mean, this is why he doesn't have composite bows, by the way, guys. Because he's just rushing camel riders. Mass camel riders. I'm glad people have stopped sleeping on this goddamn unit. They're ridiculous. Even more so if you start adding this in. The camel rider shields for the +3 tech. Pretty much just offsetting the bannerman effect, right? Which is important because the weird thing about fighting mounted samurai is when they have the Uma bannerman, the unease kind of just evaporates, right? It's like you're decreasing damage by 20%, but then they're buffing damage by 15%, right? So it's not a very big percentile difference. We do have 2 CCs now from Lash. It's interesting that we don't have it from MSN, despite the fact he did go eco. Camels get destroyed by Yuumi. Not as quickly as you'd think at 270 HP. I mean, sure, they're going to die, right? But, like, not as quickly as you'd think. Yuumi are still, I'd say, one of the more cost-efficient traders into them, for sure. This is a lot better from Lash, but the worry I now have is, like, the spears. It's so late, your opponent's already bulking archers. Spears would have made sense before the Yuumi transition. Camel archers, sorry, camel age camels. You're saying their shields suck? Yeah, like the camel rider shields only work for melee, right? But once again, it's 270 HP. Like compared to normal men at arms, these guys have 40. Sorry, normal knight rather. These guys have 40 more health, so they are a little bit padded. It's deceptive. Yeah, you know, you could argue against Yuumi, a lancer is going to last longer. Agreed. But it's also it's pretty disingenuous to not register that extra 40 health. I mean, do we even have the camel rider shields coming in? So interesting thing for Lash is like at this stage, because he went 2TC, he doesn't have Daimyo level 2, so he can't actually get the Uma bannerman effect. So his mounted samurai, before they weren't favored, now they most definitely aren't against the camel riders. Yuumi have at least got the extra mobility for you to try and kite this fight. Instead, Lash is just going to A-click in, and that is a lot of camels. Archers are trying to target fire down that back line. It's just an envelop and an overwhelm, though. Okay, Lash, this just felt like the wrong way to fight. An A-click in like this had him doomed. There's still 10 camels alive. And their melee damage is quite noticeable against squishy units like this. Lash, his numbers were deceptive, right? Like, military count was mirrored, but these Yuumi are smaller, more fragile. And you just saw how fragile. At least they'll be able to run away quickly. MSN now may have a strangle opportunity here. Slow down a little bit. Does reveal the spearman. One thing that does have me worried here is MSN's income. Where's the food? No, I don't think MSN can rush 2TC. He actually needs food. Food is more important than 2TC here. His numbers don't really make sense, actually. He's got deep water over here. He's got a second... Yeah. What is he doing with his villagers? Okay, so we've got shuffles, finally. Wait, but these are for wood and the gold, right? So he's legit just relying on archers to carry this game. He's in for bad news then, because Lash is switching into samurai. Yeah, after what looked like a early, too soon fight, kind of egregious choice of micro and engagement for Lash. Now it kind of doesn't matter because MSN's economy just seems to have dried up. Like, this does not look like the economy of a man that has 64 workers, and there's a reason for that, guys. Would you like to look at the top right? Now look at the top left. Now what you want to say is neither of them have techs, but remember, the Japanese ones just don't show up. So like Lash has been getting eco techs. MSN seems to be lacking them. He doesn't even have wheelbarrow. Yeah, I think that's why his numbers are so low. Wheelbarrow in particular. I mean, the efficiency, also the inefficiency rather, of walking villagers out here and out here is ridiculous. And yeah, MSN should consider adding in a few farms. Or just going onto the deer. Like, one or the other. It's just weird because he's relying on just the fishing, but it's clearly not delivering enough. I think at this stage, extended lines makes a lot of sense because of the rate at which you're exhausting deep water fish. Wallop coming in from the Manganel. The problem is, it doesn't really seem to get the wallop you're looking for against Yuumi. Great if there's some crossbows to target, but not against these already squishy, underwhelming units that blob. So loses the mango, has to fall back behind the walls. Luckily for him, he has not chopped through. Unluckily for him, the timer continues. 6 minutes until a victory for Lash. Japan seems like a hard counter to ABBA. Usually, like, this game didn't really play out in the standard way to get to here. I think MSN's transition was questionable. I mean, the camera is cool, seemed cool, right? But maybe a few nights as well to raid. And it's kind of crazy the way he won water and then didn't have any presence out onto the map. We saw him win water, build 2 camels, harass a little bit, and then nothing. Composite bows is now on the way. Like, it's kind of crazy that we talked about that, what, maybe 2 minutes ago? It's now only completing. It means Lash is going to start riding in here. We'll start to camp the front side of the map here. We have got a dive in from a few of the Mount Samurai. But remember, for Lash, he doesn't want to overcommit. He has a ticking wing condition right now. Okay, I don't... dude, this guy might be a genius. That one structure just deactivated. It doesn't matter too much. It's only the reset speed. MSN. He's trying to get into mass crossbows now. The tricky part is, like, going crossbows, I mean, great against the amount of Samurai and the Samurai, but it means the Yuumi still counter you. Trying to think what MSN's breakout point is here, because he's going Horseman with very little food. This is not exactly the type of income that inspires confidence in Mass Horseman. He's going to get a temporary burst off the deer, but like that's very finite, right? And the secondary deer, he didn't gather the risky resource first. He took the safe one. And that safe one is about to be impeached as well. There's already a wraparound from a handful of troops. And Lash is just really grinding him down slowly here. A lot of people are watching this going, well, why wouldn't he just die if his army's bigger? It's because he has everything to lose right now. MSN has everything to gain. Deep water. Is he at least balancing a bit better? No, these ones are still getting exhausted way too quickly. Yeah, I've got a funny feeling this might be an underwhelming end of game 1 for MSN. He has to come out now. Waiting down to like 2 minutes is way too dangerous. Because you don't know what your opponent's doing, right? Like, we have God Vision, but from his POV, Lash could have walked here, here. He could have outpost spammed it as well. And, well, he has. We've got them coming in. The north side, of course, has been walled. So these things substantially slow you down because when you look at MSN's comp, he doesn't actually have much torch power at all. Looks like we are getting that chip raid in the back. MSN's like, no, I will not stop working. Look, it doesn't even move a single villager away. There's Yuumi could have probably got like 1 or 2 kills at least. And we have a break in on the north side. Lash, I love the fact that he's still hunting for a kill, even though he has the ability to just camp here. If he was playing a different Civ, he wouldn't even try. Right? At this stage, if you're playing a different Civ, you'd be on the stone dropping a key. Fortunately, when you play the Japanese, that's not really a realistic option. Unless you want to invest well over 2,000 stone into it. Don't leverage healing enough? I mean, he only has 1 Shinto, in fairness. But yes, like there are games where the healing would be very useful. think we talked about it before. It's a big part of why all of the Dragon kind of feel like people on a stick. Is even if they win the first fight and they lose the second fight, they're missing an army for way too long, right? And they will lose the second fight without healing because everything's half HP. Ring the bell here. We do have 4 mangoes ready to rock and roll for MSN. 12 Mounted Samurai plus 2 Horsemen is going to be the only flank power that's there. But the Abandonment buff, it should be good enough. There's a tiny opening. We are start seeing some more of these troops kind of rippling into the back. In fact, the Mounted Samurai are going to go raiding. So interesting choice here. It leaves him a bit weaker on the Sacred Site competition, but if he loses this fight, MSN's going to be drastically behind. Yeah, and now they can just reap souls. MSN, he's not even pulling away right now. I don't even know if he's noticed yet. The crossbows, he actually pulled a bunch of them back, but they're not doing anything. So many worker kills here. Now a 15 eco lead and building for Lash. Mangoes are going to be squaring up. Not the hit he needs, though. The Yumi are being ignored. Has to pull the cavalry in now, but this is not what they need to be targeting. The horsemen need to be on top of the Yumi. Instead, the Samurai are just carrying everything here. MSN can't even reach the site at this stage. It's a game 1 win. It has to be. He's just been wiped. Yeah, and there's no sneaking coming, right? With the walls up, with the outpost spam that's there. Lash, although the game reached a chaotic phase, has stabilized it back to the orderly fashion that he is most comfortable with. MSN, he's got one last shot at this, but with the amount of Spearman placements coming in here, I don't even know if Camel's going to be tanky enough to stand here. Oh, could be a promising game moving forward into game 2. I think, at least on paper, based on their achievements, the play you'd expect to come out ahead is going to do it to begin with. And the Civ that you'd expect to do it, most definitely. Impressed MSN actually made it look this close. Don't worry, folks. He's not out yet. Eco Wing was the kill. I mean, it's kind of a fair point. I don't think Eco Wing necessarily done anything in that game. He didn't add farms. He didn't add a TC. Culture Wing actually would have changed a lot because he would have had composite bows and everything else a lot quicker. I'm a little bit perplexed by the Eco Wing choice. Maybe he thought he had more time to get away with it. It's the only thing I can think of there. Okay, so Japanese win over ABBA in game 1. They should be getting the lobby. Guys, what I'll do is I can run some ads now while they pick their civs, so you guys don't have to worry once you're in the next game, okay? So, 1 second. Let me check what they've got for us next as well. Oh, they haven't even said that yet. All right, I'll run 2 minutes ads. Okay, I can't because Twitch just ran the ads for us. I hate that Twitch doesn't just let you, do your thing. Didn't let the Abasa boom intimidate him? Yeah. I mean, he recovered that really well. That did look shaky. I was actually worried it was just going to lead to him getting wiped. But good recovery. Sorry, I'm just sending some things in the background. So, do we have draft? I'm getting slow rolled. I mean, we should have draft. I guess MSN's probably stroking his chin, figuring out what map he wants to go for game number 2. With his draft... I guess do you roost Dry Arabia? Ugh. My worry is like the Roost pick seems predictable now, so the Deli just wins. I think MSN has to go HRE, and Lash can get creative now. Instead of picking Deli, just go Ibids. That's a really tight matchup. A moment of truth is coming. I mean, you have to play H. Oh, what? He went Roost. Okay, so this is a matchup that we've already seen B multiple times destroying. There's a lot of pressure play for Deli, and they are able to move quick enough to block Roos Pro Scouts. So I think, you know, if Lash plays very aggressively, admittedly being more of an orderly player, maybe he doesn't execute as rapidly as he should, but if he plays very aggressively here, he can shut the Roos out of the game. I believe, we'll find out in the moment. I mean, either map, Rocky River or Dry Arabia, if you do take that aggressive line with the Deli, you can basically spam Spearman into spam Ghazi, capture all 3 sacred sites, and then still be in time to stop them getting Deer back. It's dirty. My jaws hit the floor watching him do it multiple times. Alright, so they are now in lobby, so we should be in game in probably about, I'd say, 30 seconds-ish. And it is going to be on Rocky River. Okay. So loading game now. Let's get into it. Forgot about predictions, didn't I? Let's get them set up. All right, game number 2, and we have what on paper has been a dominant matchup for the Deli, at least in the hands of a certain 3D Clan member. Let's see if Lash can maybe replicate that level of success, because MSN is going to be on the Roos going up against the Deli. Yeah, Rocky River going to be the map, a map that's really good for Pro Scouts play. Typically, the way this one's meant to go, if you want to block Pro Scouts, you can open with spears into Ghazi, flood towards your opponent's base, and starve them off while you capture sacred sites. Curious to see if that's the way Lash is going to go. All that, by the way, is doable with just a Dome of Faith build. You don't even have to compromise yourself with the old school Tower of Victory builds. Great start on the sheep as well for Lash, by the way. Yeah, against a double scout opener, already being, what, 10 sheep to 16? And in fact, looking at where MSN's scouting, this looks like it's actually going to be majority sheep for Lash. Instead of checking this corner, if he actually just instinctively gambles on the west side, he's going to end up with all the sheep. Ooh, is he going to see him? Okay, nice grab on the sheep there, but now Lash has to go west side. So it'll still be at least competitive on the sheep count from MSN, but I do think that for a one scout play, Deli may be getting a little bit more than they should out of this. Actually, considering MSN went triple scout, he's doing that build we talked about with B, where the whole idea is you know where your enemy scout is going, so you pretty much just kind of corral them, you sheepdog them into their pen. The weird part to me is, instead of taking full advantage, MSN's already coming home. He's leaving a lot of extra lamb on the platter. So, a lot of gamba going towards Lash so far. 82% in favor of him. A little bit crazy. I mean, remember the build I talked about, like we've seen a few Roost Deli games that actually just go full the way of the Roost because, you know, the basic logic of Roost versus Deli, it's actually the same as any Pro Scout Civ versus Deli, is they can't beat my Pro Scouts, I will get food and contest them. So it's not just simply, oh yeah, you just like counter Pro Scouts, bro. You do have to still execute, and at the highest level, it can be a little bit difficult. Just because of how aggressive Roost, HRE, China's timings are on these things. But don't faith now on the way. Go and get coming in the other way. Sorry, we're a few seconds away from live. Let me just quickly... There we go, we're live. Whew. I am so looking forward to a patch, by the way. I don't want to say that the current meta has been fully figured out. I think Order the Dragon's arrival this late in is kind of revealing that, right? That there's still things being discovered. But the core, man, I feel like I talk about Pro Scouts way too much. Part of me wants to pull Rocky River out, just so we talk about it less. It's definitely a map where it just seems to be absurdly dominant, actually. It's also interesting because Rocky River is definitely one of the maps that leans later game, you guys may have noticed. At least definitely forces later games on average. Like, if I had to pull stats based on the last, like, 2 weeks, I have a feeling Rocky River... Actually, no, that's a lie. Borderland would be our longest, but you can blame Dimmy for that. Complete. I totally forgot to get water, so I have to try and do that afterwards. Rocky River is a good map, but yeah, it can take a long time. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Like, it's weird when you look at it, you think, oh, you only get 2 safe tree lines and there's nothing on the flanks. Yeah, but I mean, there is stuff on the flanks. They're spread out wide enough, you have options often. The other awkward thing is, like, because of these wallable areas, because of the natural water wall, crossing the map with a full wall isn't as difficult as it would be on, say, Dry Arabia. So MSN actually beginning not by shoving a deer pack towards the base, but by trying to burn the mining camp. It's burning a little bit of wood, but can't help but feel you're missing a golden opportunity here. With Pro Scouts, like if you were here shoving the deer back, by the time the tech completes, you probably have them about here. That half the distance to return. Same with if you take the big deer pack and shove it, you could probably get it close to the berries, at which point it's once again half the distance. And because the tree line's in the way, it's very well protected. So yeah, a little bit shot by this choice. I mean, MSN, he clearly wants to try and take the deer from his opponent's side, but you can still actually do that and follow up. It's just you push your safe deer, then come for the dangerous deer on the second wave. Instead, Lash will be able to get plenty of the Ghazi out. A little bit surprised we didn't actually get that Rax play we were talking about, though. Because knowing where your opponent's going to go, you could have already blocked it out. Then again, apparently Lash doesn't know exactly where. I mean, he must assume the deer are in the corner, but he didn't actually scout there at all. Yeah, by the way, if I do have any aspiring map creators in chat, feel free to get creating and then let me know about them. We're always looking for new maps to enter. I keep my eye on the mod store, but I don't know, I feel like I don't want to take full credit for like the map creators we still have. Some of them were just going to keep going. But I imagine, you know, if it wasn't for small tournaments between like the big tournaments, leveraging their maps, using them, a lot of these guys probably would have been like, oh, what's the point? Because we do have a lot of cool creativity in the community. It's just hard to get the environment where they'd be used, right? So Sancti's about to tick in. Lash should be looking for the pull soon. I mean, you're against the fast castle Roost play. He's not going to build anything to conflict with you here. Right, best thing you can do is run a scout onto a sacred site. Hey, there's one example. What's up, K-Value? I kept you in the community. Okay, I wasn't going to go that far, but yeah. And you ain't been paying rent. So, you have to break your legs. Sorry. Steel arrow coming in. Lash is actually choosing to go archers. Which makes sense. Like, the spearman into Ghazi play makes sense as spear immediately. But if you do it delayed, your opponent can just go into horse archers, right? And contest you slowly. I think the reason why an infantry element is important here is you can actually run out and wall these off, which is going to stop the initial horse archer raids. That's true. You have subscribed for so long. Let me check how long. Okay, he's been subscribed for 9 months. That's fair. Our child has technically been born. Well done. Did he get any deer back? So he took 3 from this pack here. He's also now picked up, like, what? 2 more from over here. So he is getting deer home. It's just a bit tricky. Lash has done such a good job of, like, trying to minimize the big bang for buck values. He now has pro scouts. Meanwhile, MSN is going to have Castle Age. Get your numbers in. The High Trade House is on the way. Passive gold this Civil Wars gets. High value play for him actually would be to prep the blacksmiths as well to research Undermesh now that you've seen archers. But I guess he's maybe paranoid this is a bit of a bait. We can see that actually Lash, for the time being, has actually stopped at 4 archers. Well, 3 Sites rather going to get locked in. And Lash is on standby, ready to intercept. MSN, does he actually have any good options? Yeah, he somehow snuck out over here. The Ghazi is surely going to see him, right? No, he's blind to this. Crafty Bugger actually finds probably the one deer pack that he could reach right now. And he's trying to reach another. A wide wrap coming in around the Ghazi. God, this feels like someone's playing one of those stealth games, you know? Where the guards are on patrol and you have to just avoid the cone of vision. How do I feel about the Roost passive gold? Is it balanced? I think the scaling of the gold can probably be reassessed now. Like, the scaling made sense, the old tier system, based on a very rigid bounty system, right? That was very limited in how high you could scale. But now, your ability to just get, like, all tiers unlocked is a bit crazy. And, you know, by default, they already do pretty well, right? Like, we're probably, what, tier 2 now? 130 gold in the High Trade House is ridiculously good. And once again, always remember, it's not 130 gold, 165. Because you can gather from the deer as well and get gold. So yeah, I think the passive gold gen on buildings could probably be stunted a bit. And Roost would still be fine. Lash. Oh, this Civ definitely needs nerfing. I'm not going to hold back on this one. Shotgun. Aim at their face. And then blow all the mandibles off and reveal the skull. Like, the Delhi is absurd. And you're going to see why. It's not to the aggressive form because he only has 8 scholars. He could have been producing more. I think, yeah, Lash realized it as well. He just queued up 3 more. So there was some gaps here. But his research rates are going to be insane in the 3rd age. It's really Castle Age and Imperial Age where the Delhi issue has really revealed itself. It's all because of this landmark on your screen right here. So Sacred Sites are at least starting to get paused out. Ghazi on their way, so he'll be able to resume that timer, and it means the gold churn's going to continue. At this stage, Lash needs to be rushing out for a few relic grabs. It's a little bit risky against the horse archers, but I'd say MSN is playing maybe a bit overly defensive against this, paranoid about the Ghazi. So there should be a pretty easy peasy free relic grab, if not 4 for Lash. Problem I'm seeing is he hasn't moved anyone out yet. No, this is very delayed. Very problematic, because now that you've teched up, MSN should switch on. Before, he was a bit paranoid in case you were adding more Ghazi. Now that he knows you've been going Castle Age, these horse archers should be moving to the enemy side of the map. What do I nerf in Delhi? Maybe, yeah, I think someone around Dome of Faith probably needs to be altered here, right? I don't want Castle Imperial to feel impossible, but it just feels like the Scholar Gen is just too generous. The cost efficiency is too good. It's a really tricky system to balance. Like, the other thing you have to keep in mind is with the substantial nerfs they've done to late game tech costs and efficiencies, they pretty much inadvertently buff Delhi more. So Horse Archer's Deception is going to come in. I mean, this relic should have realistically already been home. It's grabbing on the far flanks as well. He has at least managed to get, what, 2 home? Yeah, 1 bank, second one coming in. So decent, but, I mean, probably basically half of what Lash should have achieved. 5 isn't realistic with this timing, but 4 would have been. I'm saying actually slowing down again. Yeah, kind of feels like he needs to be playing with more urgency here. But I guess it's difficult. Now that you know your opponent's walled himself in, Horse Archers kind of sucks, right? We do have a Night Switch coming in. But it looks like Lash has this golden solution. War Elephants are getting queued up. These boys be dirty. Yeah, Elephants, incredible at just tanking up the damage from even Horse Archers, as well as dealing with the Knights. It may be a little bit problematic. The advantage MSN does have is around mobility. Elephants doesn't really give a quick attack point to Lash. So in the meantime, what you want to try to do is punish your opponent when he has to come out for resources. Like this. Alright, one's if you think MSN's going to win. Two's if you think Lash is taking it now. Kind of feels like Delhi got beyond the scary point in the game, right? The fact that he's still getting 4 relics is outrageous here. It's starting to feel like the kiddo won't be able to put a dent in, I don't know, we call Lash the seasoned veteran at the stage. I mean, he's definitely been trying to compete for a long time. I think maybe double the length of MSN. What does he really have come behind this? MSN is gathering the stones, so likely we're seeing a 2TC transition. That's scary, though, because that takes your foot off the brake. Foot off the accelerator, right? Foot on the brakes is what you end up doing, which is going to give Lash a breakout point. Crossbow Ghazi is starting to scale up. Ghazi will do fairly well against Horse Archers as a kind of front liner to push it. Only issue is obviously your archers won't be able to keep up, but let's say you push across the map and MSN's containing his base. That's where Horse Archers feel pretty useless. Second TC coming in. This is free TC from MSN. This is a bit funky. I wouldn't really expect free TC in this situation. If Lash plays ignorant, it could pay off. MSN could just take this easy peasy. Surely MSN doesn't get away with that level of greed unseen. So he's trying to protect the sacred site to at least keep that gold trickle going. MSN is now capturing them themselves. So that's going to be more gold in his pocket. Much needed after losing the relic game. Now the high trades us up to 145. So just better and better. We do have Mahoots on the way. Elephant count is a little bit lacking right now. Lash is trying to be very reasonable where he spends his money because he doesn't have much food left, right? Like he's down to 6 sheep plus the berries. At which stage he either needs to rush out to the center here to gather berries or has to start doing a farm transition. Looks like based on his resources, we should be seeing the latter. I think what MSN's doing a good job of here is still poking on his opponent's side while being greedy behind. It's just keeping Lash honest to this defensive strategy. Right? Because if you just walk away now and play your free TC, herder, your opponent is going to come looking and you will lose the game. He's going to start torching his way in. Army out of position here, so Lash slow on the reformation back towards his base. There's actually a risk that these knights get inside. I mean, even the Horse Archer is actually more dangerous than the knights here. Needs to get the body blocker in place. We'll be there in time, so that's going to force MSN to retreat. But once again, if someone was walking up at you like this, attacking at you like this, would you suspect a lot of greed behind it? The answer should be no. Then again, like Lash just needs to check himself at the door and say, why is his army not getting much bigger? He went pro scouts. He has to be doing something here. And he is indeed doing that third TC we mentioned. So walls are coming up. He's going to start hunkering down. I think Lash might have actually sensed what's happening a little bit too soon here for MSN. We do have horsemen being scaled, but Lash is already adding in additional war elephants. More structures are going to try to enter again. So his goal with this play, once again, break the rule, force your opponent home. It's just sad how slow it is, though. Like, only 5 knights just doesn't give you that breach power. The horseman will, but my feeling is that if you're MSN, you don't want to reveal the horseman. You want to hide that detail. so your opponent doesn't know he's counted. But he's going to actually peel the Ghazi. MSN. We'll start shuffling away early, though. War Elephant is coming. The Ghazi are going to commit in, and they're going to jump on the back line. Elephant just needs one touch. Just one little lick. Just takes so much effort to reach, though. Ghazi just aren't really cutting it in this count. Yeah, I think Lash jumped the gun, rushing to try and defend that. It's interesting, actually, because if you stuck that one War Elephant in the way, would have been good enough to stop him. Crossbows are going for the cutoff, so this could still end up being a win for Lash. MSN has been so busy trying to buy time, he doesn't want the actual engagement. Great corralling. Pushes him back the other way. But MSN is still threading needle and buying time. There needs to be a counteroffensive. Lash has peeled off a few Ghazi to go looking. Really needs to send in a scout so he has the full info. Lash is about to cut him off it. Now, the interesting thing is Lash is skipping on a very important element here. He has got forced march. He totally forgot about it. Like so many Armadillo players before him, they always forget they have this tech. That would have allowed him to gap close and kill all of this straight away. Ghazi at least going to be poking on the front side, but I don't know if you'll be able to go deep enough to reveal what's really happening in the back of this base. Elephant hungry. Jesus. You know what we need? We need to just steal animation assets from Age of Mythology. You guys know how in Age of Mythology, the Carnivora plant, the giant, like, man-eating plant, has... it reaches with the tentacles and then picks them up and swallows them? What if we just had the elephant use his trunk to pick up and swallow? And looks like actually he did discover the 2 TC. Or rather 3 in total, right? So the horsemen do scout the play. They snitch on it early. MSN, I mean, he doesn't have the farms. Right? We're at what, maybe 15? 18 farms total. This is the push point for Lash. It's 4 elephants, 2 of which the mass horseman strat doesn't work against. MSN needs crossbows. He needs them fast. I'm getting a bad feeling about this game for the kiddo. It would take a miracle to hold this right now. The military blow is ridiculous. 112 military pop to 49. This is his time to shine. MSN already apparently exhausting the tree lines. Didn't take the safe back one. He's basically gathering on the battlefield here. Yeah, a bit of a mistake there. MSN. Not really sure what he was expecting to happen in this. War Elephants are going to start moving in. Mangoes get found. A freebie. I mean, that's half your siege gone. Realistically, Ghazi could have grabbed the second there as well. Speaking of Ghazi, they are going to start wrapping to the back here. Now, even if these horsemen aren't in the main fight, he can still win against the entire army of MSN. So this is just a winning type of play. He's able to dive in on both sides of the base now. I mean, they are everywhere. It's 23 Ghazi. Textiles is in at least to try and minimize the losses. But MSN, after all this work of going 3 TC to try and boost a huge lead, his income is now plummeting. Extra men-at-arms, extra mangonels rather coming out. He wishes he had men-at-arms. That might have helped him stabilize a little bit, but realistically, it's just not an option here. The amount of crossbows, elephants already should be bringing an end to the Dane's hopes. The Dane is done. Yeah, there's just nowhere to hide here. Good execution by Lash. Understood that he wasn't pressured once he reached Castle Age to rush for a win condition. You know, one thing I'd say for Lash, it could have been cleaner, would have been the 4 relic play. He could have had that much sooner. If MSN had been a bit quicker on his rotations and not as defensive, I actually think Lash would have been in dire straits there. Luckily for him, MSN, even after he saw the tech up, was a little bit slow to pull those horse archers forward. And losing the relic race just kind of feels unacceptable fast Castle Roos. So a 2-0 victory coming in for Lash means that he is going to be having a matchup against a fellow German. Core versus Lash in the round of 16. Should be a fun one. I think call, will probably prefer that opponent just because of the wackiness that MSN sometimes turns up with. Wonder if Gremlins would have been a better choice? I don't think so. I don't think it would have fared any better there. So, we might be able to squeeze one more series, actually. Trying to think if we do another series if I end it there. Strokey chin moment. We do have Moto versus Striker. Could be interesting. Which civs fare well against Delhi? Actually, a lot of the Pro Scouts ones, the other ones do. Huri does phenomenally well against Delhi. That's what I thought MSN was going to go for. He would have been favored with that pick. Like, Huri would have... I think Huri would have got him a game 3. But then, like, you would have had Rus Mongols against, what, like, IU Byzantines? I think you just... IU bid there is Lash, right? Am I casting this weekend? Yes, I need to double-check the casting schedule, but I think it's tomorrow. Yeah, I'm casting tomorrow. All right. What's Mahodo's account called? Oh, yeah, he's got the Vest thing. All right, guys, we'll do one more series. We'll do Vest Mahodo versus Striker. Oof. Let me pull up that draft for you guys as well. Dry Arabia Cliffside. Okay. Loved watching me torture Tim. What do you mean torturing Tim? That was wonderful to Tim. You know what he said to me? He said, KP, you've given me the best gift I could ever ask for. He said that. Like, KP, what you've done for me was magical. It transcended what I could ever experience in RL on a microphone. He definitely said all those things. He's like, KP, if you were into it, I'd let you bang me. He even said that. He said all those things. Doesn't like Tim's American football. No, dude, it's not a Tim thing. It's just American commentators are obsessed with football references that the rest of the world really don't get. And most of the time, most of the time what will happen is there's an eerie silence where, like, we'll pretend that we get it. But then every once in a while, you just have to call them out and be like, no one gets this. It's really important that you let them know you don't understand it. It's like as a Brit, I have to be careful about certain things. You know? There are certain things I would say that just wouldn't make sense to most of the rest of the world because of our dialects. Right? Like, there is a term for a cigarette that if I was to use, you'd think I'm a homophobe. The people in my country, they use it to refer to a cigarette. No. It's like, wait. It's like when you talk about soccer. No, but it's not soccer. That's not what it's called. It's football. There's literally one place in the world that calls it soccer. You can't win this argument. It's an American thing. You guys could... The weirdest part is, like, America could have just called American football soccer, and it would have avoided the whole conundrum. Right? That was an ego chow on a sport name. Okay, sorry. There's a few countries called soccer. The majority of the world calls it football, though. Also, actually, here's a fair point. Considering how much of American football involves using your hands, why is it called football there? Have you guys, like, I know that there's a one player on the pitch per team in football that uses the hands, the goalkeeper, right? But, like, come on. Y'all done some false advertising on your own sport there. It's such a weird one. Like, it's also more polarizing because you guys get it in other ways. Like, you know, baseball. Oh, yeah, there's bases and we throw a ball. Like, that one makes sense. All right, so, Moto versus Striker. Striker hasn't really been looking in shape based on last week, but he's recently come back to the game, as far as I can tell. This is a brutal way to start off your second week back in the midweek musters. It's 30 sheep to 9. As China, that is criminal. That should never happen. China has better vision, so they should be able to actually be a little bit ahead in sheep gathering. Oh my god. And if that wasn't bad enough, Mahodo is going dock. He also has a competitive Coca Township timing. Oh, this is brutal. And Striker, I think he might have an outdated build here. This is Barbican. Look at the food, look at the gold. I mean, it could be Pro Scouts. It looks like it's a Barbican, though. Like, don't get me wrong. Some of them I give you respect on. Like, for example, you know, actually, it's weird. You guys are willing to categorize ice hockey as ice hockey. But, like, to me, it's just more hockey. Whereas, like, obviously, hockey, there is a form that gets played off of ice. It's just I don't see that as the iconic one, you know? So Mahodo's just going to rush castle here, right? I mean, you could fearlessly flood Shinobi. It feels like Striker's going for the old school 2/3 TC build, which I just don't really see working against Japanese fast castle. That sounds like a death sentence to me. A KP Tim show match casted by ML, Beastie, Wham, and Puppy Paw simultaneously. All right, good luck with that. I don't think me and Tim draw that much attention. I'm trying to figure out what Striker's grand plan is here. There's no way this is a Zhuganu push, right? Like, that would be way too slow. Is Tim my life partner? No, I think we both already have those. Admittedly, he chose an AoE2 streamer. Mine doesn't stream. She just complains about how I suck and how I don't have as many viewers as other people. She keeps threatening to leave me for like a 2K CCV streamer if I don't like, you know, fix it. My life is a mess. The first words out of my daughter's mouth was "Be better, daddy." And I still don't know exactly what she was telling me to be better at. Was it playing Japanese? Streaming? Being a dad? Alright, so it looks like Striker's plan was Barbican into castle himself. This is a very expensive outpost. Don't watch this replay. It's Locklock. Thanks, Striker. What was the thought process here, mate? Because you just spent 600 resources on an outpost. Oh, Striker, no. So, like, the reason it's really important they just said that, guys, is if you look up Striker, he's currently 121st on the leaderboard. Let me read out Striker's accolades here. Season 1, 724. Season 2, 66. Season 3, 327. Season 4, 14,087. We've got to talk about that one. Season 5, 136. Season 6, 180th. Season 8, 68th. And now, 121st. So Striker, you know what I'm going to say here? Load the map before you play it. Oh, come, dude, it's a 2-minute. It's a 2-minute task. Just for your own sanity, load the map. You didn't know there was water, did you? Until it was too late. Oh my god. Shinobi are also in. He's gonna try to get the shoots out a little bit cutely, but not gonna be great for him. So, congrats, you've reached Castle Age. I look forward to seeing what you can do with 2 sheep. You know what? It's quite comedial, right? Because Striker is from Germany. And considering the amount of doner kebab shops they have there, this is probably a polarizing experience seeing so little sheep. Meanwhile, Japanese, I don't know if they have that many sheep. Oh my god. You didn't know it was deep water? Oh god. Dude, literally a 2-minute task. Alright, guys. Moto got a freebie on game number 1. But I'm sure our boy Striker can recover it, right? Get us a 3rd game. I mean, he's got English, he's got Byzantines. He may have just wasted one of the best civs in the game, but he's got other ones, and he's going to Cliffside. English versus... Oh, Christ. So, you know when you say please skip? Chat, what happens when someone begs us to skip? Well, if it was like... I mean, we gotta watch it now. I mean, I'm sorry, but we've got it now. Now you said it. I'm like DD with the red button. I'm like, I wonder what that one does. Oh dear, oh dear. Besides, you're like our final series of the day. We wanted to end with a giant wet fart. Yeah, dude, like, you know, how can we know how to help the injured parties and fix the broken train if we don't know just how off of the tracks it flew? All right, game number 2. Will at least speed up under the fuel age. Moto, slightly better start, but, you know, at least more competitive this time for Striker. He's even going to snatch the deer away. That means he does get the corner, but that also now means that Mohodo can just dart to the north side. Yeah, this is one of those tricky things where sometimes taking this angle pins you in the corner, so you lose the sheep race. And yeah, he realizes he has to head all the way back now. So he'll take this corner, but that means that Mohodo can now wrap all the way around. Wait, Strike. Don't you do that to yourself. So let's talk about why this is like a really rough matchup for English, shall we? If you do 2TC, Hri has a good enough economy to ram rush you. If you do all-in feudal, Hri has a good enough economy to out-archer you. It's tough. I think this is like a really hard matchup. Mine work makes it even harder, but instead Mohodo is going to be going the Arkan way, but there should be an Arkan on the tree line. He got a what? All right, that's just an illegal tree line right there. That's ridiculous. Good God. Abbey of Kings is coming in. Are we going to be getting 2TC from Striker? It's a lot of wood gathering, so possibly. What could be cool is theoretically like Horseman. I just don't think that works well against March and Drill Spears. Wait, why do you both hate this game so much? Have you considered Tempest Rising? Okay, I don't know why I done that. They didn't, not even being paid. They shouldn't do that. Wait, Mohodo. What is that? I just want to double check that you did see her against English. I mean, I guess he has the king coming, right? So I can kind of forgive it. It was very early to have the racks, no? Were you Was that built straight? That's what I'm wondering. Was that actually built straight away and you were thinking about Dark Age rushing it? I just want to double check that because you both seem to have cursed feelings about this series. So I just need to make sure you weren't considering Dark Age Rax rushing an English player. Because that would be ducking crazy. I'm assuming not. They just want to be safe about it. Oh, okay, wait, so we have Archer. Oh. I mean, usually when you see, in fairness for Moto, usually when you see Abbey of Kings, you're assuming it's going to be like, you know, greed, right? So it looks like Striker's doing some goated ass Abbey of Kings mass longbow build. If Moto simply adds in 2 archer ranges, he wins. He's going pro scouts. In fairness, horsemen will still beat longbows, but like it's kind of weird. Like this matchup, I don't know. I don't think you need pro scouts per se. You could argue it makes the game easier. Maybe he's paranoid that the English are going to do it because we have seen a few English players going pro scouts as well. You thought he was going Castle Age? I wouldn't have thought Castle Age. I would have thought pro scouts with that gold. Like, it's a very weird way to do like pro scouts because he's going longbow first. And I don't know why you go longbow first because, like, you know, if your idea is pro scouts follow up, like longbow's already counted by horsemen, right? Like to me, if I saw archer range, this is an all in, right? I don't think anything else makes sense. I guess he's trying to block pro scouts play, but like, you know, once again, if you're building pro scouts, you're building stables, so you have horsemen. I do like these type of games, by the way, when we have the players in the chat. You just kind of get their insights on what they were thinking, what they were doing. How drunk they were. How depressed they are to have to relive it. All the things. Ah, you done the classic sin of let me just use all my scouts to not see what my opponent is doing, instead be greedy. Love that one. Hasn't led to many losses at all so far. So longbow's gonna get cleared up. King's at least gonna get away. The trickling longbows is not gonna look very good here. The awkward part is March and Drills just allows Spearman to gap close so stupidly fast. You didn't know what the best player is here? So, I think HRE is just a really good blocker pick against English. It's one of the better matchups. Here, I think the play you could have looked for potentially was you open stables and you could poke horsemen and then play pro scouts maybe. I think English can kind of play pro scouts if they win the initial skirmish. It's awkward because just going raw horseman leaves you open to march and drill spears, right? But you can contain your opponent. You could try 2TC. I don't rate 2TC against pro scouts. The pro scouts meta has like taken a giant dump on 2TC. Even for say English. So yeah, you could have tried a raid approach with bulk horsemen plus knights because the logic is like over time you win that trade because the king heals them, right? Whereas, like, Moto isn't going to pull a prelate out to kiss the boo-boos better of, like, 20 horsemen, right? And it's a mobile enough comp that you can't really be caught, but at the same time, you can try to at least deny some pro scouts. You'll want to follow up longbows at that stage, because, like, an HRE player is always going to go spears to protect the deer gathering, especially when he sees horsemen. And then the logic is at that stage, because of the early skirmishes, because you've done chip damage, although your opponent has horseman spearman with good mobility and you have horseman longbow with bad mobility because longbows are slow, you should have done enough damage that you can carry the main fight because you should start to like eke out a slight military lead. It might not be apparent straight away in the numbers, but it should be apparent in the health pools. Striker, wrap around the back. This is ballsy, actually. Like, this is the type of position you never want to put yourself in with English longbows. I've seen way too many games lost at the highest level here. You have to be 100% sure you're safe to rotate like this. Otherwise, it kills you. Does he see through? Oh, you got to be kidding me, dude. That one tree. Ideal situation here, you camp the longbows in the corner, run around with the knight. But, like, the risk there is you know there's horsemen coming, right? So you kind of have to keep everything together here. You could have probably sent the scout around. I actually think if you just had the longbows parked here with spears guarding, you could just completely tear Moto's ass open on this. Like, he wouldn't be able to touch anything, right? He'd at least have pro scouts, but he just wouldn't have archers. Maybe it was like, I don't know, in the moment, did you not realize it because it was like a very weird tree line, so you just didn't think about that? Or was it the paranoia that he was going to jump on you the whole time? Another thing is, if you want to actually complete this push, you really need techs. Like, I just noticed you don't even have blacksmiths. For Lombo, really, by the time you're about 10 to 12 Lombos, it's worth going blacksmiths. Steel arrow starts to pay off. Now, right now, what you've done is you've relegated your archers to normal archers because he has under mesh. Right? And now, like with H3's superior economy, if he just adds in extra archer ranges like this, you have 3 archer ranges. In the next 2 minutes, he's going to outmass you. And you'll always lose that fight because the issue you have is these Lombos are too slow. Right? Like, marching dual archers are kind of busted against English. Campfire give tree vision? No, it wouldn't give vision of the tree line, but he could have walked the scout around here while the Lombo stayed here. Striker just trying to hit the side, but unfortunately, Moto still has plenty of wood left on this eastern flank. He is jumping the gun, though. This is not quite the archer count to contest. Horsemen are going to be rotating around the back, though. Late arrival. The spear count is still decent, however. Shuffles right to the north side of the engagement. The spears actually get bogged down in the center. Striker a little bit delayed on the reaction. He's going to get punished for it. Yeah, only 2 spearmen left. That should be enough to now just push him away. It looked a little bit debatable on whether Moto would be able to hold, but these 4 horsemen, the Rohirrim riders, enough to scare him off here. And it looks like the king is also going to be going down. So great fight for Moto. And now this is where the snowball really starts to kick in. HRE are still gigabuffed. Their economy, practically all of it, right? Only the gold workers aren't getting the extra. This is also Moto just actually deciding that, you know, everyone's worked so hard today that the other people should not have to turn up for work tomorrow. We actually have a bunch of missed rallies here. So I wonder why Moto wasn't as strong as he should have been in that fight. But I guess it's a Polish holiday. I don't know. It's a bad habit of mine. Do you not just do the select all military buildings rally? So, like, you just do... Which one is it? Oh, I got my key bindings different on this. It'd be F2, right? No. F1. And then rally. The classic. The lazy man solution. Or are you one of those people that likes to use the control groups, and then as a result, you're not adding new ones too, and such? Dude, this is why I really love the system that Stormgate had. You guys remember that one where, like, you would press for units to start producing, and then you could click on the map, and it would start rallying them straight away. That was, I gotta give it to them. I know, like, people have mixed feelings on Stormgate, but from a technical standpoint, the engine and the things they created with that was really good stuff. Really new player friendly as well from that element. I sometimes do wish that maybe like RTSs weren't as gatekeepy on the granularity. Does that make sense? Like, granularity is good when it feels rewarding and feels approachable. But I do think RTS is like, if you were to watch someone play, say, Marvel Rivals, or watch them play AoE for the first time, right? Which one you're like, oh, I think I could do that. Like, RTS is I think they're very daunting for new players. So, Striker is, how to put it? He's part of a toolkit right now. He's an integral part, actually. He's the thing that would hold the side plate on your PC. He's screwed. Really screwed. Oh no, we're going to Burger Palace here. He needs an in right now. The problem is, after that fight, he's going to get the Boo-Boo's Kiss better. And that might be too long, right? Because with Burgrave coming, that means Men-at-Arms is getting vomited out every 4 seconds. Striker, he's waiting for the Siege Engineering. I don't blame him, right? His army is full squishy, so the TC would kill him. In fact, he's going to try to punish a little bit. Let's at least get one worker kill. Probably shouldn't even been that. Troy's best bet was fast castle with White Tower and base and quick relic grab. Possibly. The problem is if you get seen fast castling, your opponent can just fast castle, or like you saw Moto, he could just try to attack him. I think it's just better, yeah, to like play pro scouts after pressure. It's more manageable as English. Yeah, so like the thing is like H3 has this in say China and Juji matchup where you open with attack units and let your opponent pro scouts first. I think you do that here. Like do some damage to him so his pro scouts is worthless, and then you can even, if you don't have enough food, do it yourself. Instead, Rams have to march in. Men-at-Arms upgrades are already coming through. And the pump is real. Look at that Congo line. Every 5 seconds, these bad boys are coming out. Veterancy isn't in quite yet, but Striker isn't actually focus firing on them at all, while they're a bit more squishy. King goes down. The Men-at-Arms are now upgraded. The problem here is Striker needs to kill workers. If he can find worker kills, he can recover in Castle Age. Not really seeing him attempt that. Oopsie, sorry. Had the colors switched. No, he just kind of tried to brute force the HRE. So double ram, and all you really got out of it was an outpost kill. Men-at-Arms count is now at 11. Unless Striker can somehow pull the resources together to tech up, this is over. Well, Striker the GOAT needs to go back to the drawing board, I'm afraid. And we're catching this, like this happened, I think, 2 hours ago. We literally have both players moaning about how bad they played. Is pretty much what I think has been being said. Another game between Striker and Moto on ladder? Well, I mean, hopefully they both felt better about that one. 2-0 for Moto. That means he's going to be heading through to the RO16 up against Anatan. The good news is you got your worst HRE performance out of the way here. So now you can put forward your best HRE performance against Anatan. Very smart, Moto. And yes, one and only, this tournament is open for anyone to join. We invite 32 players, 16 new players per week. The other 16 come from previous week. And we invite people based on a combination of qualification methods. So one of them, 8 slots, go to people based on tournament elo, and the other 8 are based on your ladder ranking. So just grinding the game on the ladder can get you in. Why do English start with 200 wood instead of 150 wood? Because we just have bigger wood. I mean, it's because, like, realistically, usually civs have different quirks on their opening. For English, it's to maybe enable, like, the farm element. Every civ has a different kind of... Well, not every civ, completely different. But, like, there are a range of different starting amounts. And, yes, one and only. And, by the way, something you can do to stop those ads. Subscribe, winky face. But, yes, anyone can join. But you are selected based on tournament elo or ladder ranking. So if you don't get selected, it's because there were higher ranked people. But that means there are environments you can go and grind in to still try and qualify in the future. All right, so I do believe that's going to bring us to a close, folks. I've got a meeting in 20 minutes. There was one other series, which is Avali versus Fukraz, which I'm a little bit gutted we don't have time for, because Avali messaged me something really interesting. Is the Fukraz guy that Avali went up against, you may not notice his name anywhere. Yeah, that's because he's very, very new. The Fukraz guy told Avali he's only been playing for 3 months, and he's already Conqueror 3. That's pretty crazy. Maybe we'll visit that one if we've got extra time on Monday, as I think that would be kind of a cool one. But also, you funding the prize pool? Is the community doing it? I'm funding it. So this is literally Microsoft endorsed. We've been running it now for 10 weeks. We're in the 11th week, and we have 20. Well, not 20 weeks now. It'll be 19 more weeks to go. So yeah, these run through practically every week through until end of June. So it should be good. Please tell me he's played other RTSs. Why are you feeling a little bit uninspired? I should feel inspired. Like, damn it, if he can do it, I can do it too. But yes, guys, that is going to be it for today. We will be back on Monday. Reminder, on Monday, we will be into the round of 16 games. So a lot of familiar faces. Ones like Anatan versus Moto. You'll be seeing Court versus Lash. Mia Micah versus probably Voldemar. Maybe key run surprises. And then on the other side, yeah, it should get a little bit more interesting there. We might catch up the Kazuyohan Diniskia one. But we'll also be seeing Myriad versus either Dimo or Tiger. Yeah, a lot more familiar faces. So we'll also have Starflark versus B, which I think will be a fun one. So yeah, we'll be doing those on Monday. Reminder, we will be live for about Mondays. I think we usually say 1 p.m. CET. Or actually 1:30 CET. About 1:30 CET to 2 CET is when we're live. So be sure to check in then. And then, of course, we'll be live on Tuesday as well. And then grand finals on Thursday. So with that in mind, I'm going to get ready to raid someone. I'm going to end the stream now. Thank you for tuning, guys. See you later, YouTube. Auf Wiedersehen, farewell, and hopefully